I just realized I didn't have I think I'm not quite sure. Okay, if Freak is working. Chat is working. Pop out a Freak chat just in case. Why is this not working? 연아님 안녕하세요. 채팅이 왜 안 뜨지? Oh, there it is. 아, 딜레이가 있구나. 안녕하세요. Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Let me just turn that off. Turn this on. Let's see. Is that everything that I need? I think so. 기분이 좋으신가 봐요. We got emotes in chat. Okay. Oof. Let me focus and kind of rest up. Blah, blah. I should change that too. Let me do that on my main PC here. Let me The music sounds really distorted to you guys, right? That's not just me. So I think it's how it's coming out of my gaming PC. I have to figure out a different setup here. I wonder if just a regular line in would be better than a digital line. I might have to try that. But it's only the music here. I've never really felt it when I was playing Valorant or streaming watch parties. What's up, potatoes? I don't know if it's always maybe felt that way for all the viewers, but I don't know if I'm the only one hearing it. Like, to me, this sounds very distorted. Like it's peaking all the time. Yeah, it sounds fine. Maybe my earphones are broken. Oh my god, I think it was my earphones. I think it was just like not connected very well. Which team are we VOD reviewing today? Only the best team in the world, Sentinels. Hold on, I'm just editing some of my Nightbot stuff here. Updating some commands. Bum, 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 bum. Let me... Okay, where are my timers? Timers. Copy. Yo, what's up, Cloud? Will you be on Plant Chat tonight? I will not be. Is that tonight? Wait, didn't it happen? Is that tonight? Time zones are weird. Is there a Plant Chat tonight? I don't even know. But I am not on this week. But thanks for asking. I didn't even respond. Like I think they put out a kind of a group ask. Seeing, no, maybe not. That wasn't this week. Maybe that was like 3 weeks ago. I can't remember. But time zones, etc. Kind of during this in between season, just kind of wanted to chill a little bit. Was doing some thinking. I realized that RQ and DFM are pretty similarly strong teams this year. RQ and DFM haven't won this year, but made it close versus strong teams. I can't tell if you're trying to. Where is this going, potatoes? Oh, it's tonight. Right on Cloud. No, I will not be on today. I did submit my top 10 players, but I'm not happy with it. Because I kind of rushed it because I thought the episode was earlier this morning for my time. So I was like, oh shoot, like I gotta get this out. So I sent it in, and then I like looked at it and I was like, oh, I don't actually agree with my own top 10. I mean, I think I agree with like the 10 players that are there, but I also always, like, whenever I'm submitting top 10s, if I'm doing like my own top 10, it'll probably always be different. But whenever I'm submitting top 10s, I'm trying to like, and this is maybe a bad way to do it, but like if there are players that I think deserve to be on here, but like for non-tangible reasons, I'll try to at least like include them. But yeah. But yeah, potatoes, I don't know where you're going with this, all right? Listen, DFM played a great game against DRX. I will not take that away from them. But that's all they get. Yeah, I mean, also, yeah, that's the thing, is that like when it's a culmination, it's all for entertainment anyway, etc. So, you know what? I will say this though. I'll give you a little tease. As much as I'm a huge FPX fan and I will cheer for my boy Berlin any day of the week, I cannot in my good conscience put Berlin in my top 10 players of Masters Madrid. But also looking at it, it was actually kind of fun because, I mean, I think a lot of people are starting to realize I think this could end up being a really interesting Masters, both in terms of individual players and teams. I mean, I think there are still, I think you can easily point to teams like, for instance, Loud and be like, well, you could probably consider them a favorite. Like, I don't think anyone could fault you for considering them a favorite. But it's not like it's not like Masters Tokyo or Champions where it's like, well, like, we all kind of assume these are going to be the top 4 teams. I mean, we could be wrong, right? Like Loud, for instance, they don't like bomb out for their standards. I guess they did, but right, they didn't perform well at Tokyo and things like that. But like this year, it's just like there's so many new teams or like entirely new rosters that you look at it and you're like, well, I mean, they seem good, but like I have no idea how they stack up against each other. So, it's interesting. I think it'll be fun. I just hope that it will be fun, right? Whether it's expected results or not, I hope that the players are like performing up to their standards. I think I have to redo this cable. What I mean is peak DFM and peak RQ had similar performances versus strong teams. RQ had the luxury of being able to anti-stretch ENG. If anything, DFM could be stronger than RQ. Where are we going with this? How seriously am I supposed to take this? How seriously am I supposed to take this comment? I mean, are we theorizing? Because like there is a world where that could be true. This is actually the most up in the air Masters of all time. Yeah, I would think so, actually. I mean, yeah, that's the thing, is that I actually, if I had to choose one team where I'm like, well, probably like things kind of need to go right for them to win, it would probably be FPX. But not like not as in they need to get lucky, right? I would never ever troll. That's the most believable statement on the internet. I was thinking we'll do a little bit of Sentinels VOD review, and then we'll do our power rankings before Challengers Korea starts today. I was thinking about this because I didn't want to waffle about too much. Excuse me. I actually don't know if I would favor Paper X very strongly for Masters Madrid. I think they need a bit more time to cook to like get back to their old strength. They're not weak, but it's not, I don't know. But then again, like, they always do that. They always there's something about SEA, Paper X, Team Secret, all these teams like show up even stronger when you start to doubt them a little bit. You see, they're all new, but I think you have to look at like, how did they win? And that's what we'll look at for Sentinels. But for instance, like I was watching the KC games last week, right? And we watched a little bit of it on stream. And it's like Carmine Corp like won through like really like the foundation of their wins was really solid foundations. Yeah, that's a terrible statement, but right, the foundation of their wins was built upon really solid understandings and team play, and reads and things like that. Yes, there are going to, every match is going to have heroics, etc., and there's going to be, obviously you need to be able to shoot well. But for instance, like I just uploaded last night the Gen G video. And I was actually, the more I looked at it, the more I was fascinated, because it's like the more I look at it, the more it makes sense why Gen G won. But at the same time, I do question if that'll hold on an international stage, right? Because they also won. What's funny is I would actually think Gen G, the scoreline looks sloppier than their actual win. I think they would have won no matter what. Solid fundamentals. Yes, thank you. Yeah, fundamentals is actually the word I was looking for. You're absolutely correct. I actually think Gen G was playing a bit of a numbers game, where Gen G was all, they were basically, to me, I mean, I don't know if they thought about it this deeply or like this mathematically, but it almost feels like Gen G was playing a statistics game, where if you just have more numbers and are able to trade because they do have good aim, then eventually you will win more rounds, right? They may not go in the same streaks, they may not be clean, etc., but you will win the rounds, right? And that seemed to have been the very baseline of their understanding, which, funnily enough, I think is pretty good for Gen G, like given their players and coaching like backgrounds and history. I think it's actually a pretty refreshing change, and I think it's a very strong philosophy within Pacific. I think it will trump a lot of teams in Pacific. But well, yeah, basically you get shot, you die. It's like the team, it's the actual analytical coaching version of you get shot, you die. And so in that sense, I actually think Gen G's win is less scrappier than their score lines show, because their score lines make it seem like they like always which they did. They always barely won, but it was always like, oh well, like if it was only just like not that one round. But it's like, no, but they actually stacked the odds in their favor, where those 1-2 rounds were always going to happen. So right on, Ro. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, and then in terms of PaperX, like saying I didn't actually get to watch their vlog yet for kickoff. I actually love PaperX vlogs. They're so funny. There's so much entertainment just in the characters. But I mean, I believe it. I actually do. So there were two things. One theory was maybe they're sending these Hail Mary comps because kickoff is so short and there's not enough time for teams to counter strat, and you're just saying like, go, this is a great chance to win, get 3 championship points, etc., which could have made sense. But then at the same time, there were certain parts of it where I was like, oh well, they don't actually look that clean. And knowing PaperX, not that they were like not trying, right? Everyone's always trying, but you know, not saying like this is a do or die. And I think that was probably a big difference between them and Gen G. Gen G, I think, treated kickoff as a do or die tournament, and I think rightfully so for those players and that team and that brand and their coaching staff, right? Like those guys are sick of just barely like being in that category of close but no cigar, right? So to them, it doesn't matter what the other teams thought. Like kickoff was a must-win tournament for them, right? Whereas you know, PaperX, I mean, it's again not. I'm not trying to say they didn't try. I'm not trying to undermine any victories from Gen G or any other things. But again, they can look at it more realistically and say, you know what, we needed more time. We need more time to build the right chemistry, the right tempo, etc., the right comps. So we do our best with what we got, you know, and we push as far as we can. So you won't be casting any games in Korea Challengers because I think Astra is back in the Philippines. So Challengers Korea doesn't have an English broadcast officially, so I'll just be doing co-streams on my stream here. And funnily enough, for anyone who's been following the channel since the past couple weeks, so the Friday games every week are not broadcasted, and we can only watch them through VODs. And then I saw one of the Korean streamers co-streaming the Team I Am game last Friday, so I sent in a request before that, and the response I got was basically they are not accommodating any official, like they're not managing any avenues for co-streams. They've allowed teams to each have one account that can join as an observer, but the caveat is you can only watch your team's POV. So maybe it's for like management, maybe it's for internal streaming, or maybe it's, you know, like last week it was Team I Am giving it to their friends so that they can like help broadcast the Team I Am game, but you can only watch it from their POV. So I thought about it. They said every team has that, so if I want, like, that's up to me. And I thought about maybe asking all the teams, but if I can only watch one team's POV, then that's not really what I'm looking for. So on Fridays we'll probably just do VOD reviews, and then if hopefully I'll have to do a follow-up email. Hopefully I can get clearance for stuff like Japan and South Asia in the future, where we can maybe do some of those regions live on Fridays, or we can just do VOD reviews of Challengers regions. Do you think Gen G will beat T1? I think they can. I think they can. Originally, I would have said no, but I think they can. Oh, no. Yeah, I hate that narrative. I hate that. Well, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying they didn't try, but I think I actually think it's healthy that PaperX does not treat every single tournament as a do or die. That does not mean they are not trying their best. There's a very fine line. So what I'm saying is there isn't a like they are still favoring balance and long run is my point of view. There's not really a great way to say this. I know why you don't like it, and that's not the narrative I'm trying to spread. I actually dislike that narrative because people are like, well, PaperX is like trolling their comps, and I'm like, no, I don't think they were trolling. I think they were actually trying it and like actually giving it a good shot and actually thought there were some good ideas. It's just that they're not like they're not favoring a textbook's. What did my monitors turn? Oh, it just went to sleep. They're not favoring like a textbook style philosophy is how I see it. Right? I don't know. To me it's like a very, especially within Pacific, there's actually a pretty apparent contrast, and it's changing in Valorant, but just in general in culture of like, so in the past, again, this has changed a lot, I would say, overall for Korea, but Korea was always very much like, you got to go by the book. You just have to grind hard. This wasn't just in esports, in anything, right? You just have number one or you don't matter, etc., etc. So what ends up happening is a lot of Korean things reach burnout, like a lot, whether it's your study, like so many Korean students, like college is the goal. And once you go to college, you like, obviously, there are great students who study in college very well as well, but you know what I mean? Like, Koreans view college as like the time where you let go. Like that's the standard. Whereas in the States, it really just depends on what school you go to and what you're going to study and what your goals are, right? Like it's much more open. So things like that. But no, I don't think PaperX troll. Like they say they're not playing like serious comps or whatever. I think that's if that's what they said in the vlog, what I would just take it as is they're still experimenting, which I'm not surprised about, right? The sky change happened last minute. They were still shuffling role swaps before that anyway. They're still trying to fit Monyet in. So your family's Korean? Yeah, I mean, Korea used to have this. I mean, they say it's changing, and I think it is, just not widespread yet. Like Korea has that mentality of like, you just have to go by the book and become the best, and that's the only thing that matters, and then you end up reaching burnout. And PaperX is not that type, and I think that's healthier. I think PaperX's philosophy is healthier for the players in the team. I mean, but then you look at Coach Alex, it's not like he's like, like whatever. It was we tried a comp, we lost, like whatever. Like he doesn't think that, because he still thinks there are things that they should have done better, right? Like you still should have had an idea. Like they're not going in and being like, well, what agent do you want to play today? Sure, just play that. Like there's still some semblance of cohesion and thought and concept, which honestly, and I don't think many pro teams think that PaperX is trolling. I think a lot of fans think that, but I think a lot of pro teams look at it and be like, what is their concept? What is their philosophy? What is their idea behind this composition, behind this move, behind this aggression, right? And then that's, I think, how you beat PaperX. Because if you just think like, well, they're just like trolling, it's like, well, you're kind of just accepting the fact that, well, it's up to luck if we win or lose. And obviously, clearly it's not, given their success. Okay, let's pause the music. Although, yeah, EDG versus PureX again is something. Let's do some VOD review first of the Sentinels Loud finals. Obviously, we only have 2 hours before Challengers Korea, so I'll probably watch this on 1.5 times speed like I would normally would for VOD review, because it's not a live co-stream. We'll just kind of take note. I watched a lot of the Sentinels games. I actually didn't get to watch too much of the Loud games, just a little bit of the first time they showed the Ascent and things like that, the Phoenix comp. So the focus will be just like, you know, how does each team kind of carry through? I mean, Loud, I think overall we kind of know, but obviously seeing their comps and their ideas, I know they've talked about it. So we'll talk about that, and then around like an hour and 15 minutes or so, Then we'll take a look at the 8 teams for Masters Madrid, and then we'll jump in at like 4:50 p.m. for Challengers Korea. That is the idea. I say 4:50 p.m. That's KST, so in 2 hours. Okay. They started on Sunset. I think Sunset split Icebox Bind. Huh. Are there any particular maps that you would love to... Whoa, what happened here? What in the world? I was on my way to a wedding during this match. Oh, I was on the way to our last year's English, like, global side producer for VCT Pacific. He got married over the weekend. I was on my way to that wedding. I did not realize the split was this one-sided. That's crazy. I do want to watch the Icebox a little bit. I mean, all these maps are good to watch. Kind of curious how Sentinels was able to one-side these 2 maps, though. Yeah? Well, let's start with Sunset. We'll try to skip around for Sunset and Split minimum. All the last ones are good, but maybe I'll want to watch some more Icebox.
It's crazy. 22 games in the last regular season. If you include
hold on.
Now they're up to 18 games. Absolutely crazy stuff. So they definitely a lot of homework for Loud to read. But
hold on. I'll let this play out. Let me pull up our little pen. Where'd it go? Here we go.
A lot of tiles work from Sen.
Obviously, Sunset Split, Icebox, Lotus. Blind was kind of meh. Oh, okay. I guess you're the most excited about Zest on Bleed, aren't you? Hey, Sora. Is that like an actual thing? I know there were rumors. But, well, Zest is off of IAM, so I guess it's very likely. Unless, I don't know, other teams are also making crazy changes. But Zest being off of IAM is official, which is sad. Because I was excited to watch Zest and Challengers. Which also, no offense to the remaining members of IAM, but it does tank my Team IAM stocks a lot. To me, their philosophy is they try to maximize agents that have synergy between sub-teams. What I mean is they try to find 2 or 3 agents. So like the Reina Sky. But yeah, no, absolutely. For Paper X, you're talking about Paper X potatoes on YouTube? Yeah. Did you get married recently? I did. It's been like 2 months? Okay.
And just to make sure that mid area is controlled from Loud.
If you are ever looking to do like VOD review analysis, by the way, 1.5 times is the way to go. Some other games, 2 times is the way to go. Valorant, 2 times is a little too fast. If it's between 2 teams that are really slow, that I know they are slow, sometimes I'll play it in 2 times, but it gets very crazy. Thanks. So Loud. Is this the exact comp that they use on Ascent as well? I know the Phoenix Breach, Viper is all there.
Fantastic job at not allowing Loud to get into a positioning as we kind of saw on Ascent. They can't get these utilities.
Then you have KO Gecko. It is the same, right? Okay.
Before the retake even really happens there. Let's now a few final kills on the exit to hopefully collect some money for the squad in a different buy next round. But we'll see a lot of teams.
Oh, we got someone else saying the mind might be good to watch. Well, okay, they played the Yoru. I mean, I'm always curious because as a Yoru enjoyer, I actually agree that like there is a limit to what you can do with Yoru. I think like it basically has to rely, like there is a certain element of surprise that you have to rely on. So I do think there's a limit, but it's always sad to see like, man, can Euro comps really only last a couple times? Like, is that really it? Because I think the way it's being used on Breeze by a lot of teams is sustainable, actually. Because it's not so much about the actual, like, trap plays and things like that. But on Bind, it's a little different. Alt Orb for QCK. Mid pressure for Sen. Trying to push towards B. Check if there's anyone there. You know what's also really funny is if you start VOD reviewing on 1.5 times and then you're like, oh, hold on, what did I just miss? And you go back and you try to watch it at 1 time speed. Suddenly Valorant feels like the slowest game ever, and every caster feels like they are just talking like this. It's very funny. My heart breaks to see Zest and RB off DRX, and it is still a little weird, but we'll get used to it. We'll get used to it. It is a shame that they, you know what's a shame is that they basically never won an international VCT. They've only ever won Korea. They didn't win Pacific. Never won a Masters or Champions. That is a shame, actually. Especially because they didn't even win Pacific.
Gets dropped instantly. Sentinels once again in a power play. John Cutie still lurking around towards his B side, trying to see if he could here rotate out of market. Sentinels, it's still
dude, a high-low early angle on the bonus. Whoa, whoa.
Finally gets traded out. We're even up on a 3-3 with Zekin heavily damaged. And that lurk, though, for John Cutie, it's now open. It's up to Sentinels to try to figure a way back towards the B side to meet up against the IGL.
Going the long way around. Wouldn't be able to
QCK, here's it.
There from the yeah, they're right. QCK is able to catch this audio and we'll take a shot.
Oof. He knows he's in. The thing is, he still only saw 2, so they should know that John is somewhere. Dude, that snake bite. Was it just right up against the wall? I guess so.
QCK, no more flashes. Has to move together. They had played up fundamentals now for Loud. The blaze wall first, but another snake.
Dude, how come QCK doesn't get absolutely domed as he goes behind his own curtain? I get domed all the time. Why does no one pick ISO? Is he bad? I think it's hard to argue if he's bad. But it's always a value thing, right? Like Reyna's very strong, but you know, does she bring a lot of value? It's also like, do you have to work to make your agent work, right? Do you have to put an extra effort to justify your agent? Because then it's like, it could be cool, it could be a nice pocket pick and things like that, but if you didn't have the time, etc., it's like, it's just not worth it, right?
The strongest weapon was the one that was maintained by less on that previous round, which is a Vandal. The rest are just looking for that trap play. It's up to Loud once again to do a lot more rotations around the side, have better reads, but thankfully they have a scan agent and Sadat, who's currently joining towards the B main.
But I think we will see teams use ISO this year.
What a choice.
I think we'll see teams try it.
Again, calling it shots to the left side of the map here. Obviously a retake for Loud, but this should be Sentinels planting, pushing forward, and actually gaining some position, so Loud cannot do anything really here on the retake. The way Sentinels have been approaching each of their games, it seems
I believe that his kit does have some great uses. Oh, I thought he didn't see that. They got Trap watching their back. Cam can't get broken. Nuts.
Celsius allows again for him to kill onto less. There's QCK, upgrading weapon. Mosh pin onto the ground. The lays out from Sentinels. That clock is ticking down here. Pain shells on top of that. Nice shot.
Hold on.
There's QCK.
Oh, the Mosh was saved up. Okay, I thought he threw it against Market. You're not Brazilian? Wait, what? Oh. Brazilian football goalies have practiced dodging shot. Oh, about why you don't get domed when you go behind your own curtain. Les also seemed to have trouble with the time he needed to defuse in this series. Do you care if I spoil? I don't mind too much. I mean, it's been what, several days since this match. Yo, what's up, Anders?
Cutie already setting up the camera, so that's going to be the first contact. The rest of the team holding back towards B main, looking to just spam. If Loud make it through the first line of contact. John Cutie, flash, beautiful bite. Celsius allows again for him to get the kill onto less. But there's QCK, upgrading weapon. Mosh pin onto the ground. The lays coming out from Sentinels. That clock is ticking down here. Pain shells on top of that. Nice shot though from QCK as they're leading forward. Boombot to get more scans. Dropping 2 and a beautiful hold for Sentinels.
Yeah, they were already pressed for time. They needed to clear out all those kills. What's up, Keyframe? Dude, I wonder, you know what's funny is I was actually going back and looking at it. I wanted to put this into my Gen G video, and I ended up not doing so because it was taking so long to do it manually. I really should get used to utilizing run it back a bit more for automated like stats and stuff. But I don't actually think Gen G had as many thrifties as we thought. I mean, they did in the first match against RQ, but I think other teams had like similar amounts. I don't know. I remember all the thrifties they had, so it feels like a lot. But I was looking at the number, and it is more than the other teams, but it wasn't like a gargantuan amount. Granted, the fact that they're even happening is already a huge buff. But I was just reminded of it because I was thinking a lot of people, and I agree, have said, "Oh my dude." Gecko's just too strong in these 1v1s. Oh, dude. How does he even get to this point? Okay, so they push out mid. We saw that. They just creep in. Sen's holding, but they're not really... They're holding... It seems like they didn't really expect a mid push, or if it was going to be a mid push, I think they expected to run it back. So they thought it would be quicker so they could react to it, not a creep up. Less even wants more. That's a good line. It's the wingman, and he just sets up and market. This angle, dude. It's good. Top 3 maps played across every region's kickoffs. Yeah, this sunset specifically. I mean, this is a good read. I mean, it's also like the plant and everything, right? It's just... What's crazy is, I think, the craziest part is, yeah, I mean, I think you just have to give credit to Saucy here. I don't think you can really fault Loud. I mean, they had Sada watching. Obviously, it helps. Saucy wins that without a hitch. But... you know, instead of like splitting off and giving 1v1s, or instead of like taking too much time to try to clear and then risking the utility delay, I mean, I think that's just Saucy playing that real well. I mean, yeah, they could have re-cleared market, I guess. Yeah. I guess the problem, if you wanted to fault a problem, it's the fact that they've already made so much noise. So it's like in a 1v3, Saucy in theory shouldn't ever be peeking those stairs anyway to begin with. So the fact that they just check it and just assume. I think they're relying on the fact that if we stay grouped up and someone's watching our back, like we're always going to be able to trade. It's just that Tui's happens to be... I don't know if Tui's would have had time to swing around anyway, but he was also in his friggin' darkness dimension. Yeah. I mean, it's you know what it is. You know what it is, Anders, is that I've been trying to get into this habit of looking for the positives more than the negatives during my live casts, and I think that's holding me back right now. Which is always a tough balance. There's always a tough balance. I was actually talking to some coaches about this. I mean, but the thing is I mean, if you're just looking to purely analyze, then I think you should absolutely be an ass. You should not hold back. But obviously on a live official broadcast, there's a bit of a balance. And I was talking to some coaches about this, and the consensus seemed to be that obviously it feels bad, especially because as casters, we're not always, especially during a live match, you're not always going to know the exact reasons or always pick the right reasons. And it's funny, actually, because a lot of coaches seem to tell me that it's not so much that the criticism feels bad. It's the worst when the criticism is there, but for the wrong reasons. And the team knows it's for the wrong reasons, right? Or the players know, or the coaches know. which I totally understand. But then, you know, most coaches were also like, but at the same time, like, obviously you can't just say everything's good. You can't just ignore the bad. So you have to say something, because, you know, fans expect like honest feedback about the teams they're watching, etc.
Very controlled play here by Sen, understanding the wing condition and holding it close to the chest. 4 ultimates for Loud. Very big swing point in the game. We get another timeout right away. Oh my gosh.
Should be the first one here after all.
Okay.
I am curious how I am curious how EDG and FPX are gonna do at Madrid.
So Loud calls the timeout. This,
you know what's I don't know. I really think if
incredible audibles they call in the mid to late round that put them in.
I think FPX has a bit of a choking problem.
3-round loss row in a row. You're gonna get 2,900.
That's what I think.
That's basically on no credits as they have to spend it again. They need to use these ultimates to get some rounds back now, or it's gonna start swinging.
I think that how Steel handled in EMEA recently was really good. He got into a mode where he was talking from a coach IGF. Surely we should have. Yeah, actually, I saw people really liking Steel's commentary, and obviously aside from the fact that, you know, he used to play, so he has a bit more of like instinctive insight. I agree. I actually like the way he went about that. I actually like the way he went about that. I remember when you were talking about wanting to downgrade an APAC team on Platchat. Oh, well, yeah, on Platchat I don't hold back. On Platchat I don't hold back. I was so sick of Achilles and Paperthin really just glazing up the Pacific team. Especially the Korean teams. I'm so sick of Achilles saying that DRX is going to win every tournament they go. No, it's not so much that. It's just that, like... No, I think we just need to be very realistic from a Pacific standpoint. I think we're getting close. I think we're getting close, but the thing is, you see teams like... You see teams like Loud, Current Sentinels, or even... And you know, the Fnatic... obviously Carmine and Heretics with their wins this time in EMEA, and it's just like, listen, like Pacific teams are good, but it's like, how good are you when you're pushed as well, right? Like how much more do you have in the tank that you can adapt to? And again, it really comes down to fundamentals. I feel like fundamentals has kind of become the buzzword in Valorant, but probably for good reason.
They couldn't find any ground before. It'd always be quickly traded back. Now the 3v3 stands.
Les gets traded out. Yep. In these moments during this game,
no, I think Gen G is actually very strong. FPX is gonna go winless. No, my boy Berlin, man. He just needs an international win. He just needs this confidence boost to his genius. People just don't see it. Dude. Man, I can't remember the last time I had to deal with a breach in ranked. Like in a annoying way. So it's got to be crazy to have to play against it so on like every map when you're playing Loud. But I do agree. I do think Gen G has a good shot of making it very far. I think they have a good shot of making it very far.
It's not crazy. The few round down means nothing to Sadak and Loud. Still very much in it, and let's see how they play that.
Always unfazed.
The judges there for Sadak, so you know they're starting to get a little ratty on these. We'll see how that gets used. And these ultimates as well. QCKs can still go in. A quick retake and less just...
Sen seems to focus a lot on the mid for their defaults, and then they just stack. Granted, this time they have no command, so... And then they just play post plant. Oh, never mind. This time they're going to push in. Although this seems crazy. Holy cow. What a... I mean, what a position to put Zeka in. I'm not even... Okay, you spot... Did they spot two? Just one, right? I don't think he catches... Oh, no. Zelsis catches both. So you catch two. You put up the smoke to cut off. So you just want to get whoever is in here. Now, it wasn't because of the run it back, because that's activated like right as they go for their own play. with the 0 point as well to cut them off. I mean, listen, the util is there, but like, man, what a high pressure situation to put Zekit into. I think if they get one, it'll be for FPX. Generally, mid on this map is tremendous bait for defenders. Can't reasonably consolidate the space at all, and almost all your duels are at a disadvantage. Just to catch the mistakes, just to punish. That makes sense. Zekin said that he was supposed to just hold the smoke there and ignore the Phoenix. Oh, did he say that? Because he did have members watching for the Phoenix, right? So that makes sense. Yeah, in that case, then you're sending him in to just get at least a minimum 1-for-1 trade and delay. Take out some utility. Hey, universe.
The wall that they just dealt with there in B main usually can mean someone pushes up. So you have to worry. Loud is giving Sen a lot of things to worry about here. And with Dizzy down,
it always throws me off when I slow it back down to normal speed. Doesn't it just seem so sluggish, guys? This always gets me every time. I think we'll just skip around on stream. 1.5 on stream is tough because I'm like looking at chat as well. When I'm just watching on my own, like I just stare at the minimap at 1.5 times speed, but still comfortable playing that retake style. You watch at 2 times, Anders? I tried 2 times so much to save more time, and I couldn't do 2 times. 2 times seemed for Valorant. I've done 2 times for like League and stuff. Obviously, League is also there's like a lot of downtime, but 2 times is wow. 2 times on Valo. 4 times. Although I guess if it's your own teams, I guess you know kind of what you're looking for, but that's crazy. 4 times is insane, but very efficient. I mean, I guess it's a matter of getting used to it. Even 1.5, if you're not used to it, can seem a little daunting at first. Maybe I should try 2 times when I'm on my own sometimes.
Second right under the trash can. John QD is going to be flanking far, but it's watched by Sadak. What's the timing here? Loud comes through spawn.
Threw a whole flash towards the air just to try to slow it down for a bit. They're just trying to take down Sadak first to push towards that spawn. It works out. Another one fell within the site for Loud. Loud have regained control of that B site. The tap to flush out Sentinels once again. Double back towards the default box. This last lines up 2 kills somehow. And the spray comes back here through the cages, but it's going to be difficult right now. Sassy does get the pick. The last one still sticks to the fuse. Woo! Not planning for them to be able to play that push forward. They really have to walk in the site.
Whose pick was this? Loud?
Pretty wild damage from Sentinels though, coming out with some pistols on that round. They drop all of Loud. Loud and the fans happy though to pick up another round. Like we said, even looking at 5-1, we saw smiles on Loud's face during the timeout. It's still an any game. And
yeah. I mean, that's a big part of it. Like Anders said, a big part of watching at higher speed is you ignore the things you're used to, right? So for instance, like a great example that anyone who's watched professional Valorant would know is Ascent. So if you have the standard comps, right? If they're sending a recon mid, a shock dart mid, pushing up to clear, the alarm bot, etc. Like you don't need to watch that, right? Like you know why they're doing it, you know what it's supposed to do. But if the reaction is different, right? If the reaction is suddenly like, I don't know, the defending team decides to just like flood mid from B main and A short like instantly, then it's like, oh, okay, like what was their util there, like stuff like that. But it's just like, oh, and then one person goes back to like look at mid and watch mid, or you send another, like stuff like that. It just becomes a habit for both the players and the people watching, etc. So if you're trying to review, obviously live, like it's fun, you're in the mood, but if you're trying to review, it's like, okay, all right, yep, this round is like, it's the same in like eco rounds, right? If one team's on an eco, then you kind of know what to expect. And generally, if they do win, it's probably off of good trades as well. So, unless there's some like crazy util, if they like, I don't know, bought util that normally you wouldn't on an eco and things like that, then you would go back, but
Hunter's Fury coming out from the defense.
Huh.
Until it does just that. Round 10. Uh-oh, Thrash right off the
Dude, this is very reminiscent of the scary icebox pit.
Pivot towards the mid, and Zelsis already fell.
Just a pit to hold back sight.
Kill onto a second, but that second that falls. Please don't get a plant now. Hunter's Fury
Except
coming out from the defense.
Tens actually takes it out.
Onto John Q
But
from QCK. There's a shot from behind alert.
dude, how does Tens creep up and take that out?
Onto John Cutie from QCK.
Does he exit?
There's a shot from behind alert. Once again, Saucy gets
No, he just walks up. Just gets the kill. Didn't even use the paranoia.
TP away from one, sees the second one, and it does get the hit here. That's going to delay even more. Sadak is detained. Tui's had to TP away, and now as they finally regroup, they don't have too much utility but these smokes. Tens is already pushing towards that spike. A beautiful Dizzy allowing Tens to get that pick. Up to Sadak alone. A nice shot there from Tens once again, leading out for the kill. And Sentinels finally get another point.
He threw that through the window, right?
Yep.
why did Sen- you know what's so funny? You know what's so we had a similar reaction to on the Korean cast last year of NRG versus Paper X, where they were just getting just bombarded on Pearl. And literally during the cast, I was catching the match, and one of the other casters said, "Why is NRG struggling so much when Paper X has shown this time and time again in Pacific, and DRX showed how to beat it? Why can't they just expect the exact same util, because that's all Paper X is doing?"
Hey, honestly, little things like that you hardly see in your games are the ones that can catch you off guard in a millisecond. Oh my god.
Oh man.
You're like, wait a minute. Yeah, there's a window. Vents that. Tens, vents, Sadak. My gosh. You're like, wait a minute. Yeah, there's a window. Vents that. Tens, vents, Sadak. And that's going to be...
Dude, I'm glad Tens is doing well.
Pays off for Sentinels here. Big time. After 3 post-plant rounds. Successful in a row. They're loud.
Seems like the game plan got foiled, but thankfully you still have players that could really think on their toes, though, with how Tens and Sassy played that one, because he lost a lot of players in the process.
I heckin' love it. I heckin' love Tens. I tend to look at things like micro reactions and tendency players have. Oh, well, yeah. So if you're looking for like micro movement, if you're looking for individual positioning, etc., then like 1.5, 2 times, 4 times speed it gets a little crazy. I think you could still work with 1.5. Because again, like you can still look at most of it from the mini map, and then if you see something interesting, you can kind of adjust. But oh, NT. Oh my god. I mean, it's a try.
Just to get the drive-by. Firing squad leaving less alone. Yeah, he broke one trip on the B side, but couldn't get this one on the A side, so his cover is blown.
Yeah, I think it's also part of the reason I struggle with going up to 2 times for 1.5 could be partly that too as well, right? Because I do find stuff like that interesting as well. And mostly because I can't play at a Radiant level. I know I'm not going to put in the time to play at a Radiant level ever. So it's like I do want to watch for that and pick it up, but... Wow, he gets it. With no other support? Oh no, a Dizzy. Damn, no cover. They just send it. They just trust the Dizzy.
Right there. Oh, I have time to say this. Never mind.
Not at all. Paranoid going back and forth just to try to delay towards the market, but still allowing Sentinels to gain space. And a plant attempt. As we went for attack first and lost players towards the market side. Sassy still alive.
Zakin's your #1 player going into Madrid?
Finally successful for
Woo.
Smoked it just to help Sassy a little bit.
I was torn between a handful of players when I was submitting it for Plat Chat, but I think Zekin's a good candidate for sure. Man, I don't know. You know what I don't know if I would like it better if we had like new players and teams really popping off at Madrid, or if I would like it better if, like, for instance, Loud still just like proved why they're the GOAT team. Like, I think either story and either performance would be cool, but it's just like, it's just I mean, it's cool that we have that option, and like either of those seem plausible. My #1 player going to Madrid is Ball.
Saucy finishes the half with a whopping 15 kills and only 5 deaths, and he is dominant in the
Really? Yeah, you felt that way even before he was on XSET? That's crazy. What was it about him? I mean, was it just like his mechanics? Was it like his drive, his attitude? Was it his brain? I mean, obviously it's a mix of it, but dude, I do wish we had a touch screen to use in Pacific. Not because it looks cool, but just because, like, I think you can only use it better once you keep using it. And I would love for us in Pacific to get that experience, because I think there are good ways to use it, whether it's during a halftime segment, whether it's, you know, even just like small, you know, like I don't know if America's has it as well, right? EMEA has it for the casters where you can still like circle and stuff during the live cast. And again, you don't want to overdo it, but you don't really know how to do it well. You don't know what feels good until you get hands-on experience. The setup for the boom bot and everything is really good. What a plant though. Oh my gosh. He was already tier 1 quality. Oh, it was the skill level he had already reached plus his mentality. Really? Okay. I was my goat two-player Bala. On YouTube, yeah, I was following second and knew he would be a top player since his Phoenix 1 days. Right on.
A big push here from Sentinels though. This is going to be another war.
Continuing with the double flash combination from the initiators, but QCK's just ready for that. So not only does he stop the push from Sentinels, but that's building up his ultimate here for the later rounds, even trying to clear for more.
You know, there's something about Sentinels, like, and I felt this way at AVL as well, because when they were playing at AVL, I was like, oh, like this version of Sentinels looks like it could really go places. just because of the history of the team, I'm like, whoa, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. And then like they're doing well in kickoff, I'm like, no, I think, and then I'm like, no, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Sonic's still in B.
Sentinels set up a defensive spot. Loud needs to be in their face all the time. And again, with this composition Loud has, that has to be everybody behind QCK, right? QCK's not blast packing in. He's not dashing in.
Yeah, no, I was thinking that. It did, like, the plant location and everything. It was pretty telling. But, like, once that time passes and you hadn't made the decision to encircle elbow, then it's like, well, then it's like, Loud has it for free, really.
I wonder if they, Sentinels try a trap play right away. Go with their own with better guns than this. Yeah. Because it would be good against Loud. If Loud were to go slow on a round.
Things like that. I mean, what, Anders, in your mind, which team reads situations like that? Like, which team is able to deduce the best options most consistently? Because obviously every team that won eventually like has moments like that, right? But it's a matter of consistency, and there's regional differences. But oh my god, I thought he was gonna get the last one too.
They realize it's going to be chaos. Sen answer just is hard and weird and fast right there as Loud is trying to hit that elbow spot. Also take a little pawn control. And it is taking control to kind of organize this mess.
I'm out.
The nades that are being thrown. That first nade allowed this long peek to...
Oh. Tech pause. Okay.
Wow. That's even better. Pause. At least Loud right now still has this run it back here that they could use. They're adding that pressure on this A side to start. Even trying to see if there's going to be a push from Sentinels down towards the middle for AB link control. Sentinels on their end, though, they're looking for, once again, the first contact towards the front. Zelsis with the support and the flashes on the back of the dumpster. So they could fight back. That's all they want to do so far. When they sprayed across, they didn't hear anybody from Loud shooting back.
Deep flash drive from spawn. So Zelsis playing it very find an ascent-like. Just looking for backup from afar. Oh, Thrash to kill mid. Wait, what? Does that actually... Is he too early for that? Oh, he just gets shot. He would have died either way. Oh, that's crazy.
enough to make Sentinels worry. Thrash comes flying out from Saucy to check mid control, grabs one market, and here comes.
So he sees the location, he sees the number, and they just trap him in there. Snake bites delay. Tense's location is good. He's all alone, but it doesn't matter because he's just gonna get 3. Jeez. And I was kind of scared that Tens might, if he just gets traded 1 for 1, I would think actually Loud still has pretty good advantage here. Granted, I guess they had no post plant util, so you would have had to win your fights anyway. But it's a Death of Protocol thing. 1 mana, circle 1 flag. Right? Yeah. Whose idea was it to have the backdoor of the Pacific Analyst be a 1.6 flashbang? You know what's crazy is I didn't realize how bright it was on broadcast until, like, obviously we had tech delays and everything started to look even worse than it actually was, and everyone, you know, all the feedback started coming online. And then I was watching it on my phone and I was like, oh my gosh, it is really bright. And it's so much more the contrast of it itself, right? Going from the super dark stage and then instantly to like this bright white wall. I have no idea. Maybe they never really learned how to anti-flash, and they thought everyone deserved the same thing. So funny.
Ready with the shorty in the smoke. Snakebite keeps them at bay, but all the Sentinels are here, getting ready to flood back from that A link once again. And there he goes. Look at that utility. Everybody's hiding within the smoke. Go for a loud outside the site. Right off for kills.
I don't care about Sentinels until they sign Hiko, Simple, or Faker to their Valorant. Dude, Faker to Sentinels would blow up the world. Faker to Sentinels would be insane. I don't care for what, even as a content creator. Obviously, he's a part owner of T1, so I don't think that's going to happen, but that would be the headline of a century for sure.
It's not just kind of the 3Ks from 10. Was this Thunder? It just was these 5 rounds and bring us back to a tie game.
I've never been to the LCS arena. Is it just the Riot Games arena now? Is that what we're calling it? It does look very clean.
Under strong retake playstyle. Loud has to find a way to answer that back. How do you fight back towards the spawn? They try to play further back towards the A site and fight through after the initial utility.
Faker, Shroud, Messi, LeBron James, and Tens. The most goated roster in the history of any competition ever.
Wait, looks like this 0 point's gonna come over the top. You can see Zelsis' positioning. Loud get too caught in that. Look purposeful as well. They kind of stood exactly where they wanted to. So Viper and Breach seen on the right side of the map is what Sentinels is working with right now. Again, this wall, only 2 times since this wall was put up from Loud have they tried to work through it. Last market we saw Zekken came flying through with a showstopper, but now they're giving QCK quite a task here.
Yeah, you already see QCK working up the mid of the map. The L comes out towards the right side.
That one way's good.
They try to use his rolling thunder to hold towards the left side or flash towards the dumpster, but instead, after it sees nothing on the elbow side, they regroup and try to go for the contact play.
Looking at Sadak.
I mean, they have no command and showstopper.
At least putting 3 or 4 members in there. They have to get Kalinzine in there because the fault line.
I like that Zekken is playing close, actually, despite the rolling thunder, since he has the showstopper.
This elbow has been a priority for Loud. They set it up again, and it's going to be the 5v5. A good lurk here, however, from Tui's could just separate Sentinel's rotation.
Feels like Loud seeing here that Sentinels like to play the retake.
Because so often now teams just like, if they're able to scout it correctly, they just won't use it on the entry. Unless it's more of a desperation move. Who got the kill here? Oh, he did. Okay, so they should know.
Just around the corner, Zelsis pulls out the null command. Zekken holding all the way back towards that Boba side, where we have a late lurk from 2. He's still waiting for that opportunity to strike back behind them. But Sentinels are now running very quickly towards the A site. Showstopper to open it up. It's Planet once again for the elbow span. Wingman on the ground. Kalinzine trying to delay as he...
Oh, and Loud uses against...
There's that backstab. 2E's trying to go for the hero play. There's that first kill. It's tapped at half. There's no time. 10 gets the kill.
It's good. This is good.
Pushing forward. Just around the corner, Zelsis pulls out the null command. Zekken holding all the way back towards that Boba side, where we have a late lurk from 2. He's still waiting for that opportunity to strike back behind him.
I mean, Zekken gets the kill onto QCK, then he wraps back around, knowing that 2E's could still be mid, so that kind of ties up 2E's. But at the end of the day, it's Wingman and Showstopper to try to delay. Sadak gets a great timing. Wraps back around himself, actually.
Dirt King on that one.
Do you think Rob Moore has the connection to sign Obama as a content creator? Tarek and Obama would be kind of insane, actually.
Everything that Loud did there really hurt Sentinels. Sen tried to paranoia retake Pawn Shop into the dumpster there, and they didn't really hit anybody. They tried to retake Flash on dumpster, and all of what they needed for sight was already used by the time Sentinels got
Commit to the bit. I respect it.
Sentinels utility in a way they cannot retake. See what happens here? Spread out across the map in a default.
Now you have your ult.
Kind of pressuring with this each round.
Interest Fury.
Give Sentinels something to look at.
Couple away from Pit. Couple away from Thrash.
2 sets of footsteps there off that camera from John Cutie. And look at Sentinels. A flash over and a swing after. A quad swing coming out. And that's just being held back. Even Paranoia to try to move forward. Cowan's all the way back towards middle instead. A spray through
Ooh.
the Blaze wall to get that kill on the market.
Oh my. Sedak's camera.
He's laughing.
Dude, imagine if you do everything in your power to save your teammate. Oh man. Oof.
He's laughing.
Yeah, you can see it in the minicam too. That's so funny.
Pull back though with the numbers advantage. 5 players have worked together towards the A side, but Sentinel has a read on this. Never mind, it's a double pump. Has at the position all the way towards the B main.
Okay, so
That's a swing.
we have been missing this from Loud in these few
But
rounds. The past rounds it would be
it's a fake either way.
They were a little bit in mid, right? QCK would flash and then
Gives them the confidence.
to hit A. Loud have not been leaving breadcrumbs around the map to be able to make audio calls on a rotation or be able to make that re-rotate. And now we're seeing that come into play. Those audibles we know Sadak for in the middle to late round.
Celtics pocket snuck through, but QCK was still holding towards the billboard of the B main. A knife being thrown, that would have been huge towards that B main site where they don't have the fault line aftershock to work, but or snake bite.
Still double snake bite. Got Paranoia. Oof.
Snake bite on the ground. There's that backstab. Too good. Yeah.
That's a good wraparound from QCK.
As a matter of fact, even QCK's reflecting towards the mid side. But Sentinel's already pushing forward, spraying through the attacker smoke. Snake bite on the
I
ground.
mean, yeah, at that point you just dump the snake bites early.
Wow. What a swingy game. A few rounds here, a few rounds there, but
I want to see the.
that was close. We'll see it again. He's like, I'm not KO altered right now. You can't do that. I'm not going to be rezzed. QCK, last few rounds, I should have Sadak. Fury control site and try to clear one of those defensive positions Sen will be covering.
And that's the thing, Loud, again, they were able to play contact in the sites and use the ults on post plants instead and not have no waste.
You know, I was excited for Challengers Korea this year,
If they could continue to work the same way,
and this statement has nothing to do with Zest joining and then leaving Team I Am, but then like looking at how much more upgraded the teams are that are going to Madrid, I'm just like, man, I don't know. I feel like Challengers Korea still has such a long way to go. But the biggest thing I can hope for is that there will still be individual players that get scouted for talent, whether it's for Korean teams or whether it's, you know, for Pacific teams or whatever.
Running back here, utilized by QCK just to clear out the space towards the dumpster. The plant still comes down. A lucky kill onto Cowan's. Throws up the hat, but the plant still went down for Loud.
That's huge. Cowan's the one they want an elbow. For him to go down, this means that Sen can get back in.
Right now, the goal is to protect Sadak so that he could use his Hunter's Fury. There's that tap. Uses it out right away. And now right after, it's going to be for Loud to fight back inside the smoke. Flashes are coming through. Nades are coming across towards the smokes. As Tens is
You don't have the leisure to wrap back around, though. And the wingman is just going to stick the half.
Round 12 for Sentinels. Tens again.
You just start importing coaches better equipped for talent development. Very brutally true. I can't speak for every other region's challengers, but for Korea, it is hugely true. Is Zest going to bleed? I don't know. But, I mean, the timing seems to line up quite perfectly with all the rumors. Or the reports. I guess, I won't say rumors, reports, I guess, is the better way to put it. But
QCK with the sheriff double swing out the wall bank, forcing Celsius away. Trying to take the mission control, even shock darts thrown from Sadak to keep him back. Sentinel trying to push forward. It was being watched by Laz, so you have 3 players now contained in the A site. That said, though, with the amount of rounds that were coming back there for Loud, that one single loss now, map point for Sentinels. The economy's broken for Loud. They have to try to get something done here. Controlling maybe
that actually gets them to clear spawn.
Off the pit, using his owl drone to sell that big whip. This got the backstab over
Oh man, that was a good opportunity. Good timing from QCK, but very quick from John QT.
Still not deciding to go for the plan for less. They want to use it for Cowan's. It's been a name of the game so far, and how they're forming the arbs in the plan. Sentinels now trying to go for a 3-player retake at a disadvantage.
Still concerned about the flank. No good ways to get in. No flashes.
Early for Loud. A flash towards the market. First contact is less. Kaladin
Okay, Mosh took. Oh, yeah, Molly's to cover that angle. I mean, I don't know what more could have been done here, especially with the util and Loud.
Actually, is one of the coolest rounds.
Does IM play with the coach as the 5th, or do they have a 7? I don't know. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. Surely they have a 5th. They don't have a coach. If Sadok wins Madrid, will he rename himself? Happy time. Can't believe I chuckled about that.
Making the crowd ill.
Yep.
Making the crowd ill.
Maybe he's smile again.
9 to 12. Pop flash towards mid, possibly.
Definitely.
Yep, pop
Even
flash mid.
satchels out from Zekin. The paranoia on top of that came from 10, so try to do a trap play with the lower buy that they have on the defense for Sentinels. But again, it's the masterclass IGLing calls from Sadok, holding all the way back towards spawn.
It's wild.
Towards the extremities.
Just wild. All right, into the site here. Just 3 rounds away for Loud to secure us our OT. It's going to be a low buy from Sen. Back in the site, they're going to hunker down and try to find those close angles. It's how can Loud dislodge them. Ultimate for Kalanzine could come around. That's the ultimate plant. If they can keep Kalanzine, then they can elbow without some John Hughes.
Once again.
Ooh, they lost the breadcrumb. That's what they were leaving this time. Sadok goes down.
They have to make noise now.
I mean, they still this time Sen still has members here.
Sassy with a pistol himself, so this is a very
Because it was still a 5-man.
A flank coming behind here. A flash 10 is fully blinded. The lurk comes up from the side from left. Yeah, Sassy gets the headshot. Next thing from less. 3 players remaining from Sentinels coming back once again from the A link. 2E's now takes control for the back of the default. Gets 1 for his troubles back there. 2 versus 2. A pit out, a rolling thunder, giving a lot of chances for Loud here on the pulse plant. Camera coming out.
I mean,
to go inside the pit to fight back. Zelsis is low on HP, upgraded into a rifle. They actually have 2 rifles to work with. There's that first ability.
That's so good. The bait out.
And they have to combine and the tap on his fight.
Oh my god. That's good.
Camera coming out, forcing now Sentinels to go inside the pit to fight back. Zelsis is low on HP, upgraded into a rifle. They actually have 2 rifles to
Dude,
work with.
planting Zelsis in. Very good. And then the 0 point for the snake bite. And to check. This is good. What a way to close out the map. Yeah, there's not the same limitations, I don't think. They should be able to. Just the question is who do they get? Because I think before Zest it was, I think it was Rouge Hong, but I think he's back to playing Overwatch if I'm not mistaken. So, not quite sure. So watching this sunset, it's like,
it's gonna be way back. Says, okay, 2E's, give me that all back here. They do.
Man, if I don't think either, obviously with how they played at kickoff, I don't know if either Gen G or Paper X would be able to beat Sen on this. Granted, we didn't get to see much of Paper X because it was banned, but dude, Zelsis's stocks have skyrocketed. It's crazy. The thing is I feel like Gen G, should have a better sunset than they do now. Yeah, man, Anders keeps his secrets close. I've always wondered the same thing. But the secrets will not be found. Loud's sunset, I mean, I'm torn. Honestly, when they brought the composition for Ascent, I mean, first of all, I'm just glad, I'm just glad to see. I'm a big fan of teams that experiment and there's like good theory behind it. Like there's a good reason behind it, whether it works or not. So I'm a big fan, but the no Sentinel aspect is pretty rough. if other teams know how to punish it.
And then Loud brought out for them to capitalize on that second half. The last time these two teams met against each other.
It was wild. Sadak finished that game. The last was hard. It takes Sadak. I am so excited we get them back on split for the
Breach. Cypher. No Sentinel. Okay. Yeah, it's not, well, yeah, I didn't mean so much the composition. It's just how they're playing it. For Loud, I guess I was talking about the composition. So I guess I phrased that poorly. I don't know. I'm still torn on Sunset overall. Like, I don't know if any team's play has really captivated me where I'm like, this, like, if I were on a team, like, this is the way I would want it to play. But I think their overall macro understanding is pretty good. I think that's like the biggest thing for Sentinels this year as well, right? I think that it's just a huge thing, like the comms, the macro understanding, and therefore the individual understanding that comes from it as well. All seems to just be way upgraded than in the past. And I think that's helping unlock a lot of the individual performances as well.
They are quick. Again, no pun intended. Damn it. You're trying. Trying to take control now towards the A tower, and it's a late split for Loud as well. You see,
well, at least he's not named something. Silly. That's always a bit of a pain.
Still a player holding toward the back of the site though. Zelsis is hiding behind the map through two cages, through an orb, as Thinkbike gives his position away, trying to look for a trap through this trip. But it's Coward seeing that bracelet runs through and scores first. A 1-for-1 though as Tens is low on HP. Spike finally going down as Saucy is on that.
Dude, Saucy was so quick on that. What about Tui's though? Well, they know. Or I guess he's just checking. Do they know? Well, they know they went through. So it's just a check. Tui's does his best. Especially with ramp being taken over. It's a good check. That's the only thing they wouldn't have checked.
Swings from the elbow, and Sentinels win a pistol. Sentinels take the pistol. A lot going on in that round.
Oh, did he also make noise? Okay. I guess I didn't hear that.
A heaven and waterfall in, and then comes again the Sen retake. They gather together.
Oh, according to Zekin. Okay.
Basically, everybody meets towards the top side of sight for that flash from Saucy.
You think so? You think this is their strongest map? Sens?
On that retake, and a big play there as well. Insight from Zelsis to be able to even deny those few seconds.
Dude, I think teams that have really solid splits are very impressive.
1-4 here. Loud will slow work their wall up here towards the vent area, I believe. Saucy says not so quick.
A Sixth Sense gets the pick. That's a Sky down for the attack, but Fault Line pushes him away. Les, meanwhile, did get an entry.
That's a huge pick.
So Saucy's in a tough spot, but he's been good in this very spot before. Trying to isolate a 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, that's rough. Oh! What?
Saucy's in a tough spot, but he's been good in this very spot before.
Both from heaven, right? Okay. Jeez. I mean, yeah, where do you go from there?
That spike down out in the open, 1 versus 3, but Tui's does have a sheriff. Zelsis is low, Zekin is low. This is doable. Sunset deja vu with that nade. Ever is in these two here. 2 1-shots, and he has to connect with John Cutie twice if it's not the head. He had a lot of time to work with. A minute on the clock. Tui's still looking to move forward. 18 seconds left on the clock. There's that contact. There's one on one end. Yeah,
NT.
Saying, just give me a few more. They know they need it here against Sentinels.
Which is surprising too that Loud decided to pick the attack sign
It's
first.
completely MTB.
On this map. So now they have to try to work something. Getting a plant maybe would have helped them a little bit more in the further rounds, but at least they still have a gun round now. 3rd round on the board for split, but Tens long range with a stinger. Laser beams UCK. Wow, allows Sentinels to get the power play. That was like, oh, they're still going to be. I was going to say, that's a trap play to mid, but it really only needed the smoke to drop and Tens to be there. They were all ready to back him up, though, if it need be. Now the rotation back to a bit of a 3-2. Yeah, that's something that probably Brent would say.
NT on the guiding light.
And they do. I mean, just pushing out with a stinger as well.
But they're not biting it. Sen's not trusting it. Really, that just seemed more of a, are they at ramp yet or not? Because you still have the trap wires on B. You still had control of mid. Now you wait. Oh, Tens is actually going to have a timing here. Right as they peek out from heaven.
Win the bonus. Man, Tens picking up. You're not even gonna say, oh, he's for the ultimate. No, Tens is just heating up. That's as good as having an ultimate all the time. And he is cleaning up with that stinger. Opening kill on the round 5.
You know, I did a interview for the Youth Olympics that was in Korea
good.
like a month ago.
Once they get to the site, Vancelia, it seems like Loud needs to
Last
figure out a
year
way again to start chip
to
Sentinels
be like
get to
the
site.
in-arena caster slash
Too strong. Okay, ramp control here for
announcer.
try and pressure Sentinels to move, dislodge them from the original starting spots. And coming up
And you know, they were just like, well, like what
onto Zelsis.
which sports would you be interested in? And I was like, well, I've always really liked watching short track speed skating, and
That's crazy, Vance.
but like, I mean, Winter Olympics, like I think they're all pretty fun. Obviously, I don't know the rules to every single category, but I'd love to learn. And then they were like, oh, so like, are you cool with all the like ice rink sports? And I was like, yeah, like that sounds exciting. You know, in my head, I'm like, yeah, I get to be indoors if I get it. That's cool. And then they started asking me about hockey, and they're like, well, have you ever watched hockey? And I'm like, I have watched hockey to listen to commentary. But much more about like pacing and the way they explain things, and not really like trying to learn the sport, right? So I'm like, yeah, but I forgot to add the part where I'm like, I watched specifically to see how they commentate, and they were like, oh, could you explain to us like what these terms mean? I don't even know which ones they asked, and they just asked like 3 different terms, and I'm like, nope, I couldn't tell you. And they're like, oh, okay. I actually still got offered the job. I don't know if it would have been for hockey. Like, there was going to be an orientation anyway. But the pay was like mega low. Like, I was willing to take a low pay just to like try something new, and I thought it'd be fun. But it was like, damn. And obviously, you know, like if you're just starting off and you're trying to get into like sports casting or sports announcing and stuff, I mean, sure, the opportunity is still going to be worth it. But I was just like, I can't. And I like tried to talk with them about it. I was like, listen, like I'm not even asking for what I would normally get like on my esports job and stuff. It's just like, you know, I just want something like a little bit reasonable. Didn't happen. The interview was for both. But they wanted me for the English because obviously there's not as many English candidates. But they had, during the interview, they had me cast. I think during the interview, I auditioned short track speed skating in English, and then alpine skiing in Korean, I think. So they still had me try both. Quick check for spawn. Got the ults. Saucy still stays alive. Staying alive there is so big. Gives Zekin a chance to peek. That's a 4v3. Plus, gets some scene kills. Surely not. Okay.
They had to at that point. I mean, as the clock runs down, you don't get much more room to work. You're gonna
Iterated on it better than Fnatic did in the offseason without me. Damn, Anders. No, I think hockey is pretty sick. I just never...
Unfortunate.
I just never actually like followed it too closely enough. What is my favorite sport? Ooh, like to watch? Favorite sport to watch? Favorite sport to watch? Wait, I've watched this round. What did I... Oh, you know what? This was probably the round that was happening when I tuned in on my way to that producer's wedding. Had to have been. Because I remember seeing that showstopper. The trips are there. Oh, he gets spotted. Has to speak out. They still have mid-control. They still have control. The Saucy still goes for the flank as well. It's interesting to me that Saucy is often the one going on these flanks.
Understanding that would go into mid or from B main, they could rotate back around to mid, but Sentinels just seem to have the read after the initial play again.
Wait, your friend got offered $20 an hour to design scramjets? I mean, the thing is well, you know, obviously there's a lot to discuss here when it comes to pay for different things, etc. But I mean, I had asked around, and it just turns out that they just like literally didn't have money to hire people that basically had like good experience. And so, you know, I appreciated that they still wanted me for the job, you know, because sometimes like sports people are like, oh, like esports, like that doesn't count for anything, and that clearly wasn't the case, but they just didn't have the money to pay. And the thing is like if it was like a 1-day thing or like 2 days, like even with the low pay, I might have even done it just to be like, hey, like get to try my hand at sports, like get a little bit into that, like that's cool. But it would have been for like the entire duration of the Youth Olympics, which was like 2 weeks. So I was like, I can't do that. Probably should just prep for kickoff.
Their defensive side on split so far.
If we think back just to the round Zach and blasted into B main, we were almost about to talk.
What part of the U.S. are you from? The last time I was... Ooh. Last time I was there, I was working in LA for ESL, not English as a second language, but the esports company. But my like school days I spent on the East Coast in upstate New York, and then New York City for college. But then I was born in Ohio. I know, it gets a little complicated. But then I spent kindergarten in Korea. So we're kind of going all over the place, but basically childhood East Coast, job West Coast. That's the best way to put it.
No, okay, we see Kaunzine start crawling down the sewers and the rotation back over.
They're definitely handling this rotate back towards that B side. Seekers coming out.
Man.
Anchored inside B. That's gonna make it difficult for Zelsis. Couldn't find any surprise kills. No trap coming across on his B side hold.
Using wait, what?
Back towards that B side.
Crawling down the sewers and the rotation back over.
He lines it up right at the center of the map, huh?
As they enter A site, looks like it might be a commit to B. No, okay, we see Kaunzine start crawling down the sewers and the rotation back over.
They're definitely gambling this rotate back towards that B side.
Smart.
Seekers coming out just to keep those players anchored inside B. That's gonna make it
Aussie football? Wait. Aussie football as in which language are we speaking? What's Aussie football? Are we talking like football like soccer football? Are we talking no rugby? Is that what we're I'm so confused. Any recommendations for gaming series film for a 16-hour flight? I think you should take a 16-inch you know what, you can even do it with like a, you know what, take like a portable 11-inch monitor and a PS5, and you should play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. 16 hours? You'll get like a quarter of the game. That's not bad. Aussie football is its own thing? Wait, really? It's like an actual thing? Oh, I'll have to check it out. Aussie football, Australian football, huh? Rugby with soccer.
There's a check, making sure the Viper wall that just went up and down from Les did not provide any movement. A 1-3-1. A lot of options for Loud here. They can actually call any audible they want. A very flowing strat to go through Pen or
You know, this year, one of the reasons I'm like trying to do just more co-streams and... Wait, oh. What? Oh, he just... Wow. Right before the rocket lands. Trying to do more co-streams and then just like VOD reviews and just talking about the game a lot more on stream as well, is because I actually really like during live cast, like you can be wrong, like it'll happen during a live cast, but I want to always have a reason for the teams and players' choices, right? Because I think so often it's hard even if you actually know all the knowledge, right? During a live broadcast and a live game, as things are happening in front of your face and you can't go back and you can't rehash it, etc. Which is why, honestly, I'm sure as viewers you guys are very happy that the analysis test segments are very short, but I am kind of sad that got cut down, because I think we could have done so much more with it. I feel like we could have done so much more with analyst desk segments. Because it's hard to do it live. But the other thing is there's
For something like that, honestly.
like I refuse to believe there's that much luck involved, right? I mean, sure, like you go for, listen, if you're spraying a smoke and you get a headshot, right? It's like the last bullet hits a headshot. Okay, sure, there's like a little bit of chance involved there, but the fact of the matter is you were spraying the smoke, and you were probably spraying it for a reason, right? Things like that. Or if you're like turning around on a timing. For instance, the very ending to Gen G versus Paper X, Texture is on Bind. He's looking into the site from CT, and then he's literally just not moving. He's staring at that door, and right before, who was it? Was it Monette? Right before Monette turns the corner on elbow, he shifts his view to the right. And I refuse to believe that that is luck. That's a timer, right? In my head, that's a timer that he has, that nothing has peaked. So there's this chance. So he's going to check for that. And then either, if he didn't find him, he would have either pushed elbow or pushed into the site. But there's always going to be a reason. And I don't have to be able to, obviously you're not going to have time during a live cast to always mention every single reason, like cause and effect, because then it'll just get way too long and probably actually not that exciting for a lot of viewers. But I also don't ever want to find myself saying like, wow, like he gets lucky, etc. This comes from also speaking to some coaches and, you know, kind of picking their brain as well. And, you know, I asked the question of like, what's something that you really hate hearing on a cast? And they're like, well, saying that they got lucky, right? Which I've never liked that, but I find myself using it every now and then kind of as a crutch, right? If something happens, and sometimes it's to make it more entertaining, but at the same time, I'm like, no, there's better ways to make that entertaining than saying either you got lucky or like by chance or somehow. Like I don't ever want to say like somehow he like does this, and it's like, wow. Unless I'm doing it as like I can't believe he did that, right? Like for instance, like Zekken gets 2 in B Heaven. I'm like, wow, like I can't believe he actually managed to get 2. But it's like, you know, it didn't just happen as a twist of fate. So that's something I really want to work on. Yeah, like spraying the smoke is also that, or it's to get information, or it's to delay. Like there's always a cause and effect. Anyone playing at the VCT level, no one playing at the VCT level is just going to be like, oh, I don't know why I'm doing this, but I might as well try. Like, you know, that's not going to happen. Sure, teams like Paper X will often say like, well, we like decided to send it, but there's still a reason behind it. You know what I mean? Granted, yes, sometimes Alex is the coach who will tell his players to turn their brain off and just go and fight. But again, like there is a reason for every action and intuition.
Giving him much more room to play with here. What do they have too? They could Viper bite elbow and try to make their.
Well, yeah, the thing about analyst test segments is if you're going to do it longer, it has to be done well. Absolutely. Wow.
We said Sentinels somehow gets these insight sticks on the defuse. They take the site with members of the opposing team still alive to force them out of their position where they feel safe. That was
okay. Listen, I'm gonna be very honest. First of all, I'm gonna play the safe card here and say that I didn't actually watch that many of Carmine Corp's games last year, mostly because the small tidbits I did see were enough to persuade me to not watch too many of their games last year. But what I'm trying to say is, again, you don't have to explain everything, but what I want to say is I don't want to undermine things by accident, right? It's okay if I don't know. Like, that can happen. I think I mean, I'm going to always strive to not be in that position, but, like, that could happen. Or, you know, maybe I have the wrong read while I'm casting live. Like, that can happen. But I don't want to ever say something that unintentionally undermines the team and the player. Right? For instance, like let's say they go for an execute and they just like all get mowed down. I don't want to ever make it sound like either the team just full sent it without considering the options, nor you know that they were just like, well, like they just sprayed and they happen to get like 5 kills. Like I don't ever want to undermine it accidentally, right? There has to be a reason, and there can be bad choices, there can be mistakes from one team. But also, if the other team wins off of that, then they're punishing those mistakes as well, right? So like, there's always a way to look at it, in my opinion.
think we've seen it before, but it's uncommon to see a team be able to play to their win condition so much. And
What's your favorite game to cast and watch?
They're able to switch something so slightly, and it keeps the flow going. Look at that. That's Man's getting a head scratch.
Watching used to be Dota 2. Probably Valorant now. But part of that's because I haven't actually watched Dota 2 in so long. I love watching Dota 2. Dota 2 is very fun to watch. Dude, Sen is so fluid on this map. They're like thorough at the same time.
Things are looking good here for Loud on the post plant. A high-low stack now towards the dumpster. Paranoia and Flash coming through. The high-low is good, but that first pick, translator trade it back, looking left and right, through the work to get the pick. But John Cutie now in a clutch situation. Remember that TP I talked about before? Not even needed this time around. Coward's winning his 1v1, allowing the half to finish 9-3.
They finally get that third round, and again, it is a huge one.
Besides Shin, they had no idea what way to do the flow. I think Anderson was for this kickoff were some of the best. He avoided the frequent postmortem. So look at this cool thing from this half, and instead put the last games. And the team and framed the next half map was quite nice. Oh man, I would love to have. I would love to do segments like that. Not, you know, again, I'm not trying to say that I can do it better or whatever. It's just a matter of like. That's the type of content we should do, and you should set your analysts up for success. And if they don't do it well the first time, they should get the opportunity to keep building on it. You should also have the resources to do that. Now, I will say this: in any country in Pacific, one of the reasons this is kind of hard is because there's a language barrier. There's always going to be a language barrier between the English broadcasters and the production, right? Some countries are mostly English speaking, so it gets a little bit easier, but like especially in Korea, you know, like we can get through a meeting by like speaking Konglish, but it's a pain to try to get something to work. Been supporting APAC and Dota for 10 years and they never win once. Yeah, I mean, I guess running and gunning and you get a stray headshot, or let's say if you're running and gunning and you get like 3 headshots in a row, fine. Maybe there's a little bit of luck there. or there's randomness. But I think luck is a bad word to use on casts.
Loud's put up. The Sentinels will have to weave through a bit if they do want to take a female control. Jump peaks to come through. Yeah, Sadak would love to save those guiding lights for Trailblazers.
Yeah, Sentinel wins that one rather. QCK and Sadak low on that HP, and even Sentinel's resetting in the mid-round.
No, I will not be at Madrid for Masters. I've actually never gotten to go to a Master Champions because in the past I was casting in Korean on the Korean side. But this year I don't know if I'll be doing that. I don't think I'll be doing that. So I'm looking to either ideally co-stream in English, but if not, co-stream in Korean for the Korean audience. But that would be on the Naver platform.
Punishing that push from Loud. Already a 5 on 3 as the Satchels comes in, and we'll have a secure plant for Sentinels in the second pistol split.
Yeah, segments like that though that Anders mentioned, that's sick. I mean, because here's the thing is that like during an actual cast of a game, also you don't have that much time to like set all this up, right? You can't. It's so hard. There's a way to do it, but I think Valorant's a very hard game to find the right balance of setting up like what to expect so that it hits for the viewers, right? Either it happens and you're like, damn, that was sick, or it doesn't happen and you're like, whoa, they did something different, or it fails and you're like, damn, like the other team did something well. The timing to set that up between the casters while still explaining what's happening on screen and then still breaking down what just happened in the past, like that's very hard. Valorant's one of the hardest games, I think, to find that balance. From all the games I've worked on, I think it is one of the hardest games to find the right pacing. And I think certain rounds, certain maps, certain casters have found moments of it, but I don't think any caster globally has like found the right balance for an entire match. And then obviously there's also like storytelling depending on the match itself. Like if it's a grand final, things like that. Like there has to be this balance, and there's going to be a shift depending on the teams that are playing and the players, etc. But it's so hard. So to be able to do that during like halftime, in between maps, things like that, that's huge. That's massive. That's such good production. I did not realize they were doing that at America's during kickoffs. That's crazy good. That's so valuable.
A quick take by Sen with a little bit of pressure around the map, knowing what rotations might be coming through, and just playing this wall a little bit.
And that small pressure that you mentioned rather towards that B side, kept Sadak the whole round pretty much. For a couple of seconds before he actually rotated back with the rest of the team to move in this A side for the attempt at the retake. That will get
Was it all 13 threes?
Saucy in the process. Yep. Pulling those
Even harder than... Well, okay, so Overwatch is actually one of the few games that I just, like, absolutely did not work on a single time. Like, in any capacity. So I cannot compare to Overwatch. However, some of the Korean casters for Valorant have worked on Overwatch. And they have also said that Valorant is the hardest game they've ever casted.
At the start, 2 Buckies going in for Loud here, trying to play it close to the chest and hopefully get some of these angles right on top of Sentinels. They're going to work the wall still with a bit of hesitation on the left side of the map to see if Loud wants to push.
Even picking it out.
Yeah, that's going to be one
So,
of the big things coming into the gun round.
but they said it for the same reasons, right? It's about finding this balance. It's about the mental stack that casters also need to have, which, I mean, for any game, it's usually the same that the players need to have, etc. And things like that. But it's like the combination of all that and the speed and tempo of the game, etc. Love a good Bucky round. Ooh. You know, it's things like that, like the simple movements like that. Like, that's not worth breaking down in a segment, but, like, that's the type of movement that helps you win these.
What a second round. Are they really going to steal this away?
Not at this point.
No,
Only
just dwindled.
Paranoia, though. Might have an opportunity to isolate one, but it's a double swing right after. Nice little beat here, allowing to get the killing. And at least stop the pressure that Loud was almost converting down the 50.
That got sketchy.
Yes, buy time is so short. Yes, that's the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing. Because it's like you have to choose. But then, like, if we're also... Because I think replays are good, but sometimes, so I think it's... So what I was trying to experiment with kickoff, and I actually don't like the result of it. I didn't really like my casting at kickoff. Granted, again, we each only had like 3 days, but is sometimes you just have to let things like the replay just play in the background, right? It's just there for visual appeal, and you just kind of let it go. But again, even if the replay wasn't there, like Andrew said, the time itself is so short. Because again, like, you have to pick and choose. Do I know what happened in the last round, or like the tendencies of this team? But does that change because of the buy and the ults that they have? And then you're looking at the buys. Is there anything to note for the buys? But if there's a replay going on, and sometimes, which, by the way, for any production, please, it doesn't have to be a touch screen. Just please give the casters a second screen to always have the game on, because it is the worst feeling to be watching a replay trying to wonder what the buy is, or the util situation is for one of the teams. Like, if there is going to be this option of choice.
But it's still map point, though, nonetheless, for Sentinels.
Map point with Icebox in the mix next. See this play once again.
TCI Jailing was originally me trying to systemize how to use buy time. Honestly, I think there's especially for a game like Valorant, I think
they have so many options, so many I don't think we've really seen the same round from Sen here on attack as they've been moving from that 9-3 score line.
I think you need a good heavy dose of like IGLing capacity to cast well. Obviously, again, casting is a different color of it. Again, you need to find the right ways to portray it, and a slightly different balance, but yeah, the time efficiency, and the biggest thing is basically picking and choosing what you think is the most important information, right? What's the information? And that's the part where maybe the focus is a little different from a player in the server versus a caster to the viewers, of like, is this really going to create the best moment for the viewer? I think is also slightly different. But at the core of it, the system is the same. It's the choice you make afterwards that's going to be a little different between like IGLing and calming versus...
Loud doesn't even know.
Just because of that pick that allows that pick to happen for a second as one was falling back. Now players are full.
We're going to start much of a kingpin for the round. Saucy fakes towards B main. Seekers are out, and they're going to start moving here.
30 seconds left.
There it is. Oh, absolutely ridiculous. They're so far behind enemy
Oh.
and they're going to start moving here.
30 seconds left.
There it is.
He just shoots through the screen, huh?
Absolutely ridiculous. They're so far behind enemy lines. Loud doesn't even know. Moving here. Big kingpin. There it is. Oh, absolutely ridiculous. They're so far behind enemy lines. Loud doesn't even know.
Just because of that pick that allows that pick to happen for a second as one was falling back.
And people harp on Nobody for his sky lurks. I know it's a little different. personally, I'm a big fan of Nobody's Crazy Alerts as well.
It's looking like a done deal. He's even walking the whole time.
Still can't believe the Dota style of casters having their own POVs and a broadcast POV isn't the norm. Well, I think it is probably for like international tournaments, and I'm gonna imagine with all the tools that they have for like VCT Americas and maybe EMEA, like that is the norm. And we did have that last year for VCT Pacific, but like every now and then you have events that don't have that. And it gets a little tough. Yeah. Scoreboard during tag timeouts is also... Yep, no. Yeah, it's one of the worst when you're co-streaming. Absolutely agree. What do you think Gen G has to do extra and additionally to win Masters? So I think the thing is there's a bit of a... Well, okay, assuming that they had the time to do all of it. The thing is they're relying so much on their trading potential, and they set themselves up for success when it comes to trading, right? So anytime they think there is going to be contact, they are always set up to trade. The only person that is almost ever seen going on their own is Meteor, and then I didn't put this in my video because I didn't want to single them out, but sometimes Lakia when he shouldn't be. But the only time you'll really see that in Gen G's games at kickoff is Meteor when he is specifically lurking. And even Meteor, what I was really impressed about, the reason I do think Meteor is one of the biggest reasons they won, granted Texture had an amazing performance, is because his constraint was so good. Like, he used to be on this team where he felt he always had to just push out and get kills on his own and open things up with frags. And now on the Sentinel, he seems to really understand his position of, I am here to gain information. Whether it is by contact or not is not up to me, right? So he'll always position himself like there's a moment on Icebox where he just comes down far enough on tube to be able to hear footsteps coming out of garage. And he just knows exactly that range to stop, listen, here's the footsteps, give the call to his teammates to rotate. It's things like this where it's like, I'm not going to peek out and try to get the kill. I'm just going to make sure that we're set up for better success when the contact happens. So things like that are great. The only problem is that leads to a lot of rounds that end messy, right? Where you're not snowballing your econ super hard. And then at an international level, that one, you're not going to have as much margin, I think. So to me, it's more of I do think they need a couple more like micro set plays, right? Like smaller util chain where you can get like more impactful space that's not the actual site. I do think they need a little bit more of that. They have some good util chaining if you watch. It's not like elaborate DRX style set plays where it's like you throw 7 different pieces of util and it all lands in exactly different corners and it clears the entire site purely by util. It's not that. But they do have they have decent lineups. Their timings on their flashes are really good for the most part. I can only really think of like one round where actually 2 rounds where the timing between texture pushing out and a flash drive doesn't really work out, but like the timing between the dizzies and the flash drives, things like that, or something like the 0 point to distract and things like that to draw aggro, those are all pretty good. But the thing is they rely so much on staying grouped and then going right up to the starting line and then using their utils to get into the site. But I think at an international level, you're not going to have as much freedom to do that. Or you're not always going to come out on top of the trades every time, right? So I think having a little bit more of that, understanding which spaces are going to be more impactful, and then again, don't dump all your util just to take that space. But again, like they're not a set play heavy team, so it's not like you need to save every piece of util to get into the site anyway. Try to find that balance. I think that's a big thing, and I do think that's probably what they're working on. My only fear is it enough time for their players to get used to having that mental stack of utility while still having the mental stack and habit of trading and staying grouped. Right? If this is well trained enough, if the whole trading aspect is well trained enough, then it's just a matter of adding this. But if this was like you had to consciously be trying for this and it was a struggle for them to really get through that on the finish line, then adding this could actually ruin the former part that Genji was good at. So, yeah, you should ban split against Sentinels. Listen, Challengers Korea is going to start here in a little bit, so I do want to do a tier list of Masters Madrid, so we'll be doing that here in a second. But I'm excited. I'm excited to see how Sentinels does. I'm also excited to see if Loud's going to show up a little different. I don't know if they'll change comps, but I think they might. Tier list content is always the best. I'm about to let all you know the greatness of Fun Plus Phoenix. All right, let me get this set up here. Tier list maker. Surely there's already a template, yes? VCT 20. Oh, there's a lot. VCT 2024 Masters Madrid. Oh, this one's got the. All right, we're gonna change the names though. Wait, is it all the teams? EDG, FPX, Genji, Carmine Corp, Loud, PR, Sentinels, Heretics. Yes. Okay. Cool. Where's my scene? Let's record this as well. Well, 5 tiers. No, that's way too many. We only have 8 teams anyway. And all top 4. Do we just want to do 3 tiers? Is 3 tiers too little? Should we do 4? you think Sadak might be a little too deep in the sauce? I think they could be, but I mean, I also, while that could be true, I'm willing to have just enough faith that, like, it's early on in the year that they could be in the sauce and they'll pull themselves back out. Just wanted to give some positivity and say you're definitely my favorite announced competitive voice in Val with your insight in the Pacific region. Oh, thanks. Uzi. No, Uzi. Appreciate it. Zelsis believes Loud saving a lot of strats, but winner top for bot for winless. Oh, winless is so brutal though. Do I really think anyone's in Copium tier? That's because you put FPX in Copium tier, isn't it? Let's make that blue. Make that green. Gold. Okay. All right. Are we recording? Great. Cool. All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome. It's time for another tier list as we get ready for VCT 2024 Masters Madrid, our very first international tournament between all the partnered leagues of 2024. And this time it includes China getting through their own VCT China kickoff. So that's exciting as well. Now we're all on the same level playing field. And of course, we're going to have 8 teams. It is a bit of a smaller tournament than we're used to for Masters. But if you're looking at the team logos at the bottom of your screens, then you'll already notice that it's looking to be pretty exciting. Lots of new faces and of course, lots of new players as well. Now, I'm a little torn because I do think this is the first Masters in a long time where really anything could happen. I don't think it's going to be like a crazy thing. I don't think any team is going to be that team that wasn't supposed to go on a run and they win. I think every team has pretty good potential, but at the end of the day, we're still going to have some teams that we favor a little bit more and maybe not. So let's start a little bit simple. And let's first put all the teams that ended up winning their own region and see how things look. Okay, let's make this simple, a little bit easier for myself, and we'll go from here. So it's a little crazy that RQ isn't listed here because they absolutely should be winning it all, but that's a story for another day. All jokes aside, honestly, some of these seem a little flipped, right? If you're looking at the history of the teams and some of the remaining members, etc., obviously, Loud continues to be one of the most consistent teams in the world. You look at Paper Rex, who were the reigning 2023 VCT Pacific champions, and then you look at EMEA, and it's like neither of these teams anyone really had ever put at the top of their predictions and tier lists for the entire last year and a half. So that's kind of crazy. But let's talk about the regions individually. So first of all, Sentinels and Loud, I think, I personally not surprised that it was these two teams. I am impressed that Sentinels won it all, but I am not caught off guard by it. I think they've been playing really well, and I think they have, again, I don't know the exact proportion of calls, but honestly, I'm just going to give the credit to John QT because I think the calls and the reads of the overall, like within each round, are so very good from Sentinels, and therefore, it's not a surprise that they're able to come out on top. Obviously, Loud, they come up with their own little comps and new ideas, and it's still doing very well for them. So they're always a force to be reckoned with. But Sentinels on top, not surprising. EDG versus FPX, I have some thoughts on this that I know differ from a lot of people. I actually think Fun Plus Phoenix had a bit of a choking problem in the finals, and I think it very well could have at least gone to 5 maps, if not FPX winning it. And I'm not talking about, everyone likes to talk about the round on Breeze where FPX goes to the wrong bomb site. I think there's plenty of reasons of why that happened. They did go to the wrong bomb site, but I think there's plenty of reasons of why that happened. But I don't that's not the reason they lost, right? If anything, that round happening is kind of a testament to, I think they have a bit of a problem of closing things out. But at the same time, that just goes to show that EDG perhaps just consistent enough to still be the kings of China. But throughout the year, I think we could see more contention for China. We will also say FPX plays with their own wonky comps. They play very high-risk Valorant, which is why I like them. But I will also admit for tier lists and predictions, that does mean they're much more unstable. So we'll keep that in mind. Genji and Paper Rex. Just got done doing a whole breakdown of Gen G's success during kickoff, and going back and looking at it through VODs, I'm actually not surprised now, obviously in hindsight, that Gen G won. I don't think it's like a, wow, I still can't believe they won. Now having gone through it, I'm like, oh, it makes sense why Gen G won. It makes sense why they were able to become the champions of Pacific for kickoff. Just really, really good fundamentals and understanding of trading and basic FPS philosophy, right? Of if we have more numbers and we have the aim, so they are believing in the strength that they have the individual pieces that have really good aim, so then they're playing to that strength of, well, no matter the situation, we should always be in a position to trade out and come out on top in numbers. Now, the question is that going to work on an international stage? Remains to be seen. Meanwhile, Paper X, listen, there were parts that looked a little shaky. I think they're still trying to work out exactly what their new color is going to be with Monette. Seems like maybe some comps and things like that could be something they have to consider. So I think they're a little, I think they're shakier than they were for the majority of last year, but by no means a weak team. Now, Carmine Corp and Team Heretics watched a decent amount, but I'm going to admit not like every single match that they have played. But I will say I am mega impressed by Carmine Corp. I think their understanding of not just basic FPS fundamentals, but Valorant fundamentals, their understanding of the maps, the util, the timings, seems to be so good. It seems to be so good. Like, they just seem like a really solid team. And then their understanding of their own compositions and the advantages and disadvantages and things like that. So I'm just putting that out there. I'm pretty hyped up for Carmine Corp. I think Team Heretics, while they looked strong and some, obviously they had a cleaner run going up to the finals than Carmine, to me, Heretics seemed to be more in the they were a stronger team. Like the firepower, etc., was good. Not saying that they didn't have like strats or anything like that, but it was much more like impressive moments from Team Heretics, in my opinion, than Carmine Corp. And maybe that's just because like the play-in teams like Gen G and Carmine Corp, they had to play so many maps. So that could be it, right? Where we're seeing them kind of become forged by fire. Same thing with Sentinels. So that could be a little biased there as well. All right, well, now let's take a look. Someone in chat saying, hot take. My hot take is that Team Heretics has the best sunset in the world. In the world? Actually, their sunset is pretty good. We do. Honestly, if we're doing this legitimately, we should probably consider all the map pools, etc., but we're not going to go that deep, okay? Listen, if you've been here for my tier list before, you know a lot of it is just by feel. So, okay, we're gonna start with some simple things. We're debating for FPX, and I don't think EDG is, honestly, I don't know if EDG is strong enough to be considered like a team that I expect to see in the finals. I'm like kind of torn on this, because here's the thing. I think if EDG is going to be up here, I almost want to put FPX up here. I think China overall is going to continue to get very strong. I think they're already at a pretty scary level. But the only thing that is putting a division between these two for now, for me, is just I think FPX just has less consistency. I think they have less consistency that no matter the circumstances of like the score line, the condition of that day, etc., they're not able to like really pull it together. Whereas EDG seems to be able to. But in my head, I actually like the theory behind FPX. Like their movement and their reads, I enjoyed more than EDG. So a little torn. Personally, I think regardless of the comps and what happened at America's kickoff, Loud, for now I'm going to put them on. It's just so hard to bet against Loud. And I've done it before and I've been on the wrong end. So, yeah. We'll leave them up here for now. And Carmine Corp's kind of my like, yo, I'm really hyped for this team, so I'm really gonna big them up here for the tier list. Now, the Pacific teams, PaperX and Gen G. So, listen, if I'm gonna ride the story and the hype of Gen G, I don't think it's crazy to imagine Gen G being in the finals, but like, I do think it's like cool, right? If Sentinels or Loud make it to the finals, I'm not like, wow, that's so cool. I'm just like, hell yeah, these teams are really strong. Whereas if Gen G made the finals, I'd be like, damn, that's so cool. And maybe that's because I'm from Pacific and we've been starved for like a good representation for a long time, despite PaperX and DRX always being like consistently top 4. But I don't know if Gen G's making it. At that point, maybe that's not fair though. Man, but at that point, then who's bottom 4? We've got freaking 7 teams in the top. Okay. Listen, tier list, not actual prediction, tier list. I'm actually going to put Paper. I don't listen. It's not that I doubt the team's overall potential. I think PaperX will become a top 4 team in the world throughout this year. But I think PaperX for Masters Madrid, they're not going to quite figure it out consistently enough. And if that's the case, it's hard because EDG doesn't have any roster changes. And at the end of the day, the aim of all members of EDG are so reliable that like it's kind of in some way similar to Gen G. But I guess if I'm comparing them to Gen G, I do think Gen G has a more solid theory behind how they're playing and why they're playing it. So I guess at that point, it's just in my mind, I feel like China should be rated pretty high for this event. I don't know. A lot of people looked at the EDG versus FPX finals and thought, man, China's still so far behind Valorant in Valorant. And I watched that and I'm thinking, man, I actually think they're going to look really strong like this year. And maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm thinking on a macro level. That I hate to do it, but if I'm going to have 4 tiers, I just want everyone to know, if I had to pick one player that I'm cheering for at Masters Madrid, it is the IGL of FPX. It is Berlin. All right. I think this dude has some great ideas. I think he is a mad scientist. And one day he's going to see the light. But that is my copium. That is my copium. And just for all you RQ haters, this is different from RQ. I solidly believe that RQ can still become a top 3 team of Pacific. But FPX is a little bit of copium. I just want to put that disclaimer out there. There is a difference. If we're putting FPX down there, it's so hard to rate. Again, I haven't watched all of their maps, so I can't really speak to it. Only watched the last 2 matches really that Heretics played, but it's hard for me to gauge if I'm kind of torn between, basically, because I have a pretty good understanding of why I'm putting Gen G in top 4 and why EDG in bottom 4, right? So I'm kind of torn. Am I looking Heretics more similar to Gen G, or am I looking at them more similar to EDG, right? The firepower definitely seems to be there, although perhaps that's a little bit of momentum and things like that as well. But again, if you're just relying on firepower and it's just like individual firepower, but across the entire team, I don't think that's as reliable as firepower that you're then setting up for success. For instance, like Paperix used to be like that last year, where, you know, we all like to joke about W Gaming, but there was a very clear way that they were playing to really maximize their strengths of aggression. This year, they haven't really found the right balance yet by adding in Monette, going through a couple row changes. You know, the meta has shifted, especially things like the Sky nerf, etc. Seems to have made them try to consider more different options, things like that. So that's why I would put them here. With Heretics, I'm not sitting here and saying that I didn't see things at a team level, but at the same time, I do think that perhaps not enough. Now, I know that Carmine Corp comes back and just wins the grand final. Yes, that's true. But does that really mean there has to be a gap like this big? I'm not so sure. And then, yes, it is also a hometown crowd, right? Which, by the way, I think is a huge effect. I think it's massive. Like, even if there's no strong bias, there's always going to be an effect. But that's more like a prediction. For ranking, the 2 I'm currently not sure about would be... Oh, can I not take them off once I put them on the board? Clearly, I haven't done enough tier. I'm not a tier list pro. I think I'm cool with Sentinels. It sounds crazy, but I think I'm cool with Carmine Corp just because of the history of the team. But I think the way they play, and then you look at the players they have, you look at what they were able to accomplish, you look at the coaching staff, you look at to me, the greatest teams in the world are the teams where you can watch it and you can see the thought of the coaches, the players, the IGLs, right? To me, those are the teams where if it just oozes through their gameplay, that's damn, this team's good. If you're kind of having to be well, is it do they just have really good clutches? Things like that, that's when it's well, they're very skilled, but I don't know if they're a great team. Just ask yourself if Heretics would beat the teams above it in a best of 3. No. Oh, but see, that's where things get a little weird. It's hard with Carmine Corp, but I do think in a best of 3, not a best of 5, right? Because it's all best of threes to get to the finals. That's a good way to look at it. In a best of three. In a best of three? Put it in relative order as well. Man, poor FPX. But then I would say EDG... I mean, they did. See, that's the thing. Heretics did beat Carmine Corp in a best of three. But do I think they... See, this is where things get weird. Because do I think Gen G could like confidently beat Sentinels in a best of three? Not like there's a chance, but do I think they're favored in a best of three? No. And with Carmine Corp, let's just assume. Let's say I'm saying no. But do I think Heretics could confidently beat Gen G in a best of three? Also no. But did Heretics beat... Obviously, there's matchups. But okay, let's not consider the matchups. Oh, man. Now people are going to think I hate Paper Rex. But I don't. I love Paper Rex. I think Paper Rex is a great team. And this just makes me sound even weirder. But... yeah, best of threes get a little iffy. I actually almost think Carmine Corp might be like favored in a best of five. And in some ways, same to Sentinels. Sentinels, Carmine Corp, Loud, Gen G, Heretics, Paper X, EDG. This might be... Oh, yeah, it's like paper... But it's like, if I'm putting Loud in top four, Paper X probably should be top four. You had a team that bombed out versus Gen G twice, beating them. Telling you, if RQ had simply won against Gen G, they would be on this board right now. Here's the thing: is I just can't shake the feeling that I think Paper X, the same. Listen, I used to rate Paper X's W gaming very high. People used to be like, well, they just like W key. They just went off of aim. I didn't think so. I really don't think so. But the thing is, currently, I don't think they've found the right balance. And I think that makes them very unstable, which is why I would put them in a bottom four. Right? Obviously, they've beaten Gen G in a best of three. It's this kind of same story as Heretics and Carmine Corp, right? Paper X beat Gen G in the groups 2-1. And then they lost 3-1 in the finals, right? And, same thing with Heretics. They beat Carmine Corp, but... The thing is so it's not saying, I'm not saying that obviously it can't happen, but I think Paper X is unstable enough. Heretics is where I'm torn. Mini Boo's pretty good though. But again, that's an individual player, right? To me, that's a player who can punch. They have players who can help punch above their weight. But I think this is it. So to me, let's just explain it, all right? To me, the teams that I think are at the top are teams where, again, you can see their gameplay, like you can see their theory and their fundamentals and their philosophy through their gameplay. They're moving around the map, their understanding of timings, and it doesn't rely on like a single person having to do it, because then it's always going to be late. There's going to be rounds where you miss it, but it's the team kind of all being on the same page. They have the right ideas. They understand what their win conditions are. They are looking to always make that win condition happen, etc. Now, again, if you watched my Gen G breakdown video, Gen G has that, but I think their win condition is kind of limited, and I don't know if it's good enough to beat the international stage, at which point I think they struggle to win consistently against the top teams who seem to have a deeper depth of things like protocols and fundamentals. Now, Loud, I would say part of it is I think they have the right players and the brains to do that, but perhaps it's their comps, right? Personally, I'm a big fan of their compositions and I'm a big fan of their experiments. I don't think it's quite perfected yet. I think, there are obviously very clear weaknesses and strengths to the comps that they've showed during kickoff, but whether they change that or not, like if they change it, sure, they could always bump up. I don't think you could ever fault anyone for putting Loud up in the top category, just, again, given the roster, the history, and the way they've been able to play and grow through Valorant. But I think for a overall consistency level, we're looking at top 4. That level where they have good understandings, but what they're trying to do may have harder limits than what Sentinels and Carmine Corp showed us during their games. What Sentinels and Carmine Corp showed us during their games is basically, even if our composition is outmatched, or even if, things like that, or we're down numbers, or we don't have ultimates and they have ultimates, their philosophy still revolves around, we always have this win condition. We always have a way to make this an advantage. Whereas Loud and Gen G, a little bit more like, well, this is our idea and we know how to make this work very well, and you are always setting it up for advantages, but there are some limits to what they can do. Then we've got Heretics, EDG, Paper X. These are teams that all have like a mix of both, right? And the ratios are going to be slightly different. But first of all, obviously, all very strong teams and very strong players. And they had some good moments. They have some good understandings, but not consistently enough to my liking across all their games. Now, again, this has nothing to do with their actual win record, right? So it's much more about what did the gameplay look like even during their wins. And then FPX is simply, I think the best way to actually look at a team like FPX and this type of tier in a Masters tournament, when like every team they're the best of the best, right? So clearly they're all very strong. But the best way to look at a team like this and this 4th tier anytime at an international tournament is if things go right, like they could blow up. Right? Like they have ingredients that could really just explode onto the scene. They have some ideas that can really catch others off guard, etc. But it's also so unstable, and they haven't proven that they have the mental consistency to stay in the game and be consistent enough across all 5 players to really hang with the best of the best. So we're going to put them there. Personally, I'm pretty excited to see what FPX shows us. I think they could make some noise, but again, I think it would be considered noise rather than yeah, that's cool, all right, let's keep going type of situation. Okay, I think that's it. I think this is going to be my tier list. After much consideration, the hardest one for me, again, was Team Heretics, I think. Team Heretics and maybe Paper Rex. But we look at overall their kind of relativity within their own region and then what I saw from the other teams. This is going to be it. Who's going to win it all is the question from chat. Who's going to... Well, we're doing predictions on top of a tier list. I like doing tier lists because I feel like I don't have to make predictions during my tier list. But if we had to pick one team, who do I think is going to be the Masters Madrid champions? It can only be the absolute best team in the world. It's going to be Sentinels. It's so hard to pick, but I'm going to go with Sentinels. Well, RRQ would be, but listen, the format really screwed up. No, I'm not. I'm just kidding. No, I'm going to put my eggs in the Sentinels basket. But I will say this. It's honestly simply because I've seen more of Sentinels starting from the offseason. That's literally the reason. I think my brain says Carmine Corp, but I think my heart says Sentinels. So I'm going to go with Sentinels. Sentinels is going to win it all. Sentinels is going to win it all. And it's going to be a grand final versus Carmine Corp. And that's going to be crazy hype. Okay. You know what? I actually feel okay. Yes, there's always going to be, different opinions. But if you have a different opinion, let me know down in the comments below. Which teams would you change? Who do you think is going to win it all? I'm going to go with Sentinels. No, I'm not trying to farm for clout because they farm their own clout anyway. But I do think Sentinels looks really strong. I think Sentinels fans are finally seeing some light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe you're already out of the tunnel. honestly, because you won kickoff in a very, very strong fashion, in my opinion. So I think that's very promising. Quite frankly, Carmine Corp fans are probably really smelling, the flowers at the end of the tunnel right now after such a rough year last year. So I'm very happy for them. But at the end of the day, listen, this Masters Madrid, as many people have said, I think is one of the toughest to call. But I think there are going to be slight divisions, and this is how I'm going into it. This is going to be my expectations going in, and then we will see how each team performs based on their expectations. So once again, if you enjoyed this, make sure you leave a like on the video. And of course, I would really appreciate it if you do leave a comment as well, as that helps. And also just share your thoughts. I'd love to hear it, especially from the EMEA teams, because again, I didn't watch as many matches from them. Let me know what you think about the rankings of the EMEA teams. And if you haven't yet, please subscribe to the channel as well. That's going to be it for this week, and we'll be back next week with more VCT content. Thought this man was going to say RRQ. Listen. I am a realistic man. I know a lot of people don't think so. All right, chat. What are we all thinking? I saw a little bit of some opinions here. But what are we all thinking? My big question for you, chat, is how do you feel about my Team Heretics position here? Is anyone putting Team Heretics up here? I should save a screenshot of this. Anyone in chat putting Team Heretics all the way? You would change Team Heretics to Gen G? I think that's... Well... Ooh, you would change them? You wouldn't just put them up here? You would change these two? You would put Gen G in bottom 4? Now, well, hold on. Before we jump over to Challengers Korea, we have a little bit of time here. What were the opening matches again? Gen G's against Loud and Heretics against Sentinel. Damn. Your tier list is 1-to-1 with mine, but I had Sen top tier and then Gen G as the first. Yeah, I mean, I put mine in relative order, but I didn't say it because I didn't feel as confident about some of the EMEA stuff. I'm glad you're rating Gen G pretty high though, because I do think they'll do well. As a former Gen G doubter before kickoff started, having seen what they were able to do, here's the biggest thing that actually gave me a lot of faith about Gen G, and I didn't get to talk about this much during the live broadcast on the desk, because we didn't have that much time, and also I didn't want to go into it in a shallow way because then it can come across the wrong way. But before this year, I had quite frankly lost like all faith in Solo as a coach. Huge respect to him as a player, huge respect to him as an IGL, but I lost all faith to him as a coach. And quite frankly, I think if he was still IGLing the way he used to on New Turn, I think he would also not be able to make it to the top tier anymore as a player. And we could see hints of him trying to do that with D plus Kia. So in my head, one of my biggest concerns, in fact, I used to rate Gen G higher before Solo's announcement. And then once Solo was announced, I started to have my doubts because I'm like, man, I just don't know if Solo's style is going to work at the top stage. And I don't know if he's going to be able to really make that work with these players. And in some ways, I feel like you're going to want to play these really safe defaults, 2-1-2, 1-3-1, just scout for info, cycle the old DRX, the old New Turn style. And like these guys aren't built for that. Like these guys can frag. Like these guys should be working to get frags and work off of those advantages. And then you see how they play, which is specifically to get advantageous trades and get advantageous contact. And I'm like, oh, no, they do see this. And Solo's willing to accept that this needs to be played a little differently. Now, granted, there's still a good hint of Solo with, going with the defaults and getting information and always leaving just enough time for one final rotate, which I think is fine. I think that's a good idea. But, right, the starting point is the strength of the team. It's not the util. So, to me, that actually gives me so much more hope for Gen G. And that makes me think they're going to get stronger. right? I think one of my biggest fears right as the tournament ended was, what if this is their peak again? What if they regress again? But unless something happens outside of the game, I actually think now, after what they showed during kickoff and how they grew during kickoff and for kickoff, I think they're going to grow even more. That is true, you guys. I did put more than 4 teams in top 4. Oh, no, I didn't. I almost did. You're right. I didn't even consider that. I was absolutely correct. I can do no wrong. I'm so sad that FPX is at the bottom. I really think they have some cool ideas. Who, in your opinion, is the best team not in kickoff? RQ? I mean, simple question. Oh, not in Madrid. You're right. Not kickoff. Madrid. I'm gonna be honest. I can't answer that question on a global level because I didn't watch like every other team. You know, I kind of cherry pick matches I watch in other regions, like if it's a new comp or it's an upset or things like that, or if I see people talking about like, oh, like new style of play, then I'll watch it. And then once it like gets to playoffs and stuff, I'll start to watch a little bit more and at least like skim through the other teams. But so it's hard for me to say. I actually oh, other than RQ, like other than the obvious choice? Yeah, I would agree. I mean, NRG, I don't know. I wasn't, like, some people I talked to were very shocked that NRG didn't make it, but I'm not shocked. But I think they're kind of like, to me, I see them in a similar light that I see Paper X, in the sense that I think their foundation is still really strong. I think they're still all going to be going in the right direction. I think they are already on the right direction. And I think it's just a matter of the timing of it, right? When they're like one step above the other teams, right? As teams always try to get on top of each other. So yeah, NRG, Fnatic, obviously, I think it's always hard to be like, well, Fnatic, like with that roster, I think it's so hard to look at that team and be like, nah, they aren't good enough. Like, I think that's insane. I would not say DRX. I do not think DRX is the best. I would, if I had to choose between the semifinalists and Pacific, I would favor T1 over DRX in their current state. Listen, I think I actually think DRX has a lot to work on. I think they can get stronger, and I think they will, but I think they have a lot to work on actually with this roster. Well, let me set up for the stream here as we get ready for Challengers Korea. Turn on my good old Africa TV. First of all, I got to change all the titles, so let's do that. We got to put our hashtags in so the Riot Police doesn't come after me. Ah! My touchpad on my laptop is like mega sensitive. Change it on Twitch. Changed on YouTube. And I feel like it's not going to let me on Africa because Africa has a letter limit. Oh, nope. Actually, not that long. It seemed long because I have to put... Yeah, we have to put 2 hashtags for Challengers Korea. How crazy is that? What kind of stats are we looking for here? I'd say DRX is mid-tier in Pacific right now. RQ will actually 2-0 DRX. I think they could. The thing is RQ also has a lot to work on, in my opinion. So we'll see. No. That was for VCT China. For Challengers Korea, I think it was fine. It'd be crazy if it wasn't, because it's like one of the 2 main platforms now in Korea, because Twitch doesn't exist anymore here. What did I want to do? I wanted to pull up the VLR pages for these teams. I am thinking about making a video about RRQ just because obviously I've talked him up so much. And I want to share my thoughts on it because basically I think they performed in the range I expected them to, but I do not think they lost because of like 1 or 2 like unlucky rounds, right? I think they lost because there are some core things that Gen G did better than them. So 9 matches out of 10 during that week, if they played 9 matches out of 10, I think Gen G would come out like 2-1. But the thing is at that point, then that small difference is pretty big, and that's what I felt watching RRQ. And I think a big part of that is they don't seem to have a very consistent idea about the game they're playing, like their style. They don't seem to have like a core color and style and protocol that they're always start, like the flowchart doesn't always seem to start at the same point, so to speak. Whereas Gen G's very clearly always starts at the same point. And I'm not saying they always start with the same default setup. It doesn't have to be. Like sometimes Gen G will go for a rush and things like that. But there's always this very big system. And then you adapt a little bit to what you're seeing your opponents do. Or for instance, I didn't get to put this in my video either, but it's very funny. If you watch the DRX game, Gen G just knows for a fact that when it comes down to like 3 members, if DRX is down to like 3 members and they're on defense, that DRX will not stack a site. Gen G just knows that they won't do it. Their movement just shouts that DRX will not be stacked on this site. And things like that. So there's small things where you're like, well, we know this team won't do this. Or, you know, you're adjusting because of what you saw in the past round. Which again, there's several instances of Gen G doing that as well. They'll keep in mind like the setup from the last round. For instance, in that match against RQ, the very first match on Icebox, I never actually watched this opening video, huh? They had Meteor's turret. So Meteor had this kill against Jemkin as Jemkin's pushing out with a Dizzy from Tube on defense. But if you watch the match, the reason Meteor does that is the round right before that is the first time that his turret gets broken in mid. So he knows that they've been exploring Tube, right? So immediately he sets up in a way to trade for that.
캐스터 심지수입니다. 좋은 말씀에 박동진, 홍현상 두 분과 함께합니다. 안녕하세요. 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 반갑습니다. 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
Hey, it's the same casters we had last week. But anyway, so we'll talk about that. I don't know anything about Korea Challengers, any team to look out for. IM was an exciting team to look out for because they're kind of the new F4Q. They're the streamer team. And then they had Zest on the team, but he has since left the team. And I actually don't know. I don't think they announced who their 5th is going to be, but I think they play tomorrow? Do they play later today? What's the second match today? No, they play tomorrow. So that's still exciting. The teams today actually are, honestly, if you're following the Korean scene, most teams here have pretty good stories and players to watch out for. So for instance, this first team that's playing LFG Portal, they came in through the qualifiers, but they have some players that you might be familiar with if you watched the old challengers before we had VCT Pacific, like Hate. You've got like Nakji, Moves. To me, I don't know if Moves is still IGLing, but Moves was a pretty decent caller towards the end. And then Nakji's always been kind of consistent. I like some ideas that Nakji has, but I do think he has a bit of a limit. I'm curious to see how he plays today. I didn't get to watch his game last week. Similar with Hate. And then the other side for SLT, that's mostly all rookies, so that's exciting. Other than, I think, Benesia, so that's exciting. And then the later match tonight, for those who watched Challengers in the past, Team Sherpa, first of all, has a penguin for their logo, so that's cool. But they have Han from old WGS, and Han was one of the most aggressive Jets. like ever.
대형 화면이 있습니다.
Very fun to watch. And he took a year break and now he's back. So I'm excited to see how they do. We can watch Korea Challengers, but what about Aussie Open qualifiers? I don't have rights for that. Can I just watch it? I would love to. Listen, I wish I had more time in the day because I want to follow, like live, I want to follow all the other like Pacific sub-regions as well. Yeah, LFG. Yeah, these were the matches that weren't broadcasted. D plus Kia does eventually win out against IAM, which I think is very promising because I was actually scared that IAM would beat them. XC is still on D plus Kia. I'm a huge fan of XC. I hope they do well again this year. Maru losing to LFG Portal is kind of a big deal. Because I like the IGL of Maru, Proxy. But man, they didn't look good against Nongshim Red Force. And apparently they didn't look good against LFG Portal. So Nongshim Red Force has Yeoman from the old Shadow Corp last year, and then briefly on JDG alongside Stu, and then he got sent back to Korea because they can't have two imports in China, so he's now back to Challengers. He is now leading a bunch of new rookies on Nongshim Red Force, and so far 2 wins, 0 losses. Thoughts on NA Tier 2 drama? 0. If you didn't know, a few players got cut out on the last year roster line. I mean, if that is true, then I think that is absolutely crappy. But that is all I will say on that matter. I don't understand how Riot prevents non-partner streamers from watch partying. I've seen Zelda's watch party, but Someone Bleed was funny. What is this? Oh, MVP votes? See, it's Han. If any of you guys watched the old Valorant Challengers, you might recognize his face. Very, very aggressive duelist. Very fun to watch. I mean, I feel like maybe Zelsis probably had rights through like the team or something. Just watch Oceania. Listen. I would love to, but we gotta give Korea some love. Listen, we just had Karon, a rookie, become the MVP of the grand finals of Pacific Kickoff, and he's going to Masters Madrid with Gen G. Then you have Izu, who played so well. Granted, he played in Challengers Japan, but again, from Korea, as another rookie at Tier 1, playing so well on T1. We gotta see who's gonna be the next guy. Flashback on DRX. We gotta find out who the next guy is. No, that's not Han. You're thinking of oh my god, I was just thinking about him the other day as well. Who? Hold on. You're thinking? I know who you're thinking of. Which, man, I don't know what happened to him either, and it's a darn shame. Hyunhee. You're thinking of Hyunhee. No. You're thinking of Hyunhee. So in today's matches, these two are orgs. These two are players just getting together. D plus Kia is they've been around for a little bit now. SLT Seongnam, bit of a newer org, but Seongnam is a city, so they're like a city-backed organization. But again, Seongnam is mostly rookies, so I expect LFG Portal to be winning this. But for teams like SLT, I'm looking at like individual players, right? Are there moments, are there flashes where you're like, well, this player could grow into something more? Meanwhile, in LFG, I'm seeing, okay, for some of these players that have been around, but they never quite broke into Tier 1, what more are you showing me?
먼저 LFC 포탈입니다. 비방송 경기 마루 게이밍과의 대결에서 2대0 승리를 하고 개막주 전승을 기록한 LFC 포탈입니다.
네, 계속 지난주부터
삼승을 하면
I never tweeted that my stream was live, huh?
눈앞에 이제 오늘 경기 잡으면 바로 오거든요.
맞아요.
네, 그래서 LFC 포탈 입장에서는
진작에 좀 확정을 지어놓고 여러 가지들을 좀 시도해 볼 수 있는 기회를 만들어 보자라는 생각을 하고 있을
Let me
겁니다.
do that real quick. So just so you know, again, Nocchi, he's been around for a long time, same with Moves, and then Hate, he's been around for even longer. And then the other two are newer. Oh, did you mention that? Guess what? I didn't see it.
무브스가 그 뒷검다리 역할을 해주고 있는 상황이다 보니까 되게 단단한 느낌을 많이 받게 하고 있습니다. 전체적으로 밸런스가 너무 잘 잡혀 있는 그런 느낌이 들거든요.
Oh my god, my monitor's so dirty. We can't have this.
있는 선수가 있긴 한데 그 선수가 다가 아닌 경우가 상당히 좀 중요한데 LFG 포털이 딱 그 경우에 부합하는
Give a
것 같습니다.
big thumbs up that you can't see.
SLT 성남도 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 현재 0승 2패 SLT.
Oh my, dude, my screen is mega bright.
개막주에서는 고전을 하고
Alright, whatever.
네. 진짜 이길 법한 경기들도 있었어요.
Do you know what happens if a free agent team wins Ascension? I actually don't know. There was a discussion about that with Bonkers last year. But I think you just like go in as your own. I think it has to be like a you can get sponsored afterwards, but you can't get like bought out. But yeah, I'm not quite sure.
그나마 지난 경기 그 농심 레드포스전에서 선셋 승리했던 맵 선셋에서 제빈의 각성, 뭐 허리를 끊어주는 플레이 굉장히 좋았었고 베네시아도
Let's see.
상당히 좋았었거든요.
Let me
전 때도 그랬었고 항상 SLT 성남의 선셋과
crop
로터스적인
this.
부분에서는 잘한다라는 평가를 많이 받고 있고 실제로 보여줬기 때문에 이 구도에서 이제 맵 뱀픽은 어떻게 흘러갈 것인지를 봐야 될 것 같습니다. 네, 그래서 이번 2주차가 상당히 중요할 것 같은
Let's see. Let's post
양
this.
팀의 경기가 잠시 후에 펼쳐지게 될 텐데 일단 키포인트를 좀 살펴보자면 LFG의 그런 수치가 나오고 있습니다. 확실히
LFG.
CS 수치가 정말 좋습니다.
네, 거기에
와우.
나머지 지표들도 보면 되게 강팀답게 고루 분포
Hate 284, huh? What was Hate playing last week? Actually, what are their roles here for LFG?
얼마든지 좀 채워줄 수 있을 정도로 좀 고루 있는 게 굉장히 좀 특징적이네요.
그리고 KDA적인 면으로 봐도
Oh wait, no, that's a future man. LFG versus Sherpa should be fun.
할 거면은 죽지 않는 선에서 빠진 상태에서 경기를 풀어내는 모습이 있었다 보니까 LFG 포탈이 처음 있었던
Oh, he's flexing.
뭐
Oh, he played Reyna. No, stop playing Reyna on Icebox. Stop. Stop it. Don't do this.
이렇게 수치를 한번 확인을 해봤고요. SLT 성남의 또 수치도 한번 확인을 해봐야 될 것 같은데 분명 LFG 포탈이 개막주에서 2승 0패를 기록하다 보니까 수치가 좋을 수 있어요. SLT 성남은 반대편 좀 안 좋을 수 있습니다. 왜냐면 0승 2패니까.
이제 항상 상대적인 거니까요.
Twitch.tv/WillChobra.
말씀해주셨던 것처럼 재빈 선수가 좀 뚫고 나오는 지표들이 몇 개가 있기 때문에 좀 기대해봐도 괜찮을 것 같거든요. 일단 매력적인 팀들 보면은 대부분 다 엔트리가 세잖아요. 네, 그래서 재빈 선수의 활약 좀 보면 좋을 것 같습니다.
Watch party live.
알렸을 때는 어떻게 할까?
Boom.
분명 길을 열어주는 역할을 재빈이 잘 해주고 있는 상태고 뭐 전투력으로 봤을 때도 사실 재빈 선수가 워낙 괜찮은 모습을 보여주고 있긴 한데 그
Change the
외에서
font here.
올라와주는 게 중요합니다. 네, 그런 부분들을 기대하면서 신인 선수들을 뽑았을 SLT 성남이다 보니까 일단 재빈 선수가 시간은 많이 벌어주고 있잖아요. 빠르게 뭐 아루 선수가 됐든
Twitch.tv WillChobra.
네. 자, 이렇게 SLT 성남의 수치까지 확인을 해봤고 양 팀의 경기에서 키 플레이어는 누굴까요? 바로 이 두 선수입니다. 애쉬와 제빈입니다.
제빈.
CS 지표가 살벌하긴 합니다. 그러니까 본인이 빵하고 터졌을 때 제대로 좀 화력을 보여줄 수 있다는 부분은 재빈 선수가 좀 돋보이긴 하는데 차이가 있다면 애쉬 선수는 요로 위주로 좀 플레이를
He was on Onslayers last year. Okay.
뭔가 키를
Never give up. Which team was that?
많이 만들어냈다라고 볼 수가 있거든요.
그리고 저는 개인적으로 애쉬 가로 열고 헤이트라고 생각해요.
No, that was their
플러스 해가지고 두
team.
명을 상대하는 제빈이 좀 버거워하지 않을까?
Oh wait, no, this was the team. Ah, okay. Yeah.
포인트가 될 것 같습니다.
Right.
뿐만 아니라 진짜 헤이트 애쉬 이 원투 펀치 라인이 너무 셌거든요.
그렇죠. 특히나 이제 저는
Yes.
좀 기억 나왔던 게 바인드에서 그 쉐리프로 3킬, 2킬 이후에 벤달 듣고 1킬 이런 것도 좀 인상이 남았었는데 오늘 좀 기대가 됩니다.
네, 자, 이렇게
So it's still the same core. Okay. With Nocchi and Hate.
보겠습니다.
I forgot Hate played on Slayers last year. Wix was on that team. What happened to Wix? And Jun as well.
일단 SLT 성남 쪽에서는 브리즈를 좀 피하는 모습들이 있었고 선셋을 주력 픽으로 들고 오긴
Okay.
했었고요. 반대로 LFC 포탈 입장에서는
See what these Korean challengers have to show us today. Of course, as always, for any new followers on Twitch and subscribers on YouTube, thank you so much for dropping by. Hope you guys enjoy the content. If you do, make sure you turn on your notifications, and we will be uploading videos every week on YouTube as well. Breeze and Sunset banned out. Ooh. Split. SLT starting on Split. And LFG... LFG, are you going to play Reyna again on Icebox? They're going to pick Icebox and they're going to play their Reyna? Bind as a decider map is interesting too, between challenger teams. This is actually a pretty interesting map ban. I mean, obviously not knowing like the exact tendencies of these challenger teams, but it's kind of weird to see a match where these three are the maps that are favored.
LFC 포탈이 좀 준비해왔지 않을까라는 생각도 있어요. 네, 자 그래서 이 두 팀의 경기 잠시 후에 펼쳐지게 될 텐데 첫 번째 맵 스플릿.
Oh, so hungry, chat. I should go get a snack.
첫 번째 대결이 되겠습니다.
조합도 되게 좀 중요할 것 같아요. 최근에 워낙에
Split first.
조합들이 많이 나오고 있잖아요. 뭐 엔트리의 숫자 가지고도 되게 다양한 해석들이 많이 나오고
Let's see.
있고 그리고 이제 컨트롤러 전략
Cyphers, Vipers. See what's being used. Astras, are they going to be used?
요원이 어떤 식으로 구성이 됐을지 궁금한데.
Oh, we're just doing agents like this. Is this how they did it last week? I can't remember. Oh, ISO was played last week. That's what they just said. ISO was played last week by Nongshim on Split. Oh, SLT lost to an ISO? Yeah, ISO single duelist. Oh, I'll have to go back and watch that. Granted, they did start on defense, and it was a 10-2 half, and it became a 13-9. So there's something to be said there. Maybe we'll watch that during the break or something. Yeah, we're seeing some ISO being used here and there. In fact, LFG Portal uses ISO on Bind and Sunset as well. I feel like this LFG Portal team... Is LFG Portal an actual team? Maybe they are. I don't think so, though. I feel like this LFG Portal team, the players probably feel like this is a good chance for them to try to get to Ascension. Just looking at the playing field of Challengers Korea, D plus Kia feels weaker than before. Oh, what? Oh, okay, so they were showing hovers, okay. So, SLT, Seongnam. Big changes. Single controller, Astra, Breach and Sky. Very old school feel here. Meanwhile, dude, Nakji loves the KO on Split, and he used to do this back in the day as well. And KO for a while was pretty big on Split, but we'll see. Oh, I'm gonna have to watch this Nongshim Red First game actually. Last week against SLT, they played Sova ISO on Split. Sova ISO. Granted, Yeoman was playing Sova and he went 23-9, so that's probably why they won. But that's a crazy comp. Ah, our good friend Tech Pause. Okay. Okay, so let's talk about it a little bit. Single initiator KO.
해결하고 하는 게 가장 베스트긴 하죠.
그럼요. 약간 그
Oh, we might want to. Yep, not show that screen. Yeah.
천천히 하나씩 잡아가야죠.
네. SLT 성남 쪽에서 퍼즈 요청을 했습니다. 그래서 이것이 좀
Where's my scoreboard?
들어갈 것으로
Where's my scoreboard?
SLT
Okay.
성남은 신중할 수밖에 없어요. 네.
Here you go, chat.
그래서 사실 승리를 거둘 수 있는 상황이 있었는데도 불구하고 일단 내주는 점수가 좀 있었거든요.
그러니까 경기만
KO was like second, right?
SLT 성남이 2패인 게 믿기지가 않아요. 네, 오히려 뭐 1승 1패 내지는 2승 0패를 하고 있어도
We got
이상하지 않을
little
만한
KO with his visor
상황인데
here.
보니까 그리고 남아 있는 경기들을 본다면 디플러스 기아도 만나야 되고 IM도 만나야 되고
He's got his little like spike eye here.
맞아요.
That's KO. Who else did they have?
그쵸, 라운드 로빈이.
They had Viper.
그래서 먼저 좀 그 소위 승리 득점을 좀 쌓아놔야 나중에 설계하기 편하거든요. 그러니까 이게 되게 안 좋은.
Who has her mask on?
라운드 로빈에서
Oh, never mind, we're back.
확실하게 잡고 못 잡을 경기는 준비하면서 이제 그래 못 잡아도 괜찮아 이런 마인드로 들어가는 경우가 상당히 있잖아요.
SLT's on defense first.
네. SLT 성남은 확실히 제빈에게 거는 게 많은 것 같아요. 총도 사주면서
야,
Ghost and armor double blast pack on defense.
지금은 경갑바위까지 되어 있는 걸 보면
Oh no.
진짜 약간
Are they looking to push out on contact?
절 세팅과
No, they'll just go for the orb.
일단 내어주고 나서 LFC 포탈이 다시 먹어도 되긴 해요.
Okay, so you
일단 SLT가 각 지역에
dissipate that
있는 상태에서
and then hold. You're not going to fill it though. It's a lot of people.
바로 뛰겠는데요, 이거는.
Don't have another star set up because it's out in mid. No fault line ready. Pink shells does go out though.
근데 교환이 너무 잘 나왔거든요.
받아치기가 됐습니다.
네, 이러면 좀
Hard. I mean,
비를 더 들어가게
I think LFG thought it might have just been the Astra who went for the orb early, and they thought they had a timing here to really push in, or max there's like one other person, but there were two more. Watching from heaven, they drop, get the kill. Fast rotate over from Aru, and that means that the Killjoy impact empties A site. Especially in a 5v3, you're trusting that you're going to have the retake pretty easy. You still have a blast pack, you still have the half armor on Jabin as well. There's no reason for impact. Yeah, he can spam, but there's no reason to try to peek out and get a pick. The only thing SLT needs to be worried about is the lurk, which again could still be ramp, could be mid, could have crept in through B, which that would probably be bad given the timing. Huge pop flash, but just a classic. Couldn't find his targets. Good aggro from Aru.
이러면 말씀해주신 그 헤이트가 활약할 수 있는 구도는 나오지가 않겠죠.
Okay, good start.
SLT입니다.
워낙에 그 B사이트에서
I mean, yeah, this is just a result of that B site.
그나마 좀 돌려서 설치를 했다. 그 정도에 좀 만족을 해야 될 것 같아요.
Just getting taken out immediately.
설치를 했다 보니까 크레드를 좀 긁어 모을 수 있을 만한 상황을 만들고 다음 라운드까지도 채비를 해야겠죠.
So he was originally a Sentinels player, so he's back in his main role here. Moves and Nocti also on comfort agents and roles. Although Moves, I guess, used to be more of an initiator player, but I think he was a bit of a flex.
SLT가 계속해서 균열과 함께 별 세팅으로 B 메인을 밀어놓겠다.
Oh, our UI is ahead now. Again. Okay.
세팅이 되어 있다 보니까
I was like, why is Moose starting the round dead? But it's because he died. Ooh, loud classic. You love to see it. Good jiggle from Impact. I mean, look at the setup on A as well. Literally, it's you're delaying here, you're looking for contact. You can empty heaven now, and then you're making sure you delay any deep push into elbow as well. That way, worst case, you can try to funnel into elbow. You can make sure you're holding screens. That allows you to hold this double here. The UI is definitely a little quick as the banner comes out early.
재빈이 화가 많이 나 있어요. 지금 승이 없어가지고.
네, 화가 날 수
6 points on the showstopper for Jibin. If he can get a kill or an orb here, that'd be pretty big, right? And then you have the showstopper for the next round. I mean, he could even potentially make it here. This is a huge orb stack for Jibin. Got the defuse, got the orbs. They're looking to pressure for that again. But this time, doesn't want to rush it too much. Now they have it. The judge on Benestia to watch the smoke is good too. The fault line, I mean, this is like a guaranteed B main control, right? You put the fault line in deep, and then you smoke, and then you peek out. At that point, they have to at least respect the fault line and then try to reflood. So worst case, you still have like 2 seconds to fill garage. So the question for LFG is, at some point, you're going to have to contest that. At some point, you'll have to contest it, because otherwise, they can always plant someone at the entrance of B main. Meanwhile, A being emptied entirely? Not a huge fan, but you still have the Nanoswarm to delay the plant. Gets 0 pointed, though. I mean, with B main control, I don't know if there was a need to entirely empty the site. And they did try to make sure they're holding on to heaven control, but I think if you have mid control, as long as you have like this control, right? I think that's okay, but fault line, pinch around elbow. I mean, the judge is pretty big here. Jump for that. Yep. That's the way to peek. Now they know the snake bite just came from heaven, so they know it's a high-low. Benestia is taking a lot of damage. Yep. Jabin actually wants to die to an enemy here. Not gonna get it. Is this a LAN or online? It is LAN, actually. They're playing in a mini arena. I think it seats like 250 people, so it's not that small. Stage is kind of small, but
결국에는 계속 짚어줬던 것처럼 B메인 앞쪽을 빠르게 그냥 초반에 브리치의 힘을 바탕으로 한 명을 밀어놓고 앞마당을 지워버리기 때문에 선택지가
alright, LFG. Ooh, op here.
좀 부담이 되고 있는데
So they're just not gonna fault line it. I mean, LSG was not in a position to combat this regardless. That, I mean, you had a smoke as well. The peak for contact, a little bit greedy. Now you have no intel. I mean, SLT though, they're stacking on A, right? So you have the tools to delay. Again, they're playing very safe though. Like they're playing very like, oh, let's make sure we know what's going on here. Let's make sure we know what's going on here. And this is what Gen G did really well, is that like for Gen G at a certain point, like 10 seconds ago, they would have dropped and filled the site. Now Impact winning that is pretty big, and that buys just enough time. They still haven't flooded the site, though. The smoke is still there. Impact just repositions really well and gets a triple. That is huge. What are your thoughts on Cypher versus Killjoy in this map and matchup? I think Cypher is really strong on Split. I think Cypher's really strong on Split.
일단 계속해서 한 사이트의 앞쪽, 그러니까 메인 쪽을 지워줍니다. 그다음에 미드 쪽이
But like Killjoy is always reliable. It's just that I think Cypher
리테이크 각을 잘 보고 있다라는 게 SLT 입장에서 고무적이고요.
I think Cypher has a little bit more it can actually do, even on attack. So and then just like the way you can anchor as well, because on Split, again, because you have such an advantage on the defensive side, like using the nanoswarms kind of preemptively to buy time, I don't think is as useful as it might be on other maps. Whereas like literally just like waiting for the trip and the camera, you don't mind too if you're holding a default, you don't mind too much if there are members here, right? And so instead of having to pop the nanos on like a timer or just waiting on the execute, but maybe you get 0 pointer if there's a KO, or like or they just like have, you know, double duelists and they're like jumping over it, things like that. I think the Cypher provides a little bit more anchor value, but the thing is like I don't know if I don't think there's I guess Breeze Killjoy is vastly worse, but
자,
Other than that.
그 헤이트가 경사로 위쪽 탑까지 일단 먹긴 먹었어요.
약간
미드 쪽 진입.
근데 SLT 성남 입장에서는 약간 내줬죠.
They hear the alarm bot.
이쪽은 우리가 리테이크를 하자. 총기도 앞서는 상황.
Now LFG should know that Impact's always been playing around elbow.
그렇죠. 아까처럼 임팩트가 킬 열쇠죠. 최대한 버텨주기만 해도 됩니다 지금.
Fault line was good to delay. This is good. They're now trapped in heaven. Oh.
아니 안 죽기만 하는데 다 죽여요.
That second shot was actually it was really rough, and then he adjusted his he controlled his spray really well for the second kill.
그 키라 선수에 대한 칭찬을 그렇게 많이 했었는데 이번 주는 임팩트인가요?
와. 아니 사실 임팩트 선수가 지난 그 비방송 경기 때도
네.
괜찮은 모습 보여줬었거든요. 근데 오늘은 본인이 팀을 이끌고 있습니다.
네. 그리고 일단
Good hold.
굉장히 좀 기분 좋은 상황이죠. 자기가 주인공이 되고 있는데 심지어 사이트 걸어잡기도 잘 되고 있으니.
The paranoia would have hit elbow, but not screens.
막중한 임무를 맡겼는데 그걸 충실하게 아주 확실하게.
I didn't check the smoke status, but I mean, just trusting on the paranoia. But again, it was an eco, so maybe the situation wasn't that good.
계속해서 균열 투자하면서 B 메인을 먹으니까 그 시간에 우리는 A를 뛰자. 브리치가 B에 있을 때.
Those paint shells not really doing too much. Okay, the speed. Wait, how does that paint shell? What?
재빈의 페인트 탄이랑 그리고 임팩트까지.
자, 근데 이 정도 교환이면 나쁘지 않죠?
Dude, LFG is so lost. And you know what? You know what the big problem here is?
맞은 거 알아요 이거.
긁히면 갑니다.
Is this banner popping up early? Is
자, 확실히 이게 기세가 많이 올랐다는
the big problem is they haven't really done anything about forcing B main control.
턴저지하면서 애쉬 뒤로 오는 이선을 이격시키고.
And this is not the round to do it, but I feel like this is the round where they're gonna do it.
와 이거 약간 어느 정도 잊고 있었던 것도 있는 것 같아요. 그러니까 우리가 계속해서 B의 투자가 과하다면은 얘네라면 A랑
Let's try to hold off on.
뛸 수 있겠다. 그래서
Well, let's hold off on language like that, right? Calling players bots, etc.
둘이 많은 것을 해줬고 오퍼레이터 계속 굴러가요.
I mean, listen, it's challengers. There's gonna be worse plays, right? There's gonna be a lot more mistakes, but
오퍼도 좀 굴러가고 있고 이러면 스킬 빼는 작업을 좀 노려볼 수 있을 것 같은데.
at the end of the day, they're all still playing for the win, and a lot of these players made it through still their own qualifiers. So
이게 봉쇄도 있고 추적자도 있는 상태라서 SLT가.
it's okay to say a certain team is like bad or they're making a lot of mistakes, etc. But yeah, at least this one's. I mean, I don't know, because it's already round 7. At some point, you should, like, timing wise, this is a round where you should be pressuring B a little bit. They do actually have control of it with the toxic screen. That's part of the reason why they started setting that up.
정찰자가 지금 헤이트만 봤어요. 이러면 꼬리만 남기고 얘네가 돌렸겠거니. 그래서 미드 피킹을 하면서.
That's a good peek.
이거 약간 변수예요.
It's a good peek. Spam through the box first and then double peek out.
왜냐면 제비는 알고 있는 상태였어요. 얼추 날개로 오겠구나. 받아먹을 준비를 했는데 이건 셰리프 킬은 사고입니다.
상당히 좀 날카로운 그런 모습을 에임을 보여줬어요.
게다가 B 헤븐 쪽에 있는 레드라이트는 확실한
Looks like we're gonna have to do
흔들리죠. 그래서 어쩔 수 없이 추적자를 누르고 추적자로 정보를
some good old bans.
숫자가 지금
두 개가 지금 B 쪽으로 가다 보니까 많이 쏠렸죠.
자 이렇게 되면은 LFG 포탈은.
Listen, if you're coming in here because of who knows what reasons, but just to flame, then you're more than welcome to watch and not chat. Or you're more than welcome to watch in Korean, because then I guess it won't matter, because if you're just there to flame anyway.
확실하게 가져가겠네요.
Someone did ask, is Split the most CT-sided map or not anymore? I don't know globally, actually, if it is. For a while, last year, after the map changes, it kind of started to feel like it was, like the win rate was favoring attack side for a little bit, or at least in Pacific it was. But, I think the design still favors CT.
할 수 있는 유일한 선택지.
I think globally it might still be CT-sided. I don't know if it's the most, though. Ascent has always been very consistently. Let's check.
그리고 저력왕을 달성하는 LFG 포탈입니다.
SLT 입장에서는 그래도 오퍼레이터를 한번 또 세이브를 해놨기 때문에 오퍼로 아직은 굴리는.
No, only barely. Now it's very 50-50. Ascent is 52% ascent. Fracture is 55% defense. But fracture's a different animal. Ascent is 52.7, so 53%. But split's been quite normalized, I'd say.
자, 그래서 드디어 브리치의 첫
Yeah,
서핑
split's gotten very, I would say, much more
계속해서 B메인
even
쪽에
depending on the
베네시아를
composition.
씹어놓거나 아니면 베네시아가 편할 수 있는 구도를 만들어줬었던 반면
Yep, this is the lineup for onto the site.
좀더 주도적으로 움직여주는 것도 방법일 것
They're
같아요.
trying to go for a fake, but here's the thing: is that this fake has like no actual evidence, and Impact just peeks out on a timing, and then they see nothing on ramp, nothing else. So Benessia's still pretty wary of this. He just needed to stay alive, but I mean, getting peeked. It was either that or he empties the site. So jiggle peeking, I think, is fine, but just getting shot right away is rough. They still have the lockdown, so the retake should still be good. It clears backside, but it doesn't actually clear the entire site, so there could be a fast one. It also doesn't clear all of heaven, but now they go in and check it. So Jabin checks heaven. Now Sunday needs to start moving now-ish. Well, actually, I was gonna say as moves got 2, Sunday probably has more time, but he backed out. He knew the shorty was coming. He backed out, so I will give him props. Sunday was aware that the shorty was gonna happen. No, I would say SLT is doing a jump. I will also say I think LFG's not doing. They're not giving themselves many chances. Obviously, just now they did, but.
엄청 나쁜 흐름이 아니고 SLG가 오히려 지금은 약간 준비했던 게 변형이 되는 과정에서 좀 애매해지고 있는 상황이에요.
But this one, I think that lockdown may like it's iffy because waiting for that entirely, they can still flood the site again. But going in early, you don't know if they're gonna wait around. Then you needed to clear heaven, so it's tough. But it's things like that, right? Where like lockdown's still good. Honestly, it's not like Breeze where it's like, well, where are you gonna put it? But it's not as like on other maps. It's like, well, they have lockdown. Like this is gonna be a like they know they have a real advantage on the retake. I would say it's a little less. I would say it's a little weaker, which is why personally I would favor Cypher. Check the 50-50 there. Wait. Okay. There's a trip on Vents as well.
이게 반복되는 알람복과 포탑의 위치가 동일하다 보니까 헤이트가 내성이 생겨서 어디가 비는 공간인지를 알고 잘 찌르고 있고요.
Aru's trying to clear ramps, but they still haven't cleared heaven. He suspected it, but Hate just has a good peek after the spam. Okay, LFG's starting to catch on. So here's the thing. I actually think SLT's setups were a bit too safe. And this is, I think, where Killjoy struggles just a bit, is that there's no clear way to absolutely delay ramp control on your own. Like, you can spot it, but you're gonna need someone to always be there, right? And at that point, you're kind of strained for your resources. Part of this is also because SLT is running single controller. So in theory, SLT should have a more decent chance on the attack as well, because they're going to be able to take the initiative with the double initiators. But for now, they have to delay with things like the flash, etc. But again, Sky's been nerfed, so she doesn't have infinite guiding lights. So it has to be on a much more careful timing. Now, this is an eco. Red light's holding with a judge. You do have the rolling thunder, so there is a world where a retake could still happen. You got a hero rifle on Jabin. One bot. They're ready to pinch onto this ramp. Yep. They're not. I don't know if they're gonna fill the site right away. NT on the timing, trying to catch them off guard, but good movement and good lurk. I mean, this is a This is a round done. Ash has a good position against the potential Rolling Thunder if they were to use it. Granted, it's a 3v5 in an eco, so SLT shouldn't be using it. I mean, at best, you look for some exits. You could keep... I mean, there's a world where you could keep the judge, I guess, but everyone can buy up, so... Judgy and Bucky. Alright, now you have a Vandal. You want to try to stay alive? Hate's ahead of it. This is already kind of getting iffy for SLT.
좋은 모습을 보여주고 있다 보니까 동점까지 만들어졌고요.
그러니까 계속해서 B 메인을 주안점으로 두고 있었던 SLT 성남이다 보니까 오히려 6라운드부터 A를 먼저 건들기 시작했었고 저량한 이후에
Alright, Toxic Screen still on B, and that's seen some impact, so LFG is working with that. Now, SLT is looking to pressure B main again, but they haven't been sending Jabin out there, right? He's been really much more focused on mid. The thing is again, this A side it's a pretty weak hold. I mean, you can't delay too much. Literally, all they need to do is, what they're learning is they just need to pressure this once, and then they can get into the site. And then Impact is usually holding screens. Now, this time he has a bit of a curveball. He's trying to hold on Heaven. But, like, here, yeah, if you're going to go to screens, you need this backup to come to Heaven, because otherwise you get pinched. No command is up. They're going to fill the site. They don't check Heaven. The smoke is very late from Sunday. Trying to get the res, but it'll go through. Rolling Thunder still online, by the way, and Cosmic Divide. The Rolling Thunder is just to clear out elbow for sure, but the Paranoia buys so much time. And yeah, they could still be under Heaven. Now Killjoy just clears that, but Nakji peaks on a timing. And that's going to be a 3v1. Yeah, the thing is Impact's been holding screens so many rounds, so I feel like this is something they should be aware of, but I don't know if Sunday's smoke was on cooldown. Might have been. I know he goes in with from the shadows, but you did, Jason. Look at what you've done. SLT slipping. Moose is a pretty good name. His smoke was waiting until next week. Gotta get that prime. Gotta get that Omen prime. Get that delivery pronto.
이게 엄밀히 말하면 굴러갔다라기보다 유지가 된 정도였어요. 그러니까 라운드로 많이 굴러간 건 아니잖아요. 그래서 SLT 성남이 계속 돈이 타고 있는 과정에서 중간에 전야광 한 번을 내주고.
Who are the GOATs looking like this year? The GOATs? I mean, this week we'll probably know. I think the expectations coming into it were like IM, D+, and maybe Sherpa. But I mean, Nongshim I think has hype because of Yoma. Last round of the half. You only have a showstopper, you have a half buy. Meanwhile, Ash has an attack operator. And surely a rifle somewhere. 8's been lurking. Again, it's just like SLT. They have to use so much, and now they're playing scared, so they kind of just let Hate take the space whenever he wants, right? Sure, you're jiggle peeking this, but Naru does have a Vandal. But this is the thing. If Impact's going to fill the site, I feel like you either come back screens or you fill the site with him. Now, he's looking for an angle, but these are very... This is what I would say. These are very, like, solo queue choices, right? You're holding a sliver of an angle. You're holding an off angle. You're looking for a pick. That's cool, and it can be very impactful in solo queue, that's a good decision from Impact. Like, Impact seems to know how to play well, how to get these 1v1s.
근데 여기서 지금 교환이
Oh my,
좀 살벌하게 나는 바람에
Jabin?
예. 이러면 썬데이가 마무리할 수 있는 그림으로 갈 것 같은데요.
Just a Gen G classic. The power of the VCT Pacific Kickoff Champions. Oh.
봤어요. 마무리가 됩니다.
썬데이도 저지였어서 부담이 좀 많이 됐었던 베네치아였고요.
네.
But things like that, things like positioning, movement around the map, that's like coaching. That's coaching, right? For players to figure that out on their own requires so much time and effort. Impact's having a pretty good game though. I think his choices of angles, positions is pretty decent as an individual. But I think you need a better balance of overall team movement. This is what and this is actually at a certain point, this is what DRX used to struggle with for a little bit, like end of 2022 and beginning half of 2023, is you're trying to just play for maximum info. But at a certain point, it's better for you to set yourself up to make accurate deductions rather than get all direct tangible information. Right? Like on a map like Split, playing a widespread 2-1-2 just doesn't do you any good. Just doesn't do you any good.
오히려 오퍼가 독이 된 것 같아요. 그러니까 이제 B를 고정적으로 우리가 브리치와 함께 지운다.
And the thing is yeah, if you're pushing out with things like the fault line and the smoke, the Astra smoke on B, like do that and then shift your weight towards vent and A, right? Maybe have some guy watching the cross into mail from mid, from vent, and then you stack everyone else on A, things like that. But you know, that way if you see someone cross into mail, you can tell the guy in B main to make sure they hold B main or push out of B main towards defender or attack respawn, things like that. You need to have this kind of push and pull. But anyway, now they switch sides. SLT, you know, with their composition, this should be where they're looking to have a bit of a bigger impact. So let's see the double initiator. Let's see how it works. They're watching out for the 0 point. It's on A. It catches both. And Impact just runs in, challenges for a 1v1. Well, that's kind of big. SLT was meant to, I think, use that as a bit of a fake and info to plant Impact as a lurker, but Nakji getting that kill is kind of huge. No, she's just holding mid. They just don't want to get flanked, right? They still have that spy cam as well, so they could actually empty mid and still... Oh, they're actually just going to take their camera. Are they going to push out? Okay, they're going to look for a surround. I don't know if this is going to be too greedy. I mean, it's early on enough. Cloud9, we have all sorts of team capsules. That's cool. Benesia reads this a bit, but he's a bit too close. Well, now it's working out perfectly. The Loud Classic is pretty sick, actually, the more I see it in game. Chat, what team should I buy other than RRQ? I have RRQs. RRQ's Classic is the greatest. It's perfect. But which other team capsule should I buy? Should I buy T1? T1's is clean. I'm gonna be very honest, as much as I'm hyped for Gen G's roster going to Madrid, I don't really like their classic too much. Paperx's classic is nice. I don't like the player card though. I don't like the fact that the crystallized logo looks like jelly. Looks like someone took Smuckers out of a jar and tried to draw the PRX logo. And I love Smuckers jelly. Vitality is... I actually haven't seen the classic like in game. I haven't looked at Vitality's classic like carefully. I remember their player card, the bees. Fast hit, ramp also fully in SLT's control. Oh, that trip, they just couldn't break it.
요쯤이다. 그리고 경사로에서도
이거 실패하면 좀 크게 굴러가요.
네, 3, 4라운드가 거의 없는 거나 다름이 없거든요.
Yeah, this force buy. They.
의심하고 이거 헤븐 쪽에서 먼저 풀지 않을까 싶습니다. 메인과 함께.
As that smoke ends, yeah, you gotta push in.
썬데이도 되게
That's
커요.
good. Now Benesio just needs to stay alive. Okay, this is huge. They now have the cross angle. Benesio doesn't need to peek for this. He hears the jump, so he kind of has to go for a timing, but red light.
자, 최대한 재빈 돌려야죠. 빙글빙글 돌면서 사운드 플레이.
해체 사운드.
And you know he's weak as well, so Jabin just goes for it.
라운드 SLT.
동시에 스크린 쪽에서 나오는 인원과
Wait, why did I say what?
오는 썬데이 선수가 되게 중요했는데
It can't be unseen?
날개가 꺾여서 지금은 좀 아쉬웠죠.
재빈이 살고 싶어가지고 제발
Wait, isn't Vitality all the bees?
함정 걸리면서
Is it not?
낙지는 잘 보냈는데.
Oh, the Jello.
메인 쪽도 있고 우리가
It does look like Jello or jelly, one or the other.
그래서 성광
I used to hate the send card like everybody else, but now it's yeah. You know, listen. I don't think they put in a lot of effort, but I actually kind of like Sen's card. I think it's nice. I mean, listen, if I was a like Sentinels fan, like a fanboy fan, I think I would like Sentinels card. It's clean. It's got the logo. It's got the colors. I mean, it's red, black, and white, which is always a nice color combo. It's a very crisp color combo. I think Sentinels' their card is fine. Yeah, everyone like was hating on it. I'm like, well, I don't know. I don't think it's bad tier. I don't think it's creative. I think it's the job done. What just happened in this round? Okay.
이게 메인이랑 그리고 석가래 밑에서 너무나 많은 일들이
The spray and the buddy? Oh, I don't know about the spray and the buddy. BBLs. I'll have to look up BBLs during a break. I don't remember BBLs actually.
각이 그렇게 좋은 각이 아닌데.
네, 애쉬는 무조건 먼저 볼 수 있는.
Oh, really? It was rejected.
근데 그걸
So they had to just go with a simple design. I didn't know that.
저게 이제 저런 플레이가 가능한 게 이제 이 팀의 기세를 얘기하는 거죠. 네.
Man, you guys really just
SLT 성남 입장에서는 더 아픈데요. 이게 포바 이후의 라운드는 가져가긴 했지만 포바 라운드는 가져갔지만 그 다음 라운드를 보내고.
you know.
결국엔 도루마무죠.
네.
16번째
Listen,
라운드입니다.
anyone who comes in just to flame the teams and players,
들어가는 것들을 좀 노려보고 싶을
you get one time out and then you're just banned. Listen, we're here to look at how Challengers Korea looks. We're here to see what teams and players to watch out for. We're not here to flame teams.
파편탄 이거 시간 저지용이에요.
네.
근데 앞쪽에 버키 들고 있는 거는 예상하기 힘들 수 있습니다. 그리고 어차피 설치가 아직 안 된 시점이라서 타이밍을 지금 잡는 것도 방법이거든요.
Oh, well that. Oh, okay. It actually goes through. Impact needs to just hold. He cannot go for the first kill. He needs to hold, and Red Light either needs to get one kill or Benesio needs to get the instant. Oh, he gets tagged. I actually wasn't sure if he would get seen by that camera.
풀립니다.
버키로 마무리를 하긴 했는데 결국 헤이트가 정리를 했습니다.
It always listen. I'm not gonna say the word because I don't condone it, but it always amuses me that if you are putting in an investment into a match,
쟤네 총기 짧은데 지진강 켰으면서 왔네? 궁 하나 뺐다.
like, do you get joy out of trashing it? Like, shouldn't you, if anything, shouldn't you like cheer for them? Aren't you just losing on both fronts if you invest and you
실점도 좀 확률이 높은 게
get mad?
지금은 데미 장식도 애쉬 선수가 들고 있기 때문에 어느 한쪽의 정보만 확실하면 그냥 아예 들어가도 되고 혹은 리테이크 상황을 만들더라도 데미 장식으로 여러 각 한 번에 지운 다음에 리테이크 과감하게 들어갈 수 있어서
I think links should be fine. I don't think I have it blocked on YouTube. Yeah, if you put it in chat, I'll take a look at it.
이드 쪽 3명 그리고 임팩트가 경사로 좀 빠르게 한번 올라가 봅니다.
You got Cosmic Divide.
다시 한번 더 브리치의 힘을 통해
Ash has Showstopper. He doesn't need to hold this angle. He can go back out into the rafters. He can back out of heaven. LFG's movement is good. They get contact on ramp, so they're starting to try to close a little bit towards B main. Granted,
타이밍 쳤을 때 괜찮았었거든요.
they were already kind of stuck here. They didn't have a choice to back out. They were looking to try to fight out from LFG, but
숫자에서 차이가 납니다.
oh, okay. If he had gotten that, there was a world where
총쏠 생각이 아예
he
없었거든요.
could have considered Showstopper.
4대2 상황.
사실 사고만 아니면 많이 어려운 라운드입니다.
네, 사이트 장악을 애초에
나오는 거 한번 끊어볼 생각.
네,
자,
연막샷.
끊고. 아 근데 이게 폭발 로봇이 하나라도 있었으면은 각도 하나를 지우면서
They're gonna go for it.
이걸?
Check the smoke. Oh, he gets it. He actually.
1대1!
체력 상황을
다
Oh my god.
돌았어요 애쉬.
누굽니까? 애쉬 아니면 재민?
아 근데 이거 설치 해체 생각해야 되는데요. 네.
Yeah, he can't get to the spike. He's so scared.
아, 시간 때문에 좀 어려울 것 같습니다.
He needs to stick it. That's a shame.
재민이 찌를 거라서.
Man, I wouldn't. I mean, obviously we saw them in the smoke, but as soon as you didn't see them like peeking out of the map, I would have either shot it behind the map or in the smoke. But he tries to go 100% and he gets it.
바로 뿌리고 두 명을 마무리.
Is this the first time on stage for a lot of these players? Yes, I believe so.
연막샷으로 긁었을 때 이때부터 하자라는 콜이 나온 것 같아요. 그래서 폭발 로봇 대신에 본인이 직접 날아가서 데미 장식으로 둘을 보냈는데
네.
중요한 건 시간이었죠.
그쵸. 아, 정면 쪽에서 썬데이가 잡힌 것도 좀 아쉬웠을 것 같아요. LFG 입장에서는.
네.
자, 그러다 SLT는 그래도 다행히 라운드를 따냈습니다. 10대7입니다.
미드 역전진.
Alright, LG
네,
on an eco, so just going for an aggressive push out, a set play out.
이미
I mean,
정리가 많이 됐죠.
SLT도 이제 좀
I think doing this on ecos these days is it's a thing of the past, especially in split mid. It still works against some teams, but I think the success rate is much lower now, as many teams are used to it, and there's so many ways you can account for it, things like that.
놓칠 법한 상황이었어요. 상대 총기 짧은 거를. 근데 끊임없이 의심하다 보니 안전하게.
Yeah, because I think last year was online for league play as well. Or maybe they played in booths, but it wasn't in front of a crowd. So for a lot of these players, especially on the SLT side.
이번 라운드에서 웬만하면 LFG 포탄은 좀 흐름을 끊어야 됩니다.
Still have that cosmic divide for SLT and Seekers. Still have that null command as well. Jabin's 20 and 9 though. He's doing very well.
제로 포인트 먼저 던지면서 출발.
그래서 피스톨 때 했던 것처럼 제로 포인트로 A에 대한 의도를 파악하고.
They tag breach,
그다음에 애쉬로
which is kind of a big thing. The sky might be used for bait, but oftentimes it'll be the sky if it's bait. Not so much the breach.
그걸 저지하고 싶은 마음은 있는 것 같고.
Okay, so you hold them in A main, and then you're putting pressure on vent. And now, okay, so SLT is doing actually a lot at once, which so far all of it is very good, right? But LFG takes a good reaction, so they wait to make sure until the last second if there's forces on aiming. Because what happened was you had a fault line here, you had the blast packs here, and you had the trailblazer in B. So you pressured all situations to force LFG back, and then you put this cosmic divide. This is a very greedy cosmic divide. It's actually meant for A site, so it's not going to give you much on B. They did see him on the drop. Okay. But they have no idea where Hate is. Oof, that's rough.
지금 정리해버려서 이거는 바로 그냥 곧장 갈 수 있을 것 같은데 한 명 그냥 헤븐으로 올려놓고 천천히 전개하면 됩니다.
빠르게 와요, 빠르게 와요. 남은 건 하나.
I mean, the rotate was fast too.
라운드 가져갑니다.
The SLT, the thing what I was about to say before everything started to really fall apart because of that initial contact is the fault line on A, pressure onto ramp, you know, for a pinch, trailblazer into B, and then cosmic divide. Like all of this was the game plan itself was, I think, actually quite well put together from SLT. But Impact getting caught by the op is a little rough. And part of that is because you heard the blast pack in and you saw the fault line here, but you didn't see like a main force, as the map disappears, coming into ramp, right? So you could see that LFG made a choice of, well, let's just like hold A main, A lobby for a bit longer, right? Let's hold ramp for a bit longer because we can afford to do that. Us seeing the map could argue that Impact could have crept up a little bit later after the Trailblazer breaks in, but And you know what? Actually, maybe in theory, even if they were on ramp, etc., it's
뻔했지만 일단 잘 넘어갔고요.
because if it's empty anyway, what do you get by the Killjoy creeping up first? Because you can only be so sure once you get the pinch from vents. Yeah, so maybe Impact's push in was a bit too early anyway. So if it wasn't for that, I think this could have worked for an A hit. But how do you speak English like a native? Because technically I am a native. I was born in the States, but I lived in Korea as a kid too. I kind of moved back and forth. But so I've been very blessed with the fact that I grew up in both countries. So I can speak both fluently because I grew up speaking both languages. Like if the reality is my Koreans can tell I'm from abroad because I have a bit of an accent. Oh, everybody spotted. That's rough. Hey, what's up, Sheryl? Check site and just pressure that the backup has arrived, and then you're still anchoring B. It's not bad. This position's actually a bit stressful, a little risky, but in male. He sees one. He wants to get that. Oh, he actually dodges it. Wow.
자, 일단 시간을 많이 벌긴 했거든요.
네.
근데 문제가 일단
Yeah,
설치하는 봉쇄가 됐든 데미장식이 됐든 하나는 만들어져가지고 이거 오퍼를 살릴지 말지에 대해서 고민은 될 것 같은데요.
네. 제빈 쪽 위치만 밀어낼 수 있다면 지금은 승부 볼 만한데
일단 봉쇄는 눌렀어요.
SLT's playing this separately. I mean, this is Jebin plays like he needs to carry the team.
아니면 무난하게 가느냐.
The question is does LFG suspect it? They do, but
하나 더 피해 망상 있는데. 자, 이러면 피해 망상 들고 있어요. 할만해요.
oh, he actually sends it into the cubby. Spotted him.
봤어요? 임팩트. 결국 SLT.
봤다가 다시 에이밍을 하려고
Gumission? I'm gonna say Gumission. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Welcome, welcome. Really appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the streams.
타임아웃 이후에 의미 있는 점수를 가져왔고요. 그러니까 LFG 포탈 입장에서는 습격까지 써가면서 너네 미드 통해서 돌려라. 그러면 애쉬의 오퍼로 한 명 끊고 나서 애매하게 만들 생각이었는데 SLT 성남은 반대로 진짜 앞만 보고 뛰었어요.
LFC 포탈 저지바이까지 했어요. 이거 이렇게 되면은
So SLT still sticking with it. I don't know if they actually expected that push out, but
경선 올라갑니다.
I think the initial idea was they have double initiator. If the enemy's on an eco, as long as you just check with the flashes and the fault line, you will overpower by numbers. You know, the Viper wall kind of blocking off a lot of that vision. As long as SLT just moves as a group, they cannot lose this round now. I mean, they can take their time, they can rotate, whatever it is, as long as they play as a group. Okay, even showstopper, I don't mind it. I'm not gonna fault it. But if you had confidence in your trading, I don't think you needed to use it. Granted, I guess few of the members are a little low, so. Oh, thanks, Gum. Can I call you Gum? Appreciate it. Venecia used to be part of CNJ, I think, during the last Challengers Korea before Pacific.
괜히 무리하다가 이게 공포 하나가 또 어떻게 될지 몰라가지고 추적자도 이제 3칸이라서.
네. 임팩트가 마무리. SLT입니다.
이제 이러면 몰라요. 이러면 모릅니다. 11대 10이라고는 하지만 사실 그냥 거의 차이가 없다고 봐도 무방하고요.
I mean, whoever wins this round probably actually takes the map.
우직한데요? 예, 아니, 그니까요. 되게 우직해요. 이게 B는 미드 쪽에서 안 되게 됐을 때 그냥 돌리는 용도로만 쓰고 있고 이번에 미드를 건드네요.
Okay, 3-man stack, one way. There we go. Set up. You've got the cam to check right under if they get in, because the trip is here, right? So you're checking for an entry and you're checking for this. Mid pit from LFG. No ults from SLT. The thing is they have double initiator. They have ways to combat this. if they really want it. But in mid, it's a little hard because you can't like get over it and pinch or anything like that. The timing of that peek was actually really good. Not just because he got the kill, but you set up the pit. You don't see any initial contact. You don't see anything through the cam on B. So you're just trying to see if they're set up for something on A or if there's a rotate happening. Granted, if Sunday loses there, then it's obviously that's not good. But again, because LFG doesn't have as much util to find info, you're gonna need to go for some peaks. Good 0 point as well. And then he floods the site. I love this decision. Thank you. Finally. Right? Flood the site. Make sure you can trade on site. You just trap them in heaven. Yeah, you don't need to defend heaven. Well, actually, no, with the pit, I guess. You can trust Moose to watch for it. But on this timer, Moves can actually back out and play from the trip as well, especially after the first kill. Oh, good positioning as well. I mean, especially with the stairs and such, it's hard. It's hard for SLT. I do think it was maybe a little risky, but I will take them regrouping on screens rather than only leaving Ash in heaven. Because that I don't think, other than letting Moves know they might be going to you. Because you can't know for sure. The moment you get contact, you have to back out anyway. So letting Moves deal with that. There was only 40 seconds left anyway. He could have played it safer and backed out, but either way. Does Korean Valorant have a collegiate scene like North America? Not officially. I wish there was.
자, 그러다 보니까 매치 포인트가 완성이 됐어요. 사실 SLT가 타임아웃 이후에 2개 라운드를 따냈고 분위기가 좀 반전되나 싶었는데 이걸 또 LFG가
Huh, this time it's a forward trip, but you still put that camera there.
나가서 없는 거 알아요. 지금 A 나가서 없는 거 알고 정찰자 쓴다. 정보 다 일단 땄습니다.
Cosmic Divide online, but Showstopper online as well. That's a fast clear and an orb. You don't need to actually fill past this Cosmic Divide. The 0 point... Okay, well, with the 0 point delay, okay.
제빈이 이미 끊긴 상태에서 이선이 못 들어갔어요.
And Jabin gets cut off.
임팩트가 또 다른 길을 만들어줘야 됩니다.
So at this point, you can actually play for retake as well for LFG. This is a really risky position. I would rather like this or maybe this or something like that, but yeah, you might as well just like fill the site and anchor. The double initiator. Ooh, Moves. Yeah, he knows it. He should have had that second kill. Still Showstopper, but yeah, it's Challengers Korea. You know that both have to be at least somewhere in alley. They weren't in heaven just yet. Wanted to save that for the next round. Okay.
그냥 이건 샷으로 밀었죠. 연계가 아니라 샷으로 밀었어. 맞습니다. 그쵸, 이게
Are you going to see Thailand Challengers too? They're going to are the playoffs land?
판 자체는 LFG한테 좀 열린 거 아닌가 싶었는데도 그 샷으로 이겨내면 어쩔 수가 없는 겁니다.
가끔은 안 될 때는 샷으로 해야 될 때가 있어요.
Oh, but Thailand is it's partnered with Africa TV, so I can only co-stream on Africa. So I'll probably catch the matches and maybe we'll do some VOD review. But I had the opportunity to get approved for it, but I was like, oh, if I can only co-stream on Africa TV, then I'll just do like VOD reviews. We're going overtime. See, it's things like this. Like this lockdown, like, yeah, it pushes them out pretty far, but they can be here, they can be here, and you see them being wary of it. Noxi's trying to use this against them. It's a good peek out. That you have to do that. You have to use the flash.
자, 결국 SLT가 동점을 만듭니다. 연장으로 갑니다.
SLT도 지금 이게 되게 차가운 상태라는 게 느껴지는 게.
I wonder how orgs feel when their roster gets close to matching this in a free agent team. I'm gonna be very real with you. We're gonna have a very brutally real moment right now, okay? Sadly, I bet orgs don't feel anything.
Because
they're probably not following it closely enough. They probably should feel something.
또안 왔었다 보니까 좀 고민을 했었던 것 같아요. LFG 포탈 입장에서도.
예. 자 이제 연장 라운드입니다. 12대 12.
SLT 성남은 피스톨 때 하던 것처럼 똑같이 갑니다. 계속해서 B 메인.
But the thing is also you don't want them to get like overly invested. You don't want them to be like, wow, I can't believe you lost to a free agent team. Like switch the entire roster. It's like, well, no, don't do that. But really what it should be is if you're an org, you should at least make sure you can support minimum one coach, and the coach should be the one who is mitigating all the expectations and etc. on that front. Rampart taking over. Okay, so LFG still remembers how to play their attack against SLT. They know what the weaknesses were in that SLT tries to cover all their bases, except this time SLT has some fast rotates. The only problem is their rotate is all way outside of the site, so it doesn't do much. Venecia, at some point, you're going to want to just pop this smoke and buy time. So rotate back. I like this from SLT as well. Ready for a fast rotate here from Aru. The position's not bad. You're just making sure that Impact doesn't get pinched. Smoke comes out. The flashes just cover everybody, so no one has any idea what's going on. Aru covers for long enough.
자, 이러면 보여주고 있고요. 다시 파서 비설하자 그냥.
빠져나오다가 다시 한 번 더 사이트 안쪽으로 들어가서 스파이크 설치를 하고 있습니다. 설치됐고요.
They just announced it about like 2 weeks ago, and the tickets are sold in 2 days. Wow, nice.
자, 근데 하나
Impact, dude, Impact plays a lot of solo queue. Let me just tell you.
이걸 해냅니다.
이건 좀 큽니다.
He-
이거는 멘탈에 좀 크게 작용.
I think I'm curious to see how he does in future matches, because he's gonna need some coaching to play well as a team member.
충분히 괜찮은 상황이었거든요.
But he plays to his advantage very well.
일부러 그 설치한 쪽에서는 안 보일 수 있을 만한 곳까지 벽으로 당겨서 사이퍼를 보내고 한 명의 위치 알고 있으니까 여기서 일부러 각도를 안 줬어요. 보고 나서.
Like could that have been even cleaner from Impact? Probably, but
안 되는 각도로 일부러 벽을 비틀었어 가지고 이건 임팩트의 센스 칭찬해야 됩니다, 진짜.
자, 분위기가 완전히 변했습니다.
반대로 LFG 포탈은 조금 더 우리가 침착했으면 잡았을 텐데 라는 생각을 머리에서 지워야 돼요.
분명 숫자 차이도 있었고 어쨌든 이제 A 쪽의 액션을 취하면서 B로 들어갔었거든요.
네네네. 근데 생각보다 A가 페이크라는 정보까지도 빠르게 전달했었던 아루의 인도하는 빛 하나와 함께 커버가 되나 싶었는데 거기서 또 LFG가 비비는 싸움이 됐었단 말이죠.
교전에서 승리를 하다 보니까 또
그러니까 양 팀 다 교전에서 변수가 계속 나오고 있기 때문에
맞아요.
되게 게임의 흐름이 재밌게 가고 있어요.
자, 그러다 보니까 연장 라운드 첫 시작은 SLT가 따냈습니다. 임팩트의 마지막 활약이 아주 임팩트 있게 마무리가 됐었어요.
지난주에 또 키라 선수 보면서 나도 저렇게 되고 싶은데 이런 열망이
DRX, but DRX didn't make it to Masters.
포탈이라는 강팀을 상대로
Will you root for Gen G?
연장전에서 우위를 찍어놨습니다.
자, 과제는 그거죠. SLT 성남이 계속해서 A 올인을 상당히 많이 했어요. A 올스를 상당히 많이 했는데 이번에도 A
Do 5-man stack again in overtime. I don't mind it.
입장에서도 설마 또 오겠어거든요.
Oh, it's a high tripwire. That's a good tripwire from Hate.
쪽에 설치를 해놨습니다. 찍히게끔.
자, 캠으로도 한번 확인을 했고.
And they immediately take ramp. This is good movement from LFG. They will give the site, but
자, 페인턴으로 빼내고 나와라. 실각에서.
oh, and they fill this back. SLT's reaction was good. Akchi does get the double bounce pop flash.
이거 이러면 LFG가 할 만한 각도는
Now Hate just needs to wait.
2대 1입니다.
Going together. All right, you check elbow together.
천천히 같이 양동해서 밀면 될 것 같아요.
더블 픽으로 가야 될 것 같은데요. 이거 아까처럼 또 따로 싸우다가 마침 또 낙지랑 헤이트잖아요.
Well done.
다시 동점.
오늘도 약간 빡빡의 냄새가 나는데요.
All right. We go again.
근데 이맘때쯤 되면 LFG도
This is good practice. This is good experience for these players, though, regardless of why it's going to overtime.
거의 약간 오픈북 느낌으로 계속 때려요. 어디 막을 때까지 한번 가보자라는 느낌으로.
자,
자, 한 번씩 또 주고 받았습니다. 13대 13 다시 동점이 만들어졌고요.
자, 이번에는
Okay, this time a bit of a harder presence on ramp from SLT.
아직까지는요.
네.
Javen 25-15, Nocchi 25-16.
미드의 제로 포인트 같은 것들 던지면서 한번 체크를 해보고.
LFG, they hide everyone except for the Cypher, right? They're just trying to make it look like this is just a lurk, and it looks like they just want to overwhelm SLT.
램프 쪽에 두 명이
But
되겠습니다.
Hate,
심지어 더블 픽.
he only clears the corner. Sees multiple. He actually wins the first one, and Javen misses that. He knows it. You see it in his camera.
그러니까 헤이트가 너무 잘 빠져 제빈 각이 안 나왔어요. 네.
이러면 일단 열렸는데 제빈이 그나마 헤이트 잡아냈습니다.
No, no way you try to follow that. That's insane.
근데
경사로에서 무브스가
I mean, we've seen some crazy kills like that before, but
거진 붙여졌는데요.
holy cow.
방금 셋업 되게 좋았네요.
스크린 쪽도 있는 거 확인됐습니다.
네. 이미 각이 없어요. 뒤에
No fault line.
지금 모든 각을 다 쬐고 있는 LFG 포탈이라서 많이 어려워 보입니다.
이게 헤이트가 어떻게 저기서 둘이 더블 픽 각이었는데 하나만 잡고 쏙 빠졌는지.
Yep. Really good position from Sunday, and there's nearly no way Red Light can win this.
레드라이트입니다. 혼자서 하기에는 각도 자체가 많이 어렵습니다.
어렵죠.
Hate winning that first, peeking out just enough to catch one member first in that 1v2 from Hate. That's huge.
밀려 나온 걸 정리하는 연계까지 상당히 좀 좋았었고 양 팀 다 연장이긴 한데
I think Sentinels versus Heretics could be the most insane match and most viewed. It could be. I mean, it could very well be the most viewed for sure.
아니면 비틀까? SLT
Okay, overtime.
근데 이쯤 되면 어디 한번 갈 때까지 가보자라는 오더가 나올 만하거든요.
갈 때까지 가보자.
네, 그래서 제 생각에는 타임아웃 한번 걸린 것 같아요. 그러니까 이 정도까지 오픈북했는데 상대편이 못 막으면 약간 그 질의 억하심적으로다가 어디 한번 그
Give me a second. I want to see.
출제해보자.
Oh, not LFG.
타임아웃 자체가 심리전이 될 수도 있는 거잖아요. 네, 뭐 얘들아 B 한번 다시 가봐 할 수도 있는 건데 왜냐면은 이런 식으로 흔들릴 수밖에.
Oh, SLT's the team with Pine, right? Okay, so Pine, the ex Overwatch pro, is the coach for SLT.
LFG로 바뀌게 된다면은 계속 고민이 될 수밖에 없는 거예요. 그러다 보니까 플래시 드라이브와 함께 연계하면서 피해 망상까지 투자하면서 레이즈를 A메인 미는.
I want a penalty shootout in Valorant, like ISO 1v1s. That'd be so funny. If it goes above like 22-22 or whatever, it's like, all right, send in your first player. Into the gulag we go.
맞아요. 이번에는 안 말리면서 천천히 LFG가 받아먹을 수 있는 구도를 만드는 게 중요해 보이고요.
That would be funny.
이게 어떻게 될까요? 근데 이게 LFG 포탈이 만약에 제로 포인트로 킬조이를 임팩트를 찍어도 이게 진짠지 아닌지를 제대로 읽을 수가 없어요.
Okay, so timeout and they default. The thing is LFG, they were ready for a 5-man. They're kind of playing safe, right? They're just hiding deep on the tripwires, looking to pinch from heaven. With the 0 point, they kind of backed out. Now with Vents, they're backing out further. Do they rotate? Because if they rotate here, it's an incredible read from Nocchi. Because you didn't see anything on the camera. And that's the thing, the camera's positioned, so you know that there's still nothing on ramps. You know nothing's coming to the site. Huge entry kill though. Javen needs to stay alive. Gets a little distracted from the fragment pulses. Whoa, 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 whoa! Getting a little rushed here. I think they started to panic because of the spike being up there. The angles right now... Okay, I was about to say, the angles right now could lead to at least a 1v1 here, and then it would have been a 1v2, but... Nocchi gets that kill. I think SLT, I am curious. SLT played the defense like so vanilla. Something that I would hope that they can change in the future. Kind of feel bad that FPX have to play Carmine Court first. Yeah, but it is Swiss, so we'll see.
그러니까 이런 템포도 되게 중요한 것 같아요.
그렇죠. 빠르게 들어갔다가 살짝 조절했다 들어갔다가 그러니까 크라우칭 스타트.
And people saying that
다르잖아요.
맞습니다.
like why are we doing Swiss if it's just 2 wins, 2 losses anyways? It's like, I mean, there's still a difference in that you don't know for sure who your opponents are going to be, and it seeds it across the entire tournament. So I think Swiss still holds value here. I mean, it was a pretty back and forth game. There were some good adjustments, but SLT, the thing is they brought a composition that definitely shouted that they were more confident on their attacker side, and that's good. Do they? I forget. Does Challengers Korea go on commercial break in between maps? Just in case they don't, I'm gonna go get a snack real quick. I'll be right back. I don't think it's official info. Is it reliable? That depends on who you decide to trust as your sources. But I have not seen anything official yet. Well, Zest being out of IAM, I believe, is official. Because I think Zest posted that.
이것을 내주다 보니까 굉장히 좀 뼈아플 것 같고 LFG 포탈은 너무 기분 좋게 출발하는데요. 그리고 문제가 다음 맵이 아이스박스잖아요. 그렇죠. 헤이트가 또 레이나 들고 그냥 머리 빵빵빵빵 할 수 있는 거라서 물론 보긴 봐야겠습니다만요. 그러니까 본인들이 선택한 이 스플릿에서 일단 패배를 한 SLT 성남. LFG 포탈이 선택한 아이스박스에서는 SLT가 한번 일격을 날려줘야 돼. 그래야 디사이더까지 끌고 갈 수 있습니다.
그나마 이제 좀 고무적인 부분은 이제 뭐 레이나 같은 픽이 나왔을 때는 어쨌든 컨택 싸움을 좀 해야 된다라는 얘기인데 SLT가 컨택이 밀리진 않았거든요. 그러니까 컨택 싸움을 갔을 때 오히려 변수 좀 많이 냈던 편이라서 야 그냥 우리 샷싸움 가면은 자신 있을 거다, 괜찮을 거다라는 마인드로 가면은 충분히 변수는 나올 만하다고 생각합니다.
네. MVP가 좀 궁금하긴 하네요. 네. 첫 번째 맵의 MVP 누구 줄지 좀 고민이 되겠는데요. 낙지 선수가 첫 번째 맵 스플릿에서의 MVP로 선정이 됐습니다. 고생하긴 했죠. 네. A가 제로 포인트에 찍히긴 했는데 임팩트만 걸렸는데 저게 진짠지 아닌지 그리고 오는 것도 이게 파편탄으로 막는 것도 이게 쉽지 않은 거라서요. 네. 고생하면서도 스탯도 높았어요. 되게 바빴어요 낙지 선수가.
상대편의 거짓말에 당해가지고 본인이 좀 견뎌야 될 점이 상당히 좀 많이 나왔는데 그때마다 사이트 안에서 계속 좀 그 저항하는 킬을 상당히 많이 내줬어요.
네.
그러다 보니까 ACS도 상당히 높게 나왔고 본인 자체가 단단하게 견뎌주다 보니까 아군이 리테이크가 할 각도 상당히 많이 나왔고요.
ACS 264를 기록했습니다. KD 2.3을 찍으면서 낙지 선수가 첫 번째 맵 스플릿에서의 MVP로 선정이 됐어요. 네, 이제 중요한 거는 뭐 어쨌든 연장 끝에 LFG가 첫 맵은 가져갔고 아이스박스에 대한 SLT의 준비가 어떻게 되어 있을지 궁금하긴 합니다. 네. 자 이렇게 첫 번째 맵 LFG 포탈이 15대 13으로 승리를 거두면서 1등으로 앞서 나가고 있습니다. 저희는 잠시 후 들어와서 두 번째 맵 아이스박스로 이어드립니다.
SLT is Songnam. Oh, you live in Songnam? There you go. Root for SLT. Hometown team. Oh my god, are they just now going to commercial? I forget the run of show here for Challengers Korea. What is it? It's highlights, stats, highlights, MVP, and then commercial? Apparently. Regarding Zest, I mean, I don't know. I'm working off the same rumors and reports that everyone's seen, which the rumors and reports say Zest is going to bleed, and the rumors and reports say he is going to replace Crazy Guy, who is their IGL. But what I believe is not a rumor report is Zest is no longer on IAM, Team IAM. So the timing of all these reports does seem to line up, but who knows? Yo, look at Sherpa's logo. So sick. Just spill everything you know and add allegedly. That's one way to do it, but I don't know much. Like, a lot of people think, like, oh, well, he's a caster. He should know about all the scrims and stuff, right? I'm like, no. I purposely try to stay away from it because it's like, I don't want to make a mistake, and B, I don't want my analysis and opinions to be based off of info that others don't know. Would you like a bite of this coffee bun? It's very good. Is this 2-0? What's the second map? Icebox? I want SLT to win because I don't like the fact that LFG plays Reyna on Icebox. But I think Hate can probably stomp him. We'll see. It's feeling like it will be a 2-0, but I'm hoping no. Wait, Crazy Guy for sure got dropped? Wait, when was that announced? That's looking like late keyframe. If he does go to Bleed, does it not seem like Bleed is just trying to throw money to fix things? I mean, that I have no idea. I mean, also, like, if he does go to Bleed, like, who knows how much it would have cost? Maybe it didn't cost that much, right? Maybe Zest was like, man, I really didn't have the timing to join a VCT team, so I'll take it, right? As for the next map, whose map is it, chat? I think it's LFG's. The Reyna, though. Don't like the Reyna on Icebox. Don't like it. I mean, if you're using it, again, if you're like building around it, sure, but if you're just like, well, we don't know what else to play, so we're just gonna put in a double duelist and put Reyna, I'm not a big fan. There's some rumors. Oh, I saw the rumors about C9 as well. That's crazy. Dude, it's just like the moment matches stop, the moment we don't have official matches to watch, everyone just goes crazy. Everyone's like, oh man, give me that drama. Give me that drama. Let me go through all the likes of all the different Twitter profiles. Let me figure this out. Let me check all the follows and unfollows. Everyone just goes into their little tunnels. Everyone's like, ooh, what's gonna happen? It's like, man, in all honesty, listen, let me just say this. You think you're a real fan of Valorant? You think you're a real fan of Valorant esports and you want it to grow and you want to see some better plays and better players and you want to see stronger teams and new recruits happening? In that time that you're watching and scouring Reddit and Twitter, just watch the goddamn Challenger games from regions either in your own or next to your region. That is so much more useful for probably both you and the scene. On that note, I do check in to like all the different platforms and forums in both Korea and globally, like probably almost every day. But like, I'm not fiending for it. I'm just seeing, you know, like, oh, is there any UFO? Like, oh yeah, there. And usually the things I'm most looking forward to is like maybe like a new analysis video channel or, you know, like vlogs and stuff coming up. Who do they put on Reyna? On LFG? Hate. The Sentinel player, he plays Reyna. I think it was Hate. Let me double check. Make sure I'm not spreading misinformation here. Yes. Hate seems to be kind of their flex. Sunday goes to the Killjoy. Moose still plays Viper. So it seems like Moose is kind of the fixed Viper player here. That's a fever dream. Dude, people who stalk follows on social media are crazy. I can't... First of all, I can't believe you're like even thinking to do that. Kind of wish I was the center of a spotlight so I could just bait people with all sorts of different follows. I mean, it happens in sports too, though. Yeah. Is there any news on King? Is he still teamless or is he in challengers? He is still teamless, I believe. I don't think he's joined the Japanese team. Eco just joined the Japanese team.
게다가 본인들이 선택한 전장이었잖아요. 그래서 되게 뼈 아픈 것 같아요.
이렇게 되면 상대의 판으로 올라가야 되는데 그것은 아이스박스입니다. 쉽지 않을 수 있어요.
지난 비방송 경기에서 LFC 포탈이 아이스박스 13대 3으로 마루 게이밍 잡았었거든요. 그때 압살을 했었습니다. 근데 그때는 또 헤이트 선수가 레이나를 잡으면서 말씀해주신 압살을 하긴 했는데 스플릿만 놓고 본다면은 헤이트 선수가 막 그때만큼의 퍼포먼스는 아니었단 말이죠. 맞아요. 물론 상황 자체가 어려운 것도 있긴 했었지만, 자 그러면 이제 발이 풀린 상태의 헤이트가 그때 비방송 경기만큼의 퍼포먼스를 보여줄 수 있을지 보여주기만 한다면 SLT
Did King fail Duolingo? Oh, speaking of which, during the break, I gotta do my Duolingo today for Japanese. I started it back up. My wife and I are both learning, trying to make sure we keep up and learn a new language. She's trying to learn like more solid, like actual fluent English. Like she knows some words here and there, but not enough to like converse. And then I'm going to pick up Japanese again. I thought about picking up Chinese or Spanish, but it's too daunting. And I started Japanese last year for like a month, so I'm back on it. Who should I cause beef with? I should cause beef. You know what? I should cause some beef with friggin' good old Wyatt River. All right, Wyatt's Law was wrong. RQ did not win the rematch, nor was Zeta Division that impressive. Okay. I should cause some beef with good old Wyatt River. No, beef is the best way to get impressions, which is really sad, and I hate it, but it's always been true.
시작 좋았습니다. 오늘 첫 번째 맵 입장 잘했고요. LFC 포탈은요. 왜냐면은 SLT 성남 입장에서 준비해온 걸 잘 보여줬지만 그에 대한 대처법들을 잘 마련해서 보여줬다 보니까 아마 구단주님께서도 보면서 좀 흐뭇해하고 계시지 않을까라는 생각도 들고요. 지난 개막주 때는
Seriously.
상당히 좀 서운하다.
Who let Wyatt be the voice of Plat Chat? What does he know? He doesn't know anything about Pacific.
궁금하긴 하네요. SLT 성남 첫 번째 맵에서 좀 일격을 당했습니다. 연장까지 가는 접전 끝에 패배를 한 거라서 분위기 자체는 좀 안 좋아질 수
You know what's crazy is like you look at screens like this. And I'm not trying to nip it. What I'm trying to say is you have to be so impressed by the Riot Games arena in LA, because like this, you can see the panels. Oops. Oh, simple and sweet. SLT fighting. You love to see it. Wait, who is that? Oh. That's SLT's team member. Kira. On the bench. SLT does have a 7-man roster. Our favorite. Speaking of Wyatt, Wyatt's favorite. 7-man rosters. I actually have so much respect for Wyatt. I think Wyatt does a real bang-up job. Also, he's got a really good voice. Not gonna lie, so what I was gonna say is like you can see the panels and you can kind of see pixels, right? Especially, and then on the camera, like you can see the waves, right? Because of how it's what the screens are and like their colors and their frame rates and things like that. But the LCS arena, the Riot Games arena where America's kickoff happened, like those screens are clean. They almost look like glass. It's crazy, and they're mega bright too. Is this stage better than kickoff?
박살냈어요 경기를.
I wouldn't say that. First of all, like cable management. Hello?
말이 안 되는 거죠?
Like, listen, I know they're just playing games. I know it just needs to work, but like, granted, listen, the kickoff, like the Pacific kickoff stage was, listen, it wasn't great, but I don't know.
제로 포인트 이후에 플래시 드라이브와 연계되는 제빈의 밀어넣기 이런 것들은 준비가 잘 되어 있을 건데 제빈이 거기서 성과를 만들어낼 수 있을지도 중요하겠습니다.
두 번째 맵 아이스박스 피스톨 라운드.
Okay, LFG with the arena. Now SLT does choose defense first.
자, SLT 입장에서는 본인들이 수비만 잘 틀어 막으면
Yeah, if they actually just do okay here, honestly, like with the arena, the defense is pretty straightforward.
그다음에 고각 제로 포인트를 통해서
So it's,
파악하겠다 했는데 제로 포인트가 안 찍힌 시점에서
I think
A에 대한 의심은 하고 있었지만 이건 LFG가 빠르게
as long as SLT has an okay start here. Dude, moves is lurking all the way in spawn. It's crazy. They've already filled the site. SLT, bit of a gamble here. It's like almost better that their audio isn't the greatest.
뒤에 있는 무브즈 백업만 온다면 충분히 괜찮은 구도입니다.
Casting in Korean is so fun. We actually get so much time to just do like mega analysis too. You can nerd out so much on a Korean cast because when you do trio cast, the quote unquote play-by-play, basically the anchor, the host is really just a host, right? They're just there to like kind of be like, you know, if there's a bit of downtime or if there's not much to break down, they're like, all right, well, you know, it's 1v2, and they kind of remind you like, still got that poison cloud. Speaking of which, oh, I thought Benesio was gonna get it. And then hype up like key moments like aces, things like that, in between rounds. Just be like, all right, well, going into round 3, things like that. And then the other two are both just they're both color casters, right? And you know, depending, and then you try to find a balance with whoever you're casting with. Like maybe one person's like the super nerdy, like macro strategy, you know, strategy analysis. Then one guy can be much more about like storylines or like individual micro things like that. And for the majority of the cast, will just be the two color casters. And in between, the hype moments are led by the host. So really, it's a lot of tossing back and forth of just like breakdowns and analysis and thoughts, and it's so fun. And I wish we could do that more on the English side as well. I'm trying to, like, I want to get to a point where you can do that even with duos. But with duos, it's harder because if you, whoa, oh, okay. If you have a caster who's like, well, I'm just play-by-play, then it's hard, right? Because you don't want to just have one voice talking the entire time either, so. Chemistry is way more important with trio casters, to be fair, which is why it's harder. Also, it costs more. But chemistry is way harder with trios. Because the tossing back and forth, like it needs to be so smooth. But usually, what you'll see. Sorry, we're talking. I mean, this is an eco round, right? So, in all honesty, LFG should be winning this fairly easily. But usually, if you have a good host, like a good main caster, like the play-by-play caster, they will conduct things very well. Like, for instance, let's say like you have a new guy, a new color caster. They're like not sure when to jump in. So sometimes the hosts will like say something and they won't like call them out by name. I mean, if it's really needed, they will, but they'll kind of like purposely look at the new guy sometimes to toss to them, right? Really going to set them up for an opportunity. Or if one guy stops talking and the host was about to pick up because they think, you know, maybe there's something to mention to just like follow up or things like that, and the other color caster starts talking, usually the host just kind of backs off, right? So things like that. Our casters divided into type. So I'm not a big fan of like play-by-play versus analysis division. I'm not a big fan of like. Here's the thing. I think I think the best way you're gonna get a cast is if you have just two good casters, or just two color casters, but you can both like handle play-by-play, and you maybe, and especially if you have a normal duo that you work with, then you can have tendencies, right? One person is more the play-by-play, things like that. You know, basically one person's more the host and the hype, one person's more the breakdowns and the stories and whatnot, but you generally want a good balance. But generally, there are divisions of types and specialties.
이러면 다 열려요. 이러면 다 열립니다. 이펙터가 일단 대기하고 있는데 이거 또한 잡힙니다.
이제 이러면 2라운드에
Dude, SLT is starting to look pretty lost here.
제빈이 욕심을 낼 수가 없어요. 그러니까 엔트리가 앞으로 공간에 못 열어주다 보니까 하나하나 각다 지우면서 가야 되고.
발견. 이거 좀 크게 굴러가겠는데요, 이번 라운드로.
네. 썬데이를 제외하고 나머지 4명. 오, 잠깐만, 레드라이트.
No, but given the timing, given the post plan, I think you have to save for SLT here. If you peek out here and immediately get a kill, maybe. But you've got a Viper on the other side. Okay, the 0 point only catches the jet. Gotta back out. I thought Baby Bay did very well. I mean, there are definitely things where it's like, okay, clearly there are some like tendencies and habits and things like that, and kind of when it comes to like an official broadcast, like the delivery of things. But here's the thing, I will always say, and I'll say this, if anyone's interested in casting, and I think this is one of the biggest mistakes that new casters can make, is don't try to force your delivery. It is much better to be earnest than try to like deliver good lines and good tone and all that. Obviously, you should make sure you're like not stretching your voice. You should make sure it sounds good, but right, like don't try to purposely add more weight. Don't try to purposely like create the storyline if you're not quite sure how to do it yet. It is much better to be earnest and then slowly build up the actual delivery and broadcasting. Because if you're trying to fabricate the broadcasting, then even your earnest emotion about the game won't come through, and at that point you start to sound fake. But I thought Baby Bay did quite well on the official cast. Steal as well. Steal as well. So early push. SLT chose to just fill A. Now they're gonna have to over-rotate, so it's a bit of an over-rotate, and that's okay if you are ready to retake. But here's the thing, now they 0 point in mid. The thing is I mean, LFG, right as that 0 point came through, I feel like moves could have actually gone for a bit of a lurk into mid to C, but they're pretty set on B. They still have a snake bite. They still have double nano swarms. Ash is still alive. They know he should be on the other side. Sunday's there for the backup. Oh, almost lined up for that. Okay, so SLT, their retake here on the B side with the flashes for yellow. Okay. The flash plus the recon at the same time allows them to take control of yellow, and then they have a pinch. I'm not sure what the question is about Hypoc. About like why he wasn't there? I have no idea. Yeah, I mean, I will also say again, not to take it away from Baby Bay or Stale, but if you have someone, especially if you have like a pro, like an ex-pro or like an ex-coach or something like that, and their first broadcast goes really well, you have to give a lot of props to whoever they were on the broadcast with, whether it's on the desk, whether it's on the cast, right? You have to give a lot of props, especially to the host, because and whoever else is like on that segment with them, because there's gonna be a lot of like setting up for success, and that's, to me, as someone who also used to produce and also who used to host a lot and do a lot of play-by-play, that's a big plus for me. If I find people who I know are really good at setting up their co-casters for success, that's a huge boon. That's a huge boon. But yeah, props to Baby Bay and and steal.
괜찮네요.
이게 또 이제 흐름이 끊기더라도 빠르게 복구되는 그런 게 나와.
I enjoyed listening to both of their stuff.
길어지지만 않으면 돼요.
네, 그럼요. 아니, 뭐 경기는 길어져도 되는데 퍼즈가 길어지면 좀 아쉬운 거라서.
맞아요. 이 정도 퍼즈는
But yeah, it's just like
좀 애기-
again, like I think there's like there's better
이 정도면 뭐.
잠깐인데 뭐.
overall balances and delivery that we can still discover in Valorant casting.
걸렸을 때 한 5분 이내로 해결이 됐으면 좋겠습니다.
네. 이게 분 앞에가 두 자리가 되기 시작하면 서로
Bit of a pause. I think they're just double checking though, because they went backstage.
경기를 보시는데 아주 쾌적하게
아.
보시고 싶으실 거 아니겠어요?
그쵸. 흐름 끊기지 않는 선에서.
네.
하다못해 경기 보다가 이제 과자라도 드실 수 있는데 과자가 마르거든요.
아니 그러게.
네, 크레딧 마르듯이 그러니까
아, 예.
과자가 그 아예 그냥 드라이해진다는 게 아니라 뭔가 그래도 손은 심심하잖아요. 경기는 안 가고 그럼 과자만 먹게 돼요.
수분이 좀 끼죠.
예.
Okay.
자, 5번째 라운드 시작합니다.
계속해서 이 보이셨던 제로 포인트를 토대로 그린에 대한 뭐 의지를 파악을 하고
Empress, etc.
어떻게 밀어 넣을 것인가에 대한 고민을 계속.
See, SLT is playing a little scared, partly because I think they lost the first map and how they lost it, but second, because there's arena as well, right? So it's not like the recon and then push out to really take control of A main. Huge shot.
피지컬의 화신이에요. 이 친구들은.
한 번도 시도하는 가능성.
Dude, Jabin kind of reminds me of Han a little bit. Just like the way he plays. Oh, clean shots all around. Good shot from Sunday.
탭으로.
이야, 재빈만 있는 거 아니다.
근데 솔직히
And see, now they can go wherever, because he spotted the third on A as well. So even if they all go B, it's a 4v2, like at best. And even if they do over-rotate, it's a 4v3.
아, 썬데이가 이걸 덮어주면은 이러면 아루가 빠지기가 좀 애매해져요.
네.
그래서 어차피 인원은 우리가 B를 가게 되면 4대 2는 웬만하면 될 테니까 그냥 가는 거죠, 이거는요.
거기다가
They've already taken yellow.
안 되어 있는 걸 보니까 그냥 컨택으로
You have recon.
하고 있고.
네.
장막 턴에
Okay, they wait for the snake bite.
공간 잘 밀어내고 있고요. 안전하게 리콘까지 다 했기 때문에
I like the lockdown. I was wondering about it.
이펙트.
I like the lockdown because it forces SLT to think, oh, and he actually uses it.
시간 저지. 시간 저지는 안 됐어요.
예,
네.
설치 일단 됐고요.
Uses it to actually try to get the diffuser as well. Doesn't get either. So this is a huge success for LFG, who's ahead, who's going to be able to cycle through their other ultimates.
베네시아가 설마
And it takes away something that really ruins them, right? Because, again, they just have the leer for flashes, so...
나서 썬데이가 마지막 방점을 찍는 역할이 될 수도 있고 체크를 하러 온다면 썬데이가 시작점이 되고. 네.
Is there a criteria about where you cast? I'm not sure I understand the question. I'm sorry. Can you clarify?
샷감을
대부분 다 원탭이었어요.
I'm always down to answer questions about like my thoughts or whatnot about casting and esports broadcasts, so always happy to talk about that.
대충샷이라고 하기에는 아니 작년부터 계속 잘했잖아요. 그 전부터 잘했었고. 예.
나이만 봤을 때는 또 이제 뭐 그렇게 보실 수 있겠지만 어쨌든 그냥 실력적으로 보면은 쭉 이어져 오던 거니까 사실.
예,
이거 좀 살벌하긴 했어요. 다 원탭으로 보냈으니까 좀 살벌하긴 했어요.
뭐 보시기에 나름입니다.
그렇죠.
About where to cast? I mean, if I moved to North America, I would probably try to ask Riot if I can cast Americas. But, you know, it's a question of like, is there a spot? Impact. Wow. Holds that. Now, although this is an eco, because SLT pushes out, LFG is going to have to start considering the threat of a push out from mid. Oh my god, and the push out from garage as well. This is a good round for SLT to do a lot of these pushes. Because again, with LFG, you don't have the craziest util chain, you don't have the craziest info gathering. So if you keep threatening them to let them know that you're gonna pinch the map and you're gonna tighten the map control, then LFG in theory needs to start rushing a bit more or spend too much time and then get spotted
될 것 같아요.
이거 위치도
and
찍혔어요.
fight at a disadvantage.
좀 아까운 상황이네요.
레드라이트
A little bit late on the retake for the rest of the team. If you were gonna use the lockdown anyway, I don't know about red light peeking out there. I mean, he gets one, so
그러면 일단 나가자.
it's a trade, but how they're both alive, which is crazy.
설마 해퍼 핑핑핑핑핑 우클릭 안 됐고 자 해체 안 올라가고
There we go. All right, UI didn't show.
순간 가운데 안 떠가지고.
네 저도 해체 안 올라간 줄 알고 빨리 눌러야 되는데 지금
But what game or sport or esport have you always wanted to cast or try to cast that you haven't yet?
위험했어요.
네.
맞아요. 자, 그 라운드
Lots of sports actually. I would love to cast basketball, soccer.
그리고 오퍼 유지가 되고 있다.
I think football would be American football would be fun to cast.
하거든요. 어쨌든 앞에서 봉쇄도 빠졌고 무력화 명령이 있기는 합니다만
Um,
봉쇄랑 지금은 사냥꾼의 분노가 사이클이 좀 그 어긋났기 때문에 낙지의 사냥꾼의 분노를 통해서 A를 강제로 그냥
What else?
공간에 밀어내는 빌드를
oh, so now they push out with the op.
제빈의 오퍼레이터 한 번 더 이 자리를 지키고 있는
Ah,
턴 한번
moved a little bit, flicked a little bit on the thinking it was a wider jump as well. I think.
드론 체크.
이거 진짜 말씀해 준 것처럼 사냥꾼의 분노를 그냥 찍어
He got spotted by the drone.
들면서 들어가도 되긴 할 것 같은데
Okay, he takes the safe route. I don't mind it. Again, because of the leer, no one was in an angle to clear that for you.
네, 사냥꾼의 분노 쓰네요.
아예 그냥 스크린 쪽으로 몰아내고 일단 백사이드 쪽은 다 먹었는데
SLT has a chance to just flood here, especially with the Reina gone. There's no one to draw aggro further.
언더 쪽에 계속 자리 잡고 있는데 하루가
엔트리 라인이 너무 빨리 무너져가지고
They're holding angles. SLT can play a bit more confidently here. Okay.
그러니까 이게 문제가 뭐였냐면
Esport? What esport would I love to have an opportunity to cast?
엔트리가 먼저 터져버려가지고 본인이 최후방에서 나는 공간 담당
Fighting games?
했는데 니네가 없으면 나
Fighting games?
가는 동안에 게임이 터진다. 그러니까 이런 상황이 되어버렸어요.
I really want to. I would need to learn a lot more as well, but I think fighting game casting, I think within esports, fighting game casting,
힘을 보여주고
to me,
일단 맵이
fighting games,
골목들을 다 체크하기에는 어느 정도 한계치도 있고
CS,
타임아웃이겠죠?
타임아웃인가요? 아니면 테크퍼즈인가요?
and
시간은
테크퍼즈네요.
그렇군요.
RTSs.
타임아웃이면은
These are really good games and genres
다시 재빈
to hone your skill as a caster.
전달이 되면 어떤 내용인지 전달이 되면은 말씀을 드리겠습니다.
Seems like Javen's still having a lot of issues with his setup here.
가끔씩 연결이 좀 끊기는 문제가 아닌가라는 생각도 좀 들고요. 그러다 보니까 지금 계속 그 라인의 연결부를
Seems like an audio thing.
이런 쪽에 또
박학다식하신
공부 좀 많이 했잖아요.
예, 제가 옆에서 많이 물어봤거든요. 그랬더니 이게 그 가끔씩 그 접촉 불량 날 때도 있고 그 접촉 불량 때문에 나는 이슈가 이제 마우스 끊김 이슈.
전달이 됐는데
네.
프레임 드랍 이슈가
All right, seems like they're having some frame drops,
마우스 끊김이
which that needs to be fixed for sure.
그냥 PC
근데 이게
네.
그런 것도 있어요. 화면 보면서 이제 얘기를 하다 보면은
네.
유추를 해볼 수
아,
있잖아요.
그렇죠, 그렇죠,
예.
그렇죠.
이게
네.
역시
전 좋은 시도였다고 생각합니다.
네.
그럼요.
상품도 팔아본 사람.
Well, while we're waiting,
네, 나이스 트라이, 나이스 트라이.
Ooh.
가운데 분이 퍼즈 전문가라서.
예.
now 1-2-0 against Old Stinky Cat. 13-1 on Icebox.
어쨌든 나이스 트라이였어요.
NT.
NT.
좋았어요. 그래서 SLT 성남의 그다음
Still going with the double duelist, I see.
어쨌든 초반에 LFG가 점수를 좀 먹고 있는 상황에서 SLT가 따라가는 점수를 좀 만들어냈거든요.
오퍼레이터가 뜬 이후부터 어느 정도 수비가 되어가고 있는 모습이 있고 뭐 물론 오퍼레이터가 막 미친
Alright.
화력을 보여준 건
If this pause goes longer,
그래도
I'm
존재
booting up
하나만으로도
Honkai Star Rail.
의심은 해야 되는 LFG가 되긴 했거든요.
그쵸.
근데 LFG가 또 잘하고 있는 거는 어쨌든 초반에 빠지는
Should I stream Final Fantasy VII Rebirth?
컴뱃 쪽에 박히는 정찰용 화살이
Chat.
빠지고 나서 들어가죠.
What do you think?
정보에
It would take
일단
forever to finish the game if I stream it.
정보까지는 좋습니다.
Because I could only stream like
그래도 점수가 아쉬운 건 사실이죠.
an hour or two on days that I co-stream,
좀 낮아지긴 하거든요. 그러니까
and then maybe like another day of the week, like 3 or 4 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours.
투 엔트리기 때문에 나중에
Right now, I'm like, I don't know.
그러려면 공격을 좀 잘해야 돼요.
네.
그래서
3 hours? 4 hours? 4 hours, I think?
퍼즈 이후에 그래서
Not very far.
점수는 최대한 LFG 포탈이 많이 가져가는 흐름이 나와야 됩니다.
I mean, I don't. The beginning part, I don't mind redoing. It's just like,
해결됐나요?
because here's the thing is that our TV is 70 inches. The thing is I don't mind redoing the part that I've done so far in the game. It's just that it would take forever to finish it, and then obviously then I can't play it on days that I'm not streaming. But I don't think I can stream every day. There's a lot of other things I have to do. So yeah, it's a big TV. Okay, does he back out all the way? Dude, that angle. So okay, so LFG, they remember, right? They remember that the mid push happened, so they go in, they pressure it, they now have mid control. SLT's answer to this is a rotate, but SLT is kind of making the assumption, right? They're making the assumption that, okay, we got contact on B and they pushed mid, so they should expect that we are going to rotate to B. So they're sticking on A. But the thing is, at this point, Benessia completely disregards 2. Now you can definitely go B. You even give up mid control because Hate's already on the site. And SLT, I think they're trying to creep into it because of time, but they think they can delay for time. But it was a 3v3. Could have stayed grouped for the retake. Just the thing is as soon as you've given up like a portion, right? If you give up like this portion, you need to just have like certain lines. You're like, okay, this is the line, or like this is the line. And some lines don't feel good, like this line. Just making sure you defend this part of the map doesn't feel good because you have so much to re-clear. But like you need to kind of decide where that is for the team. What's your opinion on Reyna pick in esports? I think it's okay if the comp is built around it. I don't like this comp. I mean, listen, if you have great aim, I'm fine with Reyna. I think Reyna's cool, but this comp is literally the goal of Reyna here is Reyna go kill. It's not we're gonna set up Reyna to kill. It's not Reyna is going to help amplify other utility. It is literally Reyna go kill. But in like the compositions where they're using like a Sky, a Reyna, a Raze, and a Harbor, that's like okay. The Leer is amplified even further. The flashes are amplified even further, and now we can. That sets up the Reyna for success, right? Or something like the Gecko. Then I'm fine with it. Oh, big read. Ah, the drone still follows him. Hey, try to go for a repay. I think he got pinged though, didn't he? Did they miss? Maybe the drone missed. Maybe it missed because we didn't see it ping on this screen. Early pit. The drop as well. Now you know that they peeked out because of turret. You can hold that window. Meteor showed us a good angle to hold that window. That's a huge ping. Oh, and Hate's aware of it. Good straight from impact. Aru did not see him. They have no idea that Nakshi's here. Wow, Ash. I cannot believe you dashed for that. I mean, I guess you don't have time, but... Riot Money paying for that TV. we got a pretty big discount on it. But... Wait, 70, right? Yeah. We were originally considering a 60? 65? 60? No, 65. Whatever the smaller size is. But then we got to the shop. My wife was like, "Oh, but like big people always say like TVs, the bigger it is, the better it is." And I'm like, "No, I agree. Like a big TV would be cool, but Like, do we really need it? Like, we don't watch that much TV, and most of the time I'm probably gaming on my computer.
더블 큐브인데요.
Wow, Impact is still trying to challenge that on a different timing.
끄는 건 좀 큰데요.
이러면 A
See, that's the thing, is that SLT just seems to, like, they seem to have this idea that if this is our default, like, we always do this, right? And, well, Jabin's just trying to regain some ground because they've decided to ditch A for a retake here.
상대가 미드 쪽을 의심하면
So you're trying to funnel them, but...
잡을 수밖에 없는 상황이기 때문에 헤이트만 심어놓고 A를 정식으로
But anyway, so...
본인들이 궁각제면 되거든요.
I was like, I don't know if we really need it, but then once we went there and like saw the bigger ones, obviously then it's like it's hard to go back to a small TV once you're like looking at a big one, right? And I was like, yeah, but like the price difference is pretty big.
아니라면 천천히
She was like, oh yeah, that's right. I guess we can go for a smaller one. Dude, look at Hate, by the way, all the way over on B.
그런 설계도 괜찮고요 지금은.
Still enough time to rotate.
근데 헤이트가 너무 많이 파나가지고 이거는 헤이트한테 다 끊기겠네요.
And yeah, you can't expect that he's already here.
지금 A에서 B로 발바닥에 땀나게 뛰고 있어. 하나 올라간다잉 하면서 사운드 다 들린다잉.
Oh, he didn't check. No, Hate, no. Oh, he wanted the double, that's why.
아루간 키고요. 하물며 구덩이까지 있다 보니까 이건 어려울 것 같은데요.
So then we were like, okay, we'll go for the smaller size. But then as we were comparing, and we were like making adjustments to try to get the best discounts and deals, NT on the push, we were just like, well, you know what? We can actually probably manage to get the bigger one. So we got a 70-inch. And it's nice. It's nice.
처음이면 LFG 입장에서 이미
Playing Final Fantasy on that TV is huge. I booted it up originally on my monitor here, but I took it out for the TV and it looks good.
서로에서 임팩트를 끊고 간다는 거. 그거 하나만으로도 일단 킬조이가 끊기면은 인원 분배 자체가 좀 어려워질 수밖에 없거든요. SLT 성남 입장에서는.
예. 그래서 가장 핵심입니다. 임팩트가.
그래서 임팩트가 이번 라운드
Hunter's Fury lockdown available. Hunter's Fury and Null Command. I think that's been available for like 3 rounds now, and now it's a broken round here for SLT. Okay, they're gonna push out. Finally, a bit of a push out. You get pinged. Okay, you have to use a dash and the updraft. That's rough. Okay, Aru gets tagged.
기분 나쁘게.
Jabin takes a lot of risky positions though. Jabin plays like he needs to carry for this team to win. Which is, there's a limit to that. There is a limit to it. Dude, LFG is playing some good Icebox. Right? Trying to fish for the reaction here on the lockdown. You at least get the Hunter's Fury out. And you were checking mid.
근데 이러면 선택지가 하나가 지워져 버려서 강제로 B로 빨리 뛰어야 됩니다. 헤이트가 시간 버는 겁니다, 이거는요.
네.
Hate. The repeat I actually think is fine, but dude, Ash is also very confident. I think Jabin might have heard him land there.
그러니까 아로 한 대 맞은 게 은근히 기분이 나쁜 거라. 자, 그리고 이거 뒷돈을
So now they know there's one in kitchen, and Nakji should not have lost that.
둘 다 스치면 사망 피. 애쉬는 견딜 수 있어요. 맞습니다. 그리고 하나 잡음.
Oh, it's so far though. He wants to spray. He doesn't hear him rotating. He was, or he did, and he just wanted to take the diffuser off first.
양각을 너무 잘 잡았어요.
결국 해치가 됩니다. SLT입니다.
중요한 분기점이 될 만한 세트입니다. 자, 라운드
전반전
Okay.
7대 5로 가느냐 아니면 6대 6으로 가느냐는 LFG 입장에서 그렇고 SLT 입장에서 체감치가 좀 클 수 있어요.
그래서 갈 만한 공간에 찾아봐야 되는데
Does LFG have a coach?
개인적으로는
No.
지금은 이미 그러니까 봉쇄가 남아 있는
Not officially, at least.
이번에 오포도 들었고 그럼 각 하나 지운 다음에 리테이크 각만 잘 봐도 괜찮을 만한 라운드로 보이긴 하거든요.
팔폭 눌렀고요. 제로 포인트 날아오면 깰 준비를 하면서 미드를 좀 세게 압박하고
Almost crushed my lighting
우리가 그다음에
cable.
한번 찾아보자.
상대가 좀 어느 정도 흔들려요.
So focus on mid.
노멀하게 가게 되면
You have no command.
보면서 갈 확률이 높기 때문에 좀 흔들어 주는 것 같아요.
자, 미드 쪽에서 헤이터 견뎌요. 헤이터.
Oh, it's a tough shot. It's a tough shot to land.
이거 날바 하고 있을 때
yeah.
혼자서 걸어서 봤어요.
Oh, she just creeps up.
드론 페이크 주고 A로 가는 판단 너무 좋습니다.
예.
상대편이 일반적으로 가게
You have the jet on B as well, so SLT, I mean, they have to respect this. They were focused on mid anyway.
맞아요.
네.
And the recon as well, but you don't hear the plant, so you're wondering what's going on. LFG has all the time in the world to play it safe and clear every corner. And then you still have Nakji on the lurk. You still have Ash watching mid.
알았어요. 아니 이만큼까지 왔는데 이거 설치를 안 한다고? 그러면은
I mean, this is... Now, with the no command being popped, Nakji, yeah, does need to start moving a little bit.
타이밍이 되게 중요하고 안쪽에서 버텨주는 게 될지.
네. 자, 봉쇄 눌렀는데
But Ash has the long range away from the no command with the blades as well.
낙지 의심합니다. 낙지.
낙지가?
Oh, lockdown broken.
잠깐만 끌어도 됩니다.
Oh my gosh. They can't. The round's over.
살리기가 애매해져가지고.
There's no way.
해볼만해요.
자, 정면 상황 봐야 됩니다 이제.
Jabin needs to push out.
네, SLT 입장에서 이거는 이제 뛰어들어야 되는 시점이라.
Okay. He needs to get the other one. How sick would it have been if he got the double kill there?
7대5로 전반전이 마무리됩니다. LFG 포탈.
What games have you casted? Oh, someone asked that before.
굉장히 잘 마무리한 스코어라는 생각이 듭니다.
League of Legends, very little StarCraft, Crossfire,
웃돌면서 점수 마무리를 했거든요.
mobile MOBAs like Arena of Valor. And then I've done hosting, desk analysis desk hosting for CS, Dota 2, Call of Duty, a little bit of Heroes of the Storm. And then I've casted Summoner's War and Kart Rider, so some mobile games, a little bit of racing game last year. Am I missing anything, chat? I think that's the majority of it. Which team do you think has the best chance at ascension from what you've seen? From Korea? From Korea? Originally, I would have actually said I am, but I'm... Especially considering that D Plus beat them 2-1, I would have to go with D Plus, I think. Again. Do you think Icebox is easier for defense or attack? Like in a pro game?
좀더 애쉬가 나가기 편안한 구도를 만들어줄 수 있긴 한데 아니면 아예 그냥 확 밀어버려도 되고요. 컴백까지.
I think defense. I think it's easier to prepare. Assuming that all the players are the same on both sides. But generally it's gonna be attack.
할거 다 했죠 이러면.
근데 무보스가 또 레드라이트를 보낸 모습이 있고요. 하나씩
Excuse me. Wow, that was a clean shot.
자 이러면 뒤가 열립니다. 네, 계속해서 플랭킹을 의심할 수밖에 없고. 신경 많이
SLT is making a choice here though. They're doubling down. They want to fight. They're not going to play post plant. They're going to push in. Not able to double team. Aru gets spotted there. Oh, Benessia gets caught right away. That's unfortunate, but they're also weak. Two headshots. Nope.
썬데이가 마무리하면서 결국 후반전의 피스톨 라운드 LFG입니다.
저렇게 계속 내미는 식의
The thing is on attack,
의 역할이 더 중요해질 수밖에 없어요. 본인이 무너지는 순간 아군이
like,
뒤를 신경 쓸 수
as long as you just have utility and timing, just flood A and then, you know, play post plant, right? And it's harder to defend. It's hard to defend A unless you're pushing out, which is always risky. My favorite to cast? I would say Valorant, not just because I'm casting it right now. If I had had more opportunities to learn CS casting other than just one event, I think CS would probably take the cake, but
B는 그냥 후보수가 보자. 그러면서 여기가 나가는 건데
Ash is-
나오면 안 되거든요.
안 되죠.
Ash is hitting shots.
거는 어쨌든 4를 하는 SLT
Okay.
입장에서는
Killjoy dead, you still planted Nocchi, got the orb.
선택지 하나가 지워지고
Still nothing, the orb was free, so already the rotate is in from LFG to go to B site. You spray through the screen, make sure that you're not getting pushed. But see, right, like this is the line that LFG chose. They said we don't, this is where the buck stops.
계속하고 있어요. 뱀밑발과 나노 수험을 통해서 설치 못하게끔 시간을
Now, because they don't know if the site itself has been filled or not, they're just gonna wait.
그 타이밍에 우리
No reason to over-rotate, no reason to peek and give 1v1s. You play double. This is good from LFG. You play double-double. You're watching mid. And if they rotated to A, then we just go in for a 4v2 retake.
네. 어떻게든 하나 끊고 싶어요 지금 SLT 입장에선. 근데 같이 싸우죠.
It's a good hold from LFG.
맞습니다. 1대1 상황을 안 만듭니다. 결국 낙지가 레드라이트 마무리.
LFG 포탈 입장에서는 베스트 마무리죠. 뭐
Yeah, I think Valorant would be my favorite. Just because also I think Valorant casting is challenging, and I enjoy that. I enjoy the challenge. I enjoy having something to really drive for.
9대5를 만들어 놨습니다. LFG 포탈.
The other game I've casted the most is League of Legends afterwards.
모습이 있는데 버텨줄 필요가 있어요.
그러니까 아예 쭉 빠져서 그러니까 계속해서 정찰.
And the casting was fun while I did it, but and I'm not gonna say like I perfected it, not to say that, but like it's very easy to kind of get into a habit.
A 쪽을 내주고 그냥 합류.
같이 본대 쪽으로.
너희끼리
And I think-
A에서 섀도우 복싱해라. 너희가 A에
I think I'm not a I think I find like games that have instinct moments
B 올색 한번
much more exciting to cast, because then your analysis can your analysis is important, but there's also like things to consider. There's these like very real mind games to consider, whereas a lot of times for like MOBAs, and I would say specifically League of Legends, it kind of becomes like a, well, it's a flow chart, right? And it's whoever executes the flow chart a bit better. RTS a little bit, but 1v1s also have a lot of mind games. So for instance, like that's why I think I would find fighting games very exciting to cast. There's a lot of conditioning, etc., etc.
위치상으로는 뒤쪽도 다 묶여 있는 상황이라 그나마 2층에 있는 선수가
4v5. Oh, that's
하필 이 사운드 들리긴 들렸었거든요. 네. 그래서 뒤는 빨리 끊었어요.
it's a good cover from Nocchi.
많이 빠져 있고.
뱀이빨로 하나
Oh, she can still do damage here.
시간이 얼마 없어서요. 그러니까
같이
천천히
You push in, yeah. Oh, got the far peak. The idea was good there, right? Sunday gets the far peak, and then Nocchi goes in to try to get a kill. But
SLT가 과감하게
unfortunately, just get 3.
빠르게 가면서
Overall, a fairly successful
LFG 손해가 아닌 게 본인은 어차피
bonus.
재활용 라운드
What's a country you want to visit?
세 명 잡은 거는
Switzerland.
나빼드다라고 생각할 만한 상황인 것 같아요.
네. 자 라운드 SLT였어요. 9대6입니다. 하나 만들어냈고 흐름 한번 끊었죠.
Austria. Whoa, dizzy.
쪽에 투자를 했었던 반면 이제
Austria.
한 번 더 티켓타카 할 수 있을 만한 그 옐로 쪽에서의 뷰를 열어줄 것 같긴 한데.
Where else?
쪽에 킬조이 세팅을 해놨고요. LFG가.
I think those are the big ones.
그러니까 시야를 열지 않아도 된다.
자 제로 포인트 날아오네. 이거 빠지고 가자. 자 이러고 나서 옐로 먹을 생각입니다.
네.
왔어요. 제로 포인트 빠진 거.
자
보자마자 바로
이러면은
A site to hold.
속에서는 제트레이너가 A를 밀었구나.
And this is just the op. Nocchi's a good hold though. They still don't know that Hate is here. Oh, Hate's the one who dies. The pickup for the Vandal? No!
아니 이걸 PG 커버.
This is huge.
여기 콜 플레이가 예술이었던 게 레이나는 갔지만
And he dashes out.
애쉬가 생존을 했어요.
Dude, picking up that Vandal was everything.
결국에는 최대한 오퍼라도 못 먹게 만들어야 될 것 같은데요 이거는요.
아유 걸렸어요 이것도.
이거 어찌 보면은 그 헤이트가
The creep in from Impact, it's a good idea, but they saw the barrel. Ash calls it. We saw it on the cam.
그래서 어떻게든 크랙을 만들기 위한 임팩트의 과감한 플레이예요. 임팩트
임팩트.
하나 더 해줘야 돼요. 애쉬가 임팩트.
최대한 교환.
Wow, Ash 4K. picks up the op as well.
짓습니다. 오퍼 가져가네요.
If you ever come to Malaysia, hit. Oh, right on. I'd love to visit Malaysia as well. Obviously, you know, those aren't the only countries I want to visit. It's just if I had to name 1 or 3, then that's what it would be, I think.
빠지고 난 다음에 없는 척하고 나서 옐로우에서 끈차라는 LFG 포탈의 큰 그림은 좋았습니다만 이것도 여기서 사고 날 뻔했어요.
I've never been to Japan either, and I think just because of the closeness, like in a lot of parts of SEA, Southeast Asia, just because of the closeness, proximity to Korea, I think I would like to. Just as like a new experience. Or a fast mid hit, dude. LFG reads this. This is a hard read. Oh.
대처가 완벽했죠. 근데 사실 미드를 지를 때 보통은 독성 장막으로 안 가죠.
I mean, the screen gives it away so much.
좀 과감하게 갔어요.
Not even trying to fake it, right? They're just like, oh, they're definitely committing.
고립이에요.
네. 스파이크도
Which is a
있는 상태라서
Shame.
쉽지 않습니다.
네.
So I think the reason they put up the screen is because of Kitchen, but it's like,
그걸 두고 보고 있진 않습니다. 애쉬가.
I think you could have started with the cloud, and then as your team creeps up here, then put up the screen. Like, I don't know.
거의 많이 넘어왔죠.
Screen is so telling.
사실상 오퍼에게도 운영을 당하고 있는 단계거든요.
네. 타임아웃 요청이죠.
SLT, Pine wants a word.
쪽을 한번 질러봤었던 SLT 성남이었는데 LFG가 바로 대기하고 있었고요.
그러니까 우리도 미드를 건들 수 있습니다에 대한 인식을 심어주는 라운드에 불과한 거라서. 근데 반대로 LFG 입장에서도 아니 뻔하게 그렇게 장막 끊고 오던데 이 생각을 또 가질 수가 있는 거라. 글쎄요. 저도 결국엔 독성 연기와 함께 뭐 조금이라도 액션을 연기를 했으면 어땠을까 싶었는데 좀 아쉽긴 합니다.
네. 아, 점수가 좀 많이 밀려요. SLT.
I don't know what they could really talk about here, because I feel like the players were kind of just like throwing things out.
어쨌든 기본 베이스는 그거예요. 지금
And that's what you need to fix here for SLT.
하면서 뭔가 계속 이득을 보거든요. 앞쪽으로 라인을 당겨가지고 상대가 들어.
I think Jabin's pretty good, but they need to find a system where he can grow better as a player, right? Like he plays like he feels he needs to carry. And you need to find ways to better support him rather than, you know, try to play like just hard defaults and things like that.
아, 임팩트의 봉쇄가 있고요. 아루의 사냥꾼의 분노가 준비되어 있습니다.
Impact is also pretty solid. But again, Impact also plays he plays good solo queue. Like he plays good situations where he's anchoring 1v2, 1v3, things like that. But
드론 깨주고 네. 헤이트
once again, a setup for hate. Do they suspect it though? Okay, because of the 0 point. That's good. They suspected it.
계속해서 옐로우에
And the problem there, the reason they suspected, I think, is because the op was standing here rather than here.
인원이 좀 있었구나라는 거 체크가 되자마자 바로 A로 돌리거든요.
봉쇄가 있기 때문에
The fast rotate is fine. How much do they clear with the nano swarm? They're just clearing the rafters.
LFG 입장에서는 어차피 A는 리테이크 그림이었어요.
Okay, the nano swarms are pretty big. Lots of damage coming in. Red light is very low.
그다음에 무조건 리테이크 사이즈를 보자였어요.
Now there's a Hunter's Fury on the other side, but you do have lockdown on your own Hunter's Fury, and you can't save for the long run. You have to win whatever rounds you can.
빼야 돼요. 예, 이러면 빼야 될 것 같습니다.
They're not going to use a lockdown. Oh no.
잠깐만요. 여기가 이렇게 되면
Okay, that's big.
잔상으로 잘 때려.
But it's a good flood in from LFG afterwards.
체력이 너무 많이 죽어버렸어요. 저기서 지금 둘이 빠진 거니까.
예. 근데 시간은 못 벌겠는데요.
Oh no.
들어가지 않았더라도 무부자가 또 전지까지 해줬었기 때문에 아마 마무리가 됐을 겁니다.
헤이트의 역할이
Put impact on the arena. Let him play solo queue.
쪽에서 킬조이를 끊었을
Not a bad
때부터
idea.
말씀하신 그 궁극기의 패턴 사이클을 돌리는 게 약간 애매해졌고 이게 봉쇄로 교환을 할 생각을 가지고 있었던 것 같거든요.
아, 인원 숫자가 좀 분산되다 보니까 그 타이밍에 맞춰서 LFG가 정면으로 지르는 선택이 됐고 그게 성공이 됐고 아, 뒤쪽으로 빠져 있었던 아루가 사냥꾼의 분노를 써봤지만
Operator and Bladestorm, LFG on match point.
한번 더
Not looking for anything crazy. Does look like they want to set something up for hate again.
빠지네요.
예, 이번 위에서
But this time it's just hate to help fill the site. Drone wasn't hit.
자, 드론은 깨졌고요.
Okay, hate this time not tagged by the 0 point. So he was purposely waiting.
있습니다. 봉쇄 찍고
Lockdown comes out. Surely you back it out. Surely you back out.
설치 이후에 시간 번 용도의 봉쇄가 베스트였지.
Is there a timing shot from Ash? Nope, they're just gonna watch to see if they take over Snowman. A lot of teams have been favoring taking Snowman control, and the flash is good! Dude, Hate gets freaking cornered by Ash. That was a huge flash drive. A little bit rough on that, but
그래도 여전히 뭐 라인은 굳건해서
they have fragment as well.
이거 설마 하나 잡고 봉쇄? 화살 깨졌고. 자, 이러면 3명 다 있다는 거 사운드까지 다 들었어.
Okay, Aru's trying to close the gap. Needed to win that. Uh-oh, doesn't have an opportunity. It's just Guardians. There we go.
잡긴 했지만
편탄도 지금은 깔려 있어서 괜찮아요, 레드라이트.
시간이 약간 부족하네요. 시간이 애매합니다.
Okay, he sees it. He sees the spike. Okay.
레드라이트가 마무리. 라운드 SLT.
스킬 자체가
No.
아예 그냥
Oh, no.
않으면서 B를 들어갔기 때문에
Wasn't a vandal, but
좀 됐고요.
근데 총못 살려가지고?
그러게요.
네. 돈이 SLT 지금 가야 되는 길이 뭔데?
rough.
돈이 없어요.
가시밭길이 깔리네요, 자꾸.
그래서 어쩔 수 없이 울면서 잡먹기로 지금은 베네치아 선수가 저지 들었죠.
그나마 구덩이가 있으니까 설치 이후에 구덩이 안쪽에서 그 구덩이 빨로 이기겠다.
네, 그냥 무력한 명령.
Okay, so if you're gonna go with a judge, you surely just rush in with the KO ult.
다시 한 번 더 들어온.
For a second, I thought SLT used their pit. I was like, what?
종료시켜놓고 B에서 받아칠 준비하고 있는데.
LFG has a similar idea though. They wanna close down A.
아예 빠져있는
They're watching mid with turret. You just have to watch out on the cross here, and then Noctis should be able to get in here. Hate, good aggro. I mean, this is why you play Reyna. Draw aggro.
너무 좋네요 연계가.
이번가 자신감이에요, 자신감.
연기력이. 제로 포인트 빠지고.
I think it's over, chat.
박자로 찌르자.
트웰트리 조합이 진짜 쉬운 조합이 아니거든요. 특히 공격은 그렇다 치더라도 수비가 진짜 어려운데.
아주 화려한 건 아니었지만 진짜 실속 있는 연계를 보여줘가지고 이걸 틀어 막았어요.
Impact, a chance to showcase his solo Q prowess.
날라오는 거를 알고 있었어요. 그래서 이번에도 드론을 날렸는데 애초에 좀
But having seen the first map, I mean, it did look like LFG was gonna be on top. LFG's actually playing this mega safe too.
설치하는 거 두고 봉쇄 꼽고 밀어버린 다음에 그냥 뒤잡고 양각으로 때려도 되는 거고.
자, 그래도 임팩트라면.
I actually like that LFG's playing this very safe.
설치하기 전에 한 명 끊고.
It's great. Snake bites as well. The lockdown. I mean, it's a little bit brutal, but
뭐가 막 날라옵니다. 어떻게 설치라도 일단 하고 빠져야 돼요.
yeah, you just need to stick this, and what can you do?
LFG 포탈.
야, 확실히 진짜 그
Yo, Ryan.
듀오의 화력으로
Right on. I'll check and get back to you.
결국 20번째 라운드에서 경기가 마무리됐습니다.
I don't think there should be any problem, but I did send in my top 10.
거둡니다. 그러니까 SLT 성남이 준비해온 거 많았어요. 제로 포인트를 구각으로 던지면서 수비 단계나 공격 단계나 풀어나갈 수 있는.
I mean, LFG.
그거에 대한 카운터들을.
Listen, the comps and a lot of it, I think they're playing just because they have more experience.
네, 오셨어요.
차 이거 한 마디 하시고.
I think SLT.
외치시네요.
약간 그 구단주님 입장에서는 선수들이 되게 자식 같은 포지션이잖아요.
SLT needs a lot of work, but
증명했습니다.
I think there's a mismatch between what they prepare and what they are capable of. They're not currently in a state, I think, individually to be able to play like basically AKA old DRX style, where it's all util defaults. Info, time, win. I don't think they're in a position to be able to pull that off successfully.
아쉽게 패배하긴 했습니다만 계속해서 가능성을 보여주고 있다는 게 되게 큰 것 같아요. 비교적인 신인 선수들이 많긴 하지만 점점
I also think LFG was more disciplined than I thought they would be. Yeah. LFG
패배하면서 분위기가 안 좋아질 수는 있어요. 하지만 패배하면서 배워가는 것도 분명히 있어야 된다 생각하거든요.
But the thing is I haven't seen anything from them, especially the three players that I talked about, Moves, Nakji, and Hate, where I didn't see anything from them where I'm like, okay, you're looking for your shot to get back into tier 1. I respect it. It was very much like, I mean, you're playing as if you know that you're stronger than your opponent, which you were here. And while you know you had some good basic movement, but I would like to see who did they play last week? What were the 2 matches last week? They did mid D plus 2-1, and that was off broadcast. I'll have to go check that. I'll have to go check that because that was a 2-1. We'll see. Not that I. The thing is I don't know. I'm not a. I don't have huge hope for the current D plus. But we'll see. Ash seems pretty solid though, so that's good. Not sure who I put in from PRX, and not sure if I would put a Meteor over Charon, and how to fit Chichu into it. Dude, as great as Charon is if you had to choose between the two, I would put it personally. I put in Meteor personally. But it depends. It depends on what your standard is, right? If you're looking at top players in terms of like pure mechanics, I would actually put Charon in. Like just pure individual mechanics. Then I would put Charon in. Is there a winner's interview? Because then I will translate that, and then during the break we will go eat some dinner. And as for people ranks, I was debating this for a little bit too. But I didn't mind. I'm not really happy with the top 10 I submitted, but I didn't mind mostly just like purely based on recent performance. And then Chichu I just put in there. I didn't even consider who would be getting sacrificed. I just put Chichu in there. Karen was a big factor against CRX. True. I mean, Karen was a big factor in the finals as well, but I think Meteor brings so much value to this team. I think what Meteor is capable of doing and the way he executes it allows Shenji to play even better. It allows them to play more freely. It allows them to focus on their own shots and things like that. I'm actually, like, as I was reviewing every single map of Gen G and picking it apart, I'm actually very impressed by Meteor. Very. Dude, what is pepperoni? What is that? Also, like, so, like, what's the sponsorship situation here for LFG? What's going on here? 15-13 though. I mean, SLT put up a fight. Now that was their pick.
조금 더 준비가 많이 되어 있다라는 느낌이 스플릿이 더 강했거든요.
빰빰빠라바라밤빰빰빰빰빰 2대 0으로 승리를 거뒀고요. 준비된 인터뷰 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
All right, let's get the interview. I'll translate it.
자, 오늘 승리를 거둔 LF 포탈의 낙지 선수와 인터뷰를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
Okay, so it's Nakji who just won their match.
카메라 보면서 승리 소감
Okay, first, just a message to the camera.
쉽게 이길 줄 알았는데 저희가 준비한 것만큼
I thought we would win pretty easily, but it didn't go as smoothly as we prepared.
저희 팀이 잘 풀어줘서
So it's a bit of a shame, but our teammates played very well, so we were still able to bring them the win.
팀원들끼리 좀 이야기를 한 게 있을 텐데.
What did you guys talk amongst the players?
할 때 좀 시야 분배가 안 돼가지고 상대가 좀 충분히 나올 수 있는 곳인데 아무도 안 보고 있어서 옆치기 당해서 죽은 게 너무 많아.
1 second. My own monitor's too loud.
어떻게 풀어야 되나 했는데 그래도
Oh, on split,
그다음부터 빠르게 돼가지고
we were kind of getting blindsided a lot and not holding trade angles, but we were able to provide enough feedback to each other and adjust. All right, next you guys went to Icebox. You guys have been looking very good on Icebox. Is there something that you're like preparing specifically? Like, are you preparing a lot for Icebox? How are you preparing?
저희가 생각보다 준비한 게 많이 없어요.
Actually, we haven't prepared a lot for Icebox.
했던 조합이 좀 잘 안 돼가지고
Our original composition hasn't
제가 오더하거든요.
been working well, so
레이나 하면은 좀 우리 스타일을
You know,
잘 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
we just decided,
3일이니까 연습하고 되는데
yeah, if we play Reyna, we can probably still play to like our own color. And we tried it for like 3 days. and it worked out very well.
지난 비방송 경기 때 13대 3으로
It's like the worst thing you want to hear as your opponent.
경기에서도 13대 7로 승리를 거두게 되면서 3연승입니다.
Okay, so now
달리게 됐어요.
3 wins in a row.
우승에 대한 기분이 좀 남다를
How's the win streak feel?
저 지금까지 이런 적 한 번도 없었는데
So I've actually never been
달리게 되니까
at the top
놓이는 부분도 있고
of the scoreboard of the leaderboard.
편하게 준비할 수 있어서
And so I think in the future,
생각하는 그런 연승의 비결이
we'll be able to
있다면서
kind of rest assured for our future matches as well. So that feels good.
총 잘 쏘면
How do you practice?
되는 것 같아요.
심플합니다.
I think you just need to shoot well.
교과서 위주로 공부했어요. 그런 느낌으로 좀 말씀을 해주셨어요.
Oh yeah, it sounds like when you ask about a test and you just say, well, you just read the textbook. So you requested that you want to be called like a raw Noctis octopus, mini octopus. So raw octopus, aka like it's still really strong. Raw octopus like flops around even if you chop it off, etc., etc. Koreans eat it, and he's like, yeah, I think my performance today deserves it. So there were talks of your team wanting your team owner to buy you management to buy you guys some barbecue. Have you guys had barbecue yet? Not yet, but hopefully as we continue the win streak.
하면 또 저희가 더 못해질 수
Wait, really? 3 isn't enough? Nah, if we get barbecue now, then we might get 2 lakhs. So
더 잘하겠습니다.
we'll try even harder.
그리고 이제 많은 팬분들이 이제 보고 계세요.
Who is there?
또 이렇게 생각보다
Team manager.
많이
Anyway.
가져주시고
Uh,
응원해주셔서
Thank you so much for all the support. It's more than we would have thought and expected. And I hope you guys continue to keep your interest here for LFG Portal. All right, that's it for the interview. I don't know how I was able to... Something must have changed for the audio. I had to turn my mic monitor down to hear them very well. But anyway, I'll have to take a deeper look into LFG Porter. Yeah, that explains the Reyna pick, which is why I don't like it. Anytime a team does that on Icebox, it's because their original comp wasn't working. I've heard that answer so many times from teams who have tried to bring out Reyna just like in the standard composition in place of the KO or something. And it's usually because like, oh, well, we didn't know how to do it, so we just put like our best aimer on Reyna and it worked out well. I'm like, well, it only worked out well because you were up against weaker opponents. So hopefully they change that. When Genji won the finals, that's the first time I started talking Korean. Oh, right on. I used to cast in Korean last year, but this year, just on the English side. What do you think of the fact that the 4 bottom teams are the 4 invited teams? D+, Maru, SLT, and Onslayers are all in bottom 4. I think this shows that Tier 2 Korea should have went the same route as Japanese Tier 2, where every team has to climb their way up. I don't think that would work in Korea. Korea currently needs some stability for the orgs to take bigger interest. Korea has a lot of esports orgs that have been around in esports, right? And I think you need some incentive to do that. Now, we'll see. We'll see how it shakes up, but I don't know if that's the wiser decision in Korea. Because with things like that, you have to consider the implication for the business side and the stability for the orgs. Yes, it could stink for the players, etc. But at the end of the day, you want orgs to feel comfortable investing into it. And there needs to be some guarantee, especially if you don't have like a massive pool just yet. And then on top of that, Korea, like especially if they're playing LAN and stuff, like you need support. You need support because if you're just playing as free agents all the time, like you might, if you're playing from Busan, which is 6 hours away, like you're not coming up every week. Like we've had players give up because they were like, well, I can't afford to come up every week to play matches. And then it's like, well, that sucks. So things like that. So, I mean, we'll see how the leaderboard shakes up though, right? If they're still all at the bottom by the end, then maybe there's a different discussion to be had, but I think then it's on but here's the thing is that those orgs probably shouldn't be happy with that either, so they'll hopefully change how they're running the team and the org. Anyway, chat, it's going to be commercial break time before the second match, which is D+, right? Sherpa and D+, yeah? Yeah, I'm kind of excited for this match. I'm going to go grab a quick bite here. And then when we come back, we will watch Sherpa and D+. Let me change the title. So you all should go get some water, stretch your legs, etc., etc. How is Sherpa... I don't know what their acronyms are. Wait, what's D+'s acronym these days? Is it still DK because it's Dawan Kia? Or D+ Kia? What was Sherpa's acronym? We didn't get to watch their matches last week. 30 minutes! I'm going to have so much time to eat. We'll probably come back before the 30 minutes, so we can chat a little bit when I come back. I want to make sure I don't miss my opportunity to eat dinner. Just changing all my titles before I forget. Okay. You agree, but so many good players in the open court. No, true. I think it'd be good to have more opportunities for the players, but I think there's a tough balance. Right on. Thanks, Keyframe. Again, before I go on a quick break, for anyone who is a new follower / subscriber today, follower for Twitch, subscriber for YouTube, thank you so much. Thanks for taking interest in the channel. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. And we are doing co-streams for Challengers Korea for most of the matches. And then... Oh, it's SRP. You are correct. I'll change it later. And then we do some other Valorant content in between as well. But for now, since there's a 30-minute timer, I'm going to go eat dinner. When we come back, we will have Sherpa, which has Han. Let me write this in here. XWGS Han. Last year Ascension. Granted, the roster is very different. Boom. Cool. Go take a quick break. We'll be back in about 20 minutes. Hello. Ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Hello, hope everyone had a good little commercial break that was very, very long. 30 minutes. I mean, I know the players need time to set up and everything, but come on. I keep forgetting that I don't need a spoon for these Baskin-Robbins ice creams. We got a little new, where is it? Yeah. Oh, where's the focus? Nope, here. New York cheesecake. Oh, that's a good shot right there. It's a good shot. Let me check my DMs real quick before I forget. I know Ryan left me a message. Oh, I gotta get rid of my... There we go. Bum bum. Ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum-bam. Okay, this one is kind of the return of some players. Going up against the reigning Challengers Korea winners.
2대0 승리를 거두게 됐습니다. 3전 전승이에요. 네, LFC 포탈 선수들과 이야기를 잠깐 나눠봤는데 전승을 목표로 하고 있다.
Oh, supposedly LSG Portal, they want to go on a full win streak.
상태긴 하죠. 네, 다만 이제 앞으로 남아 있는 경기들을 봤을 때 거쳐가야 되는 관문들이 몇 개는 있다 보니까 그마저도 승리를 거둔다면은 좀 이른 타이밍에 스플릿 2를 좀 노려볼 수 있을 만한 그런 팀이 되지 않을까 싶어요.
반면에 SLT 성남은 현재 지금 0승 3패가 지금 찍혔는데 이 이후에 좀 피드백을 잘 해서 경기를 치를 필요가 있어요.
So, we'll spend a lot of time. They spend a lot of time introing. So I'll talk about the teams then.
그러니까 뭐 판짝이 좋고 이제 이때까지 준비해왔던 것들 나오고 뭐 이런 것들은 다 훌륭합니다만은 결국에는 라운드를 넘어서 세트를 못 가져오면 아쉬움이 계속 반복될 수밖에 없거든요.
그렇습니다. 자, 이제 오늘 두 번째 경기 준비가 되고 있는데요. 두 번째 경기
I think this could be a good match. SHERPA versus DK.
경기가 예정되어 있습니다. 아, 이 경기 기대 많이 하고 있어요.
좀처럼 승부를 예상하기 힘든 싸움입니다.
Yeah, I really think this could be. Honestly, this is kind of the old WGS, right?
팀도 붙는 거다 보니까 이걸 VCK를 보고 계신 시청자분들도
Though I don't know, did Val ever play with Han?
특히나 이제 디펜딩 챔피언과 최근 기세가 좋은 팀의 만남이니만큼 이왕이면 박빙으로 가라 이런 얘기들도 많이 하시더라고요.
어떻게 이제 풀 봅니까?
제가 볼 때는 좀 이 경기는 꽉 할 것 같다. 꽉
No, Val was on the
접전이 좀
WGS that had.
어쩔 수 없는 거죠.
자, 두 번째 경기 셰르파와 디플러스기아와
That was after. That was after he had left.
하겠습니다. 자, 어쨌든 셰르파는 현재 2승 0패를 달리고
Yeah, that was when he was on Maru. Okay.
디플러스기아는 개막전에서 패배를 하긴 했지만 비방송 경기에서 승리를 거뒀단 말이에요.
특히나 이제 기세가 좀 올라와 있었던
I can't believe D Plus lost to LFG. Suddenly my faith in D Plus has gone down even more.
승리를 가져가지 않았나 이런 생각이 들고요.
네. 그러니까 첫 번째 있었던 LFG와 디플러스기아의 경기 때 패배를 하고 나서 좀 크게
Sherpa wins in the logo department,
근데
though.
바로 다음 경기 때 일단은 승점을 따냈다. 이것만으로도 디플러스 기한의 회복이 많이 됐을 겁니다.
자 오늘 두 번째 경기 준비하고 있는 두 팀 바로 만나보도록
Dude,
하겠습니다. 먼저 셰르파가
Like,
경기
what is
준비하고
this?
있습니다.
It
지난 경기 온슬레이어스
honestly is just the Oakley logo. Yo, there's our boy Han.
선수에 대한 그 스포트라이트가 많긴 했지만
Heck yeah.
뭐 한 선수도 잘해주는데 정작 까고 보니 보호도 너무 잘하고 망공도 필요할 때 해주고 가스비도 럴커로서의 역할을 너무 수행을 잘해주고 있고 웨이브의 그 뭔가 버텨주는 그 중간 징검다리 이 모든 게 너무 잘 맞는 셰르파입니다.
I'm excited to watch this team. We didn't get to watch their matches last week because I had a recording that day. I had a content shoot that day, but so everyone has played a little bit before, and Godsby is new. Godsby is new. Han returns after a year break. Val was playing briefly on WGS, as well as some other teams before that. Bangkok as well played on Spear. Wavy was on CNJ, and then Godsby new.
어느 정도 또 키를 만들어내는 모습.
They will never be successful as D+.
보우의 뭐 설계 플레이가 상당히 좀
But they won't ever fail either, am I right?
셰르프도 상당히 맛있었어요.
셰리프가 야 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 이게 된다고?
닉네임이 효과음이었어요. 뽀 이렇게 쏘는 것처럼
예.
네, 아주 찰지게 들어갔어요.
뭐 연장 아이스박스 특히나 아이스박스 연장에서 또 한해 오퍼레이터가 불을 뿜는 모습도 있었고요. 자 반대편에서 디플러스 기아도 경기를 준비하고 있습니다. 지난 경기 팀 IM과 대결에서 2대1 승리를 거둔 디플러스 기아인데 1승 1패를 기록하면서 분위기 전환에 성공했습니다.
네 무엇보다 뭐 헤르메스
I'm kind of torn because I really want Han to find success. I do want Han to find success.
IM전에서는 어느 정도 나왔다는
But
생각이 들어서 셰르파전에 임할 때 셀릭 선수도 좀 가벼운
I'm a huge fan of XC.
네. 개막전 경기에서 충격적인 역전패를 당했었어요. 그래서
맞아요.
분위기가 좀 안 좋을 수도 있는데 IM전에서 연장 끝에 승리한 터라 더욱 값진 승리였습니다.
그러니까 이제 약간 앞에서의 아쉬웠던 포인트를 다 메우면서 승리를 가져간 거니까 기존에 좀 이게 뒤집어.
The thing is I'm a fan of XC, but not exactly
방송 경기에서도 뒷심이 좀 밀리지 않는다라는 거.
the operations of D+.
지난 경기에서
But honestly, this is also a pretty strong team, right? You've got Selig, who was arguably one of the best duelists in Korea last year for challengers. You got XC, who has really grown as a leader, a veteran, and a very good flex player. You got Hermes at the end,
네. 자 이제 각 팀의 키포인트 한번 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저
who is also very talented. The thing is,
수치가
한 선수 23.6%.
헤드샷에 거의
23.6% first kills. That's actually an insane stat.
퍼스트 블러드 이후에 추가 킬까지도 계속 만들어요.
네.
That's actually insane.
AC에서 286.6을
23.6 is a crazy number.
지금 AC에서 200이 다 넘어가고 있는데 확실히 두 선수가 공격 선봉대에 서고 있다 그런 느낌이 들어요.
맞습니다. 웨이비 선수의 지표가 낮은
Hold on.
거는 사실상 그런 부분도 있어요. 한 선수나 보우 선수, 나머지 선수들이 이미 나는 버티고 있는데 반대편 사이트에서 이들을 걷어버리니까 할 게 딱히 없는 그런 상황에서 나오는 지표일 수도 있기 때문에 아마 전체로 밸런스가 좋은 상황이다라고 봐도 될 것 같습니다.
Yeah, that's on the likes of Kesnet and Oxy,
반대편에서 기다리고 있는 디플러스 기아의 키포인트도 한번 살펴보도록
which is
하겠습니다.
crazy.
디플러스 기아의 수치가 나오고 있어요.
역시 헤르메스 선수가 열어준 게 많았었고 실제로 뭐 킬로서 환산했었던 경우도 많긴 하지만
Damn.
무엇보다 앞서 말씀드렸던 그 셀릭의 부활 어느 정도는 된 시점이고 셰르파전에서
Yeah, Selig looks good here. So the only thing that with Hermes is like he has some big brain plays. He plays very smart, but he
그게 제일 중요한 것 같아요.
he does play a little loose, or he used to. So I'm curious to see if that's going to change. I don't know who's actually IGLing here.
위험성이 계속 낀다라는 거는 본인들이 멘탈적으로 좀 흔들리는 부분이 있다라는 거거든요. 그런 부분들은 미연에
I want to imagine it's XE.
미연에 해결되는 게 좋은 만큼
But there's a weird world where it's Hermes, but it should be XE.
양팀의 경기 들어가기 앞서서 키플레이어도 한번 살펴봐야 될 것 같은데 망공과 엑시의 GPO 비교가 나오고 있습니다.
양 팀의 전략가이자 그리고 양 팀 다 공교롭게도 전략가 라인들이 되게 탄탄해요. 그러니까 뭔가의 소방수 역할을 잘해주는 양 선수다 보니까 조명을 해주신 것 같은데.
What is the FB percent? So that's first blood percent or first kill percent. I don't know why we say first blood.
연막이 킬을
In game, isn't it? No, I guess in game it is first blood, but we say first kill. I don't know. Anyway, so it's yeah, it's first blood. So out of all the rounds you've played, how many times are you getting the first kill of the round? How often are you getting the first blood? So 23% would mean that if you played 24 rounds, 6 of those rounds, you are getting the very first kill. Right? Because it's a quarter. About a quarter. Almost a quarter. Now, a lot of teams that really focus on the entry or like one person getting the having to frag and getting the opening frag, having to entry frag basically, they'll usually reach right around the 20%. But I think like 23% is just about as high as you can go. Like 21, 22 maybe. Also depends on well, apparently they're Vietnamese streamers? Oh, they've got casters too. Well, that's sick.
그 형제 게임에서 이제 활약을 하셨던 분이다 보니까 좀 약간 그 챔피언스 때 우리 저기 X 쪽에서 활동하시는 그 유명하신 테슬라의 그분 계시잖아요. 그분 오셨을 때랑 머스크씨 예. 얘기해도 되는구나. 아니 그분 오셨을 때랑 약간 비슷한 느낌이네요.
Apparently they came here through the Korean like tourist division, tourism division.
그래서 베트남에서 진짜 현장 이 충무로까지 오셨는데 발로란트 좀 재밌게 즐기고 가셨으면 좋겠네요. 그리고 명정기가 나올 법한 타이밍에 잘 오셨어요. 그러니까요.
또 가는 날에 뭔가가 열려야 또 이제 얻고 가르기 있지 않겠습니까?
이거 재밌더라. 괜찮더라. 그러면서 이제 뭐 투자도 어떻게 할 수 있는 거고.
겸사겸사 팀 하나 좀 확장시켜야겠다.
But anyway, so for instance, like Gen G, because they kind of spread out the weight of first bloods. I think Texture had like a 10%, 13%, something like that during kickoff. But you also have to imagine that as the duelist, you're not consistently always positioned to get the first kills on defense rounds, right? It depends. I mean, if you have the op, sure, but.
웨이비 잘하니 웨이비.
펭귄의 퀄리티가.
그러니까 웨이비 선수의 스테이지.
Damn, is there a SHERPA penguin?
셰르파 쪽에서 해주는 게 너무 많아요. 저기 혹시
지난주에 오셨던 분 맞죠?
이번 주.
Is that dude? They should sell that as official merch.
들고 오신 거잖아요, 그죠?
맞아요. 저 공격까지 딱.
That's sick. I want that penguin.
펭귄 너무 귀여운데요?
화이팅.
자, 그래서 오늘 웨이비 선수가 어떤 모습을 보여줄지 기대가 되는 상황이 되겠습니다. 셰르파와 디플러스기아.
Alright, maps.
셰르파의 맵 픽 확인해 보겠습니다.
셰르파의 기준에서는 바인드를 밴하고 어센트를 픽하는 경우, 그리고 디플러스기아는 선셋을 좀 피하고.
Alright, Sunset being banned out. Classic favorite Korean team strategy here.
떨어지는 건 있었어요.
로터스가 먼저 선택이 됐습니다.
그래서 브리즈를 좀 일단 밀어두고 로터스 쪽으로
Down one.
브리즈를 또
D plus playing Lotus. Breeze. Okay. I feel like Ascent is gonna go to the last map.
네. 로터스 브리즈.
Han loves Ascent.
스플릿과 아이스박스가 밴이 됐고요. 마지막 디사이더 맵은 어센트로 결정됐습니다.
맵 나열이 좀 재밌는데요. 그러니까 디플러스기아도 마찬가지로 셰르파의 로터스는 공개가 많이 됐었다 보니까 참고 자료들이 있었을 거고, 셰르파의 입장에서도 디플러스기아의 브리즈가 많이 열려 있다 보니 참고 자료가 됐다.
Let's see here. Let's see what they used to play.
상황에서 어센트다. 이거 일단 풀맵 가면은 쉽지 않은 경기가 나올 것 같아요.
그러니까 사실 뭐 개막전이나 개막주 같은 경우에는 팀들마다 전부 이제 변화가 있다 보니까 어떤 전력을 가지고 있는지, 그리고 이 팀이
See
어떤
stats.
제일이 가려져 있었어요.
이게 셰르파가 어센트 전적이 하나 있는데 했을 때 이제 수비에서 한 라운드도 못 가져왔거든요. 수비 8라운드에 8라운드 전체 패배.
Looking at Lotus first. Sherpa has played Lotus 5 times and they're 5-0. Now this does include the qualifiers, so 2 of those are a bit of a against teams that didn't make it.
또 디플러스 기아 하면 가장 먼저 떠오르는 전장이 어센트.
They've
그리고
played
지금은
Neon
멤버들이
Gecko, but now
빠졌던
recently playing
이런
Raise
전폭적인 멤버들이
Gecko.
잘했었던 팀이다 보니까 아무래도
Meanwhile,
이미지상
D+,
디플러스기아에게 쏠리는 건 있긴 할
Neon
건데
Breach.
그래도 변수는 있습니다.
Okay.
셰르파의 그 화력.
0-1 though.
저희가 개막주에서 봤잖아요.
네.
이 쉘파 팀이 어느 정도의 속도를 내고 그리고 어느 정도의 화력을 내뿜는지 봤잖아요, 저희가.
이렇게 되면
What map?
로터스가 더더욱 중요해질 수밖에 없습니다.
네.
모두의 판짜기의 중심이 될 수 있는 전장이 지금 로터스가 돼버렸어요.
We have an agent coming up though.
특히나,
Isn't it a little? Isn't it going to be a little while before a new map comes out?
로터스가 나왔을 때 특히나 이 VCK 참가
No chambers, at least not in their recent matches.
네,
They might pick
그래서
chamber though.
디플러스기아의 로터스에 대한 생각도 좀 궁금한 게 잔해를 내어주고 나서
I do wonder if Gen G will
옵션들도
attempt to
아마
play the
여러
chamber at
선수가
Masters Madrid.
그 점에 대한 준비가 됐을지
I don't think they will.
봐야 될 부분인 것 같고 어떤 조합을 들고 올지도 봐야 됩니다.
아우 기원 1트.
네.
엔젠의 에이스.
Rooting for NGen to get an ace on the side of D+.
나오면 바로 잡아주세요.
Bit of a while. I mean, it depends on what the new map looks and feels like.
기대되는 선수.
But if I had to pick my current least favorite map,
기아도 충분히 그걸 해낼 수 있는 팀이고 셰르파는 실제로 한 선수가 지난 개막주에서 보여주기도 했었으니까
아,
피스톨 라운드
I mean-
한 선수가.
임팩트가 강했죠.
okay. So in terms of my own playing,
SLT 성남이라는 팀의 상대로도 그 정도의 퍼포먼스를 내줬으니까 오늘 경기는 제가 볼 때 진짜 치열할 것으로 예상이 되고요.
맞습니다.
probably Ascent
이두 팀의
in terms of playing.
그리고 이제 VS가 중간에 딱 붙었을 때, 벌서스가 딱 붙었을
But
때.
in terms of watching,
네.
actually, I'm not sure. Actually, I kind of like the current pool.
어?
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 Oh,
셰르파가 요원 조합 바꿨어요.
wait.
자,
Oh, yeah.
예, 노릴 수가 있다는 얘긴데.
그러니까 기존에 개코를 쓰면서 그 원적 후대 운영을 했었던
They're matching D+'s comp.
저희가 준비하는 시간대도 한번 말씀드렸던 게 이게 셰르파가
Wait a minute.
개코가 약간 붕 뜨는 것 같다. 웨이비가 너무 힘들 것 같다. 이런 얘기도
But
했었잖아요.
why?
맞아요. 실제로 말린 장면들도 있었잖아요.
네, 근데 이게 또 공교롭게 디플러스 기아와 미러픽이다?
Huh.
야, 근데 이거 잔해 싸움 재밌겠네요. 예, 레이즈가 빠지고 양쪽 다 레온에
Mini boot it. I mean, maybe Sherpa was playing it during the qualifiers. They played the Neon during the qualifiers, but it was still with the Gecko.
균열에다가 릴레이 볼트 날려가면서
But then they're bringing out
중간 싸움 장난
The
아닐 것 같아요.
Sova.
근데 저는 셰르파가
So no Viper on both sides. That's crazy.
요원을 아예 갈아엎었잖아요.
네.
그러니까 이게 쉽지 않은 거거든요. 선수들에게도 물어봐도 이거는 하나 바꾸는 것만으로도 되게 크리티컬한데 전체를 다 바꿨으니까 오면을 제외하고
Descent is the new map, which is under Ascent, at least according to the player. Oh, that's a cool idea, actually. That is cool, both lore-wise and design-wise. That's cool. And then it turns out it's just Ascent After Dark. It's just got street lamps on it.
원래 스페스에서 셰르파가 킬조이, 레이즈, 바이퍼, 오멘, 개코 이렇게 구성을 했었거든요.
저게 이제 개코 제외하면 거의 뭐 국룰 조합이죠. 사실상 잔해 먹는 데에다가 레이즈 오멘 할당하고 나머지 같은 경우에도 이제 그냥 2-1-2 배분하면서 운영하는
Sova Reach?
기본적인 조합인데
No
되게
Viper.
크게 틀었거든요. 엄청 크게 튼 편이에요.
Isn't it already been? Man, I actually like watching Ascent though. As much as it is. Listen, it's not so exciting because the comps are almost always the same, etc. But like, that map is such a good test to do you understand macro. It's got everything, right? It's got good opportunities for good op plays. It's got good round-to-round adjustment plays that you can do. It tests your anchoring capabilities. It tests your util lineups. It tests your ult rotations and ult orb understanding. It tests your mid and macro understanding. It's got everything.
글쎄요. 저는 이게 진짜 신의 한 수가 될지 아니면 악수가 될지는 봐야 될 부분인 것 같아요.
I don't like playing it because playing it in not super top tier solo queue is rough.
오히려 사이퍼 밸류가 좀 더 높다라는 생각이 들긴 하거든요.
That's a good command, Peng. I should put that in. I should put that in.
사이퍼 덫에 대한 압박을 더 많이 느끼는 편이기 때문에
Let me work on that right now.
DK 조합에 들어가 있는 사이퍼가
Listen, that is, you know what? You get a cookie.
생길 수도 있을 것 같아요.
저는
디플러스 기아가 좀 어떻게 생각할지 궁금하긴 하거든요.
그렇죠. 이제 준비할 수 있는 참고 자료들도 많았었고.
Also earlier, is Jet plus Chamber okay or too greedy? I don't know if it's necessarily too greedy. It's just that I don't think Gen G needs that nor wants that, given the way they play.
우리가 제일 잘 알아. 이런 식으로 또 접근할 수 있는 거고.
그렇죠. 그러니까 전체적인 큰 결은 좀 비슷하게 흘러가게 될 텐데 좀 더 들어갔을 때 심리적인 부분들 그리고 여러 가지 옵션들이 발동이 됐을 때
Okay, so
까지 이어졌을 때는 또 어떤 차이가 벌어질지 모릅니다.
네.
특히나 네온이
What is it?
답이 없는 경우가 많아서
Lotus
할지는 진짜 뭐 인기
D plus.
정말 그 킥오프에서도 그런 경우 되게 많았거든요.
What was map 2?
이롭게 준비된 네온
Breeze.
꺼내 들었지만 네온이 너무 말리는 바람에 뭐 한 3킬
SRP.
끝나버리는 그런 경우도 상당히 많았기 때문에 준비되어 있는 것이 최대한 잘 나오는 게
And
중요합니다.
Ascent.
만약에 뭐 말리는 상황이 나온다 하더라도
Decider.
풀어줄 수 있는 한 포인트만 좀 있다면
네.
좀 괜찮을 수 있거든요. 특히나 웨이비 선수 같은 경우 지난 개막주 때
아우.
개코가 엄청
Boom.
말렸음에도 불구하고 한
Try the maps command again. See if it works.
네. 그러니까 웨이비가 결국 왜 말렸는지를 생각을 해본다면은 기절보살 활용처에 대해서 계속 고민할 수밖에 없는 상황이 많이 만들어졌었다 보니까 본인 입장에서도 이게 어떻게 풀어야 될까 이 생각이
What's going on here?
오히려 브리치라서 좀 편하게 플레이를 할 수도 있을 것 같다는 생각이 들어요.
네. 자 경기 준비가 모두 끝이 난
Why are we waffling on the desk?
디플러스기아와 셰르파가 맞붙는 오늘 2주차 수요일 경기의 첫 번째 맵입니다.
Alright.
로터스에서 펼쳐지게 되겠는데요.
자네 진짜 기대돼.
Man, it is exciting to watch a map with no Vipers. Am I right, chat? I say this as a Viper enjoyer.
첫 번째 맵 로터스입니다.
Can't really say I'm a Viper main anymore. I used to play so much Viper that I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of it now.
A 잔해에 대한 욕심은 나고 있는 것 같아요.
Okay, so Sherpa looks like they're gonna fault line right off the bat.
셰르파의 경우에도 A 수비를
Yep.
신경을 쓰고 있습니다.
이거
And DK waits for it.
정찰용 화살 빠지자마자 우리가 다시
And the one way as well.
다시 먹기 위한 준비를 해왔어요. 디플러스 기아가.
DK just waits it out entirely. They've got Cam watching Mound as well. So what's going to be weird for this is DK just realizes, okay, they used Yuto, but they didn't actually take space on A, and they did not take space on C.
근데 이게 또 C 언덕 쪽에는 스파이크
So you have to imagine that A was just to kind of delay,
여차하면은 또 돌릴 수 있는 옵션을 만들어 놓긴 했습니다.
and chances are that they want to eventually funnel you to C.
상황에서
Now they note the alarm bot, so they break that, see if there's a reaction, see if they hear any rotations, and it looks like they're just going to go in.
SB가 빠지거나
Flash all the way through.
안쪽에서 하나를 끊는 데 집중을 해야 될 것 같아요.
Okay, hides from the recon. Quick from Val. Cosby a little whiffy.
카스비를 잘라냈습니다.
But he's weak. XC's weak.
헤븐이랑 경사로 쪽 여기.
Ooh, Hermes.
계단 쪽의 밸류가 많이 높아져요.
여기 탁 틀어막고 있거든요.
No relay bolts. I was about to say they do have a paranoia, but they don't anymore. Paranoia to rotate out. Now they don't know how many people actually came out from the door, so
메인만 쥐고 있으면은 어렵지 않다라는 판단을 내렸어요.
they got the half, but not enough time.
가게 됐고요. 한 혼자 남았습니다.
많이 어렵죠?
엔진의 마무리. 피스톨 라운드 디플러스 기아.
초반에
Am I right?
화살도 되게 카운터를 잘 쳤고 본인들이
I don't know.
정보를 연 다음에
About what?
진구는 되게 빠르게 된 편이기 때문에 킬조이 세팅만 빠르게 그냥 지워버리고 난 뒤부터는 쉐르파가 늦게 합류가 되면서 그냥 무난한 흐름으로 갔습니다.
일단 상단부 쪽에서 보우가 한 명을 보내긴 했었어요. 근데 문제는 그 다음이었습니다. 계단 쪽에
It's so weird watching a Lotus game with zero Vipers.
막고 있었고 들어오는 상대를
Well, I guess it's what's weird is watching a Lotus with two Sovas, actually. We have seen games with zero Vipers.
자, C 쪽에 대한 옵션을 계속 열어주는 일사의
Okay.
묵직한 운영은 계속 보여줄 것 같고.
This is always the setup.
이전에는
That's the
셰르파가
default from
균열과 함께
Sherpa.
정찰용 화살만 투자하고 안 먹었는데 이번에는
Val tries to counter it with an aggressive angle. Gets sprayed down, though.
흔들렸다 싶어서 살짝 앞으로 당겼는데 빠지다가 지금은 사고가 났죠.
시작부터 숫자 차이가 납니다. 보우가 먼저 잡힌 상태고요. 액션을 주고 다시 좀 돌리고 있어요. 디플러스 기아.
C 쪽을 갈 확률이 높아 보이죠. 어차피 지금 총기가 상대편이 짧은 라운드라.
So you got one kill, see if there's a reaction. There's no push out from anywhere, so you have to imagine that you're kind of safe to go wherever.
A에서 수학을 얻고 나서
Because you pressured A, you're kind of imagining that it's weaker on C, but SHERPA pushes out from A rubble. So that's a good check from Wavy. Now, no matter what, it's just going to be 3 people. They have a chance to actually flood this really well. They should hide from the drone. Yeah, now they fill. They don't know how many people are actually here. Paranoia keeps the backup. Godspeed gets 1 kill. Han another. This is... the reload. What? You've got double flashes. XC? Oh, if he can get that. Oh. Close. Not XC, by the way. Wavy. The camera threw me off there. Who's the favorite for this year's Korea Challengers? I don't know actually what like the community consensus is, but I've got to imagine it's between DK, SHERPA, and LFG, just because they like have the most spread of experienced players. I would say DK has like a pretty good combo of players since losing a lot of their players, right? Or letting go of a lot of their players from last year. But SHERPA's got a lot of players kind of coming back for another shot in Challengers. LFG the same way. IAM was kind of an exciting prospect just because it's like really good streamers plus Zest, but now Zest is no longer part of that team. So I would say they're going to be exciting to watch, but I don't think they could possibly be considered favorites. And then it's not like it's not the same as F for Q. I think IAM does lack a bit more in terms of fundamentals. But who knows? I mean, F for Q surprised everyone. And then if you're looking for like a kind of underdog to keep an eye on, I would say Nongshim, just because they've got Yeoman to help lead the team. So Yeoman is the IGL of the previous Shadow Corp and now and the previous JDG as well. That Stu is on, that was playing in China, that is playing in China. They used to be known as Rare Adam, and now he's back in Korea. Paranoia, you have to fill if you're gonna use it. Han. Oh, Wavy gets that last one. Wavy has they have access to all the, they should have access because they're on tournament accounts to all the team capsules. So
사실 A 쪽에 액션을 주다가 이제 C로 돌리는 모습이 있었던 디플러스기한데 한이 자리 딱 잡고 받아치기가 너무 잘 됐습니다.
네, 생각보다 그러니까 재활용 라운드긴 했는데 들어갈 때 사고가 좀 많이 났어요. 지금.
do I think any of these teams that I mentioned have a shot at winning Ascension? I think it would be a surprise. D plus, there is a chance depending on how they grow throughout the year, but I think there are some strong candidates from other regions, and I don't think D plus will be considered favorites going into Ascension. I don't think they were considered. I did not consider them favorites going, strong favorites going into last year's Ascension, and I don't think this year's team is necessarily stronger or more promising.
그게 아니라면 컨택으로 프랭 선수가 가스비 선수를 밀어줘야 되는데.
DK can actually rotate all back as 5. Or they can set up for a B pinch if they want. A drone. They're looking to go to B pinch. You got the smokes there as well. They're trying to just keep people tied up in A. Trying to get that fault line, but Aftershock. People are already in though. Wavy actually wins that. I thought he was kind of greeting for that kill, but that's kind of huge. Han's here as well. Oh, good cyber cage. Now, Engen's waiting. He can always come right back in to A-Link. They have to flood right on the flash. Oh, and the recon. That's... Oh. It's a nice attempt. It's a nice attempt, but it's a really good reaction from DK. Now you're like not sure if you're holding it, so you just go in from a different angle. No time though. Hey Will, do you know where the other Korean streamers are streaming? Like, Most likely Naver?
라운드 D 플러스 기아. 스코어 3대 1입니다.
이게 하나 끊어놓는 것까지는 좋았거든요. 근데 생각보다 뭐 보호의 정찰용 화살과 함께 들어가.
I think Full Sense and Nous have a really good shot
반응이 너무 빨랐어요.
for Pacific Ascension. From what we've seen so far.
단계에서 D 플러스 기아가 이득을 상당히 많이 챙겼고요.
I think Dwenmo is on Naver. And I think Goddead is as well. I don't know if they're on Afrika. I think they're on Naver.
점수를 굉장히 쉽게 D 플러스 기아가 따라가고 있거든요.
예. 자, 이번엔 추월 차선은 C 쪽에 한번 열어놓고.
Fast lane to push out. Dude, it's so weird just not seeing like the just the entire utility dump to take rebel control.
정찰용 화살 하나만 투자를 했었던 초반이다 보니까 디플러스 기아가 일단 한 번 더 밀어내자라는 판단인 것 같고.
네.
시간은 많습니다.
Good shot. And it's against the Neon.
지금은 하나를 해냈어요.
Not only do they lose their entry who can create space, they're losing a lot more stuns as well. So they can't... their execute has to be much more telling. So they have to creep up, which they're doing. Get the alarm bot, break baby door as well, clear out the turret. This gives you a little bit more of an option. Ties up the defenders just a bit more, but at the end of the day, it's a 4v5.
연막도 지금은 하나인 상태에서 A를 생각보다 많이 확장을 못했기 때문에 그나마 프링이 열어놓은 C 쪽을 선택을 하는 것 같아요.
I'm not gonna bother trying to explain their streaming name every time. Maybe here's this. The flood is gonna be late. They shouldn't go for this. Okay, this is just to keep... Okay, that has bought enough time. Activating it has bought enough time. Get the fault line and get going. Where? Oh, the fault line was sent in? Okay.
그래도 효과적으로 지금은 진입이 되고
설치
있어요.
생각해야 돼요.
시간이 많기 때문에.
Oh, and that's a good shadow step.
완공의 마무리. 셰르파입니다.
근데 이것도 결국에
First map? This is the first map.
들어가는 게 좀 아쉬울 것 같거든요, 디플러스 기아. 같은 방향의
Yes.
여진과 지금은 피해만
That platform.
근데 결국에
It's called Chijik in Korean, but
자원 두 개 대비 1대1
I'm
교환이면 손해거든요. 그러다 보니까
strongly against the English romanization of that.
상대편에 저지할 만한 수단이 없었어요.
I'm also just strongly against the name itself.
타임아웃 요청을 했어요.
계속해서 A에서 C, A에서 B 이런 식으로 흘러가고는 있는데 그럴 거라면 뭐 일단 킬조이의 세팅을 부셔놓는 것도 필수가 되긴 하겠지만 A를 진짜로 한번 때리는 것도 방법이 될 수는 있거든요.
맞아요.
그 뒤부터는 B와 C로 돌리는 거에 대한 대처가 어느 정도 좀
Yeah, it's not very global friendly. And I don't know if they'll ever really have plans for it to be global, because like Naver is not global friendly.
물렸을 때 상대편의 대처가 좋아요. 그렇게까지 막 엄청 흔들린다는 느낌이 아니거든요. 그냥 뭐 리테이크하면 되지 뭐 실제로 리테이크를 했었을 때
Sen vs. Loud VOD review, we really just kind of let it play and looked at just a couple rounds. We were really talking more about Sen and overall current meta and Masters Madrid.
세팅이나 무게 중심을 C 쪽으로 돌린 다음에 A로 가는 방법도 충분히 될 수 있습니다.
But if you know the Korean ID of the Korean streamers you want to find, then you can just copy paste it into the search bar on Naver's platform and then find their stuff. I will not be in Madrid. Uh-oh. Tag pause.
뭐 물론 디플러스 기아가 진입까지는 좋습니다만 셰르파가 엇박자로 들어가는 거에 대한 대처, 그러니까 시선 처리 면에서도 약간 느슨해진 것도 있어가지고 이런 점들을 한번 다 잡고 갈 것 같고요.
네. 셰르파 쪽에서 테크 퍼즐을 일단 좀 걸었습니다.
I think isn't Naver's currently capped at 720, right? I think.
두 팀 다.
Oh, now it took pause on Sherpa.
결이 비슷하다 보니까 재밌는 장면들이 많이 나오고 있고요. 결국에는 이게
For Madrid, yeah, I sent in a request. I got to send a follow-up email. I'll send it after today's stream. I asked about English co-streams. If yes, great. But if not, I have asked about Korean co-streams, and I'll be doing that on Naver as well if I get Korean rights. Because the Koreans usually they're pretty lenient just because there's not as many. But for English for global events, they are pretty picky. In the past they have been. So it is indeed. It starts at midnight Korea time. So in some ways it would be an absolute pain, but.
다들 수줍어하시네요.
예.
한 선수의 또 팬분이 오늘도 이기자 화이팅.
Oh, is Naver 1080?
네,
Okay.
들고
I
계시죠.
think during the beta it was
이승을
720.
찍어놨고, 디플러스 기아 전이 끝나면 LFG, 그 다음은 농심, 그 다음은 IM. 물론 쉽지 않은 여정의 셰르파의 일정이긴 합니다만 뭐 어떻게 하나하나씩 풀어나가야죠.
근데 이거는
I'm curious. I am still hasn't said anything.
하나 넘어갔더니
I don't think.
하나고 하나 넘어갔더니 하나라서
But this Masters is gonna be so fun.
쉽지 않다 이런 생각 하고 있을 거예요.
It'd be so hard to watch it through VODs.
어떠냐에 따라서
I'm gonna try to watch it all live.
전 생각보다 치열하게
I mean,
할 것 같아가지고.
listen, if I don't get watch party rights, I'll probably still watch it live. Maybe we'll do the bootleg thing where we just turn on like this part of the stream or something,
상황에서 직전 라운드는
and we can chat. Or maybe I'll just watch it on my own and just chat somewhere else. But
돌리는 방향으로 가자.
yeah, this Masters is gonna be hype.
연결된 것 같죠?
No, I like this attempt from DK to go to C. They haven't really hit the C. There was no initial hit. Oh, it's a nice try to chase. Flash a little bit missed there. But listen, with Neons on both sides, the flank is so fast. Sure, the flank is noted, but it's so fast. So, okay, they plant
뒤도는 것도 체크를 다 했기
for
때문에
CT,
이거는 말씀해주신 포라인까지 쭉 갈 수 있는
and then you still leave XC on the side. Hunter's Fury, try to clear that out. It's a very daring Hunter's Fury, though. No one was really there to flood it afterwards. But Han hears it. Here's the drone. Oh, a little bit whiffy. That's kind of big. That actually makes their post plan a lot easier. I'm freeing with sick angle. Hermes just with the flash. No anti-flash. That's a big thrifty. That was a chance for Sherpa to try to claw things back in the first half here. They'll have one more shot, but Selig 062.
이게 충격 화살에 가는 그림까지만 해도 혹시나 몰랐는데 프링이 거기서 가디언으로 더블킬을 만들어가지고요. 그게 컸죠. 네. 자, 프링이 두 명을 보내고 그리고 숫자 차이를 만들어낸 다음에
Alright.
마무리까지 디플루스키아의 6번째
Sherpa.
라운드까지 만들었고요.
Hero Vandal. They're going to push out with it. Break the cam. There's no fault line. The recon notes everything. Val knows that the main force is still on A. Now DK's been going A to C, A to B. Oh no! He actually could have easily gotten 3 there. I mean, a good hold still, but okay, Sherpa's got a group. Val drops a little bit earlier, so he's a little trapped. He doesn't want to show himself just yet. Wants to keep them guessing. Okay, pushes him into the tree. Can't peek back out. Oh no, the aftershock. Yeah, this is what I was afraid. I mean, they could have used it to clear anyway, so I think dropping early was a little bit of a risk before your teammates got here. But Menkong is stuck in sight. Gives another point to Hermes.
진짜 많은 걸 해줬어요. 네, 딜라인에서 들어오는 거 이게 프링이 끊겼으면은 무난하게 끊겼으면은 디플러스기아도 위험할 뻔했는데 2명 데려가고
4 outs, 3 outs.
나머지 본대가 A에 대한 탄력을 받고 빠르게 들어갈 수 있었습니다. 네.
Sherpa with a second timeout.
요청했습니다. 앞선 라운드에서는 셰르파가 C 메인을 이제 밀고 나오는 모습이 있었는데 프링이 혼자서 많은 걸 해줬어요. 2명을 보내는 모습.
Wait, is this a timeout or a tech pause? What's going on?
테크니컬 퍼즈로 되어 있는데 지금은 타임아웃이죠.
그러니까 큰 골조에서 1사 운영을 하고 있는
Okay. So earlier, was it a tech pause or a timeout? The UI says they already used... Oh no, this is their first timeout. Earlier it was a tech pause. Okay. Almost got 3. If he got the 3rd, he probably would have gotten the 4th as well, actually.
그리고 백사이트 쪽에 있는 걸 확인하자마자
I also listen to what is this music called? What's this genre? Clearly I don't listen to it.
그게 아예 안 먹혔던 건 아니라서 또 지금 흐름이 잠깐 넘어갔다라고 판단을 할 건지 아니면은 준비한 걸 수정할 건지 중요한 걸 고민할 것 같아요.
일단 흐름 자체는 또 디플러스 기아가 잘 잡고 있는 상황이에요.
네.
이 흐름을 또 셰르파가 어떻게 바꿔낼지 보도록 하겠습니다.
리테이크의 용이한 궁극기 2개는 쥐고 있습니다.
네.
봉쇄와 지진강타가 있으니까 잔해를 세게 먹고 일살하면은 이를 부수자라는 생각.
Okay.
야, 근데 이번에 또 디플러스 기아 C 쪽으로 힘을 주고 있는데
근데 프링이 계속 읽어주고 있는 거예요.
네.
얘네 지금 A 세게 나왔고 드로닝으로 길게 먹으니까 C에서 어떻게 뭐 너네도 드론을 써서 더 밀어줘라.
네.
자 그럼 반대로 가스비도
Now it just has to be a full
빠져야겠죠.
retake. You do have the Rolling Thunder, and DK should be aware of this.
하지만 결국엔 사냥꾼의 분노가 있기 때문에 충분히 카운터가 되거든요.
Dude.
이거 봉쇄 들고 있는 가스비가 갔어요.
That paranoia was huge. They were planning to counter either a quick Rolling Thunder or a lockdown. No matter which it was, they were trying to do it right as they go for the plant. This was all planned out from DK. It's a good read. And the counter Rolling Thunder, everybody's stunned up no matter who we switch to on the observer screen.
결국에는 이게 이런 식으로
Freeing's holding a good supplemental angle.
를 이겨내기 너무 어려워요.
네 맞아요.
Selig got a little stuck maybe on Hermes, but
디플러스 기아.
이게 지금 이 게임 안에서 정말 중요한 역할을 프링 선수가 부여받았는데 그걸 너무 훌륭하게 잘 수행을 해내고 있거든요.
Already two more for Hermes?
나오는 거에다가 스킬 태워진 거, 대충의 인원수, 그리고 어떻게 전개가 되는지에 대한 정보를 다 주니까 C를 들어가는데 생체기가 거의 없어요.
맞아요. 그러니까 사실 셰르파도 A 잔해를 한번 강하게 먹었다.
The Hunter's Fury as well.
네. 그러니까
Yeah, no, that was a really good round. That was a really good round from DK.
가스비도 반대로
I mean, had a really good plan to push into A, had a great plan to take more space, had a great plan to counter potential ultimates. Now, the lockdown thankfully wasn't used for Sherpa, so that's the silver lining there. Spotted more than one.
하면서 다수가 있다는 거 확인했어요.
이전과 같은 패턴이 아니라 이번에는
To try to break the killjoy util with the shock darts. It does clear the nanostorm. That's the... Or never mind, it was popped.
피해망상까지 한꺼번에 들어갑니다.
이거 역으로 간 거.
Selig hears him.
정찰했네요.
네, 정찰 화살에 찍혀가지고.
네.
And he gets pinged as well.
둘이고 폭포의 하나인데
자, 폭포 쪽도 다시 한번 그냥 사이버 가면
Sherpa...
메이서 쪽 노리나요? 메이서 노리네요.
봉쇄.
They're gonna go for this?
그냥 사냥꾼의 분노로 깨버리면
Yeah, there's
돼요.
there's a Hunter's Fury. I don't...
네, 카운터가 다 됐고요.
쓰고 있죠.
저는 그냥 아예 내주지 않을까라는 생각도 했었거든요. 근데 일단 투자해서 확실하게 갖겠다라는 생각입니다.
네.
자, 순식간에 3명 제거가 됐습니다.
이미 이거는 어려운 구도입니다. 최대한 변수를 만들기 위한
Curious to see what the setup's gonna be in the future rounds, because...
분위기 많이 넘어갔습니다.
Anytime you use it, it's the Hunter's Fury is going to be used. But if you have rifle for rifle, and when the Hunter's Fury is used, if you're set up for it, if you're cognizant of it, you're playing a 5v4 or 4v4.
이거 이번에도 지금 같은 흐름의 템포를 밟을 수 있는 궁극기 구성이거든요. 오버드라이브로 약간 유사 데미 장식처럼 공간 다 빠르게 지워버리고 한 번에 들어가는 식의 패턴을 노려볼
DK is loaded on creds.
확실히 템포 자체
Trips just to always... Those trips are like not even necessarily to get info, it's just for rotates in the future.
너네 스킬 써라. 스킬 다
Cam on
썼어.
mound.
그러면 우리가 이제 카운터로 간다. 균열 당기고 있고
Early drone.
당기고 있습니다.
Hangs one.
역으로 빨려
Oh, paranoia for paranoia.
일단 피해망상. 예, 피해망상으로 일단 한 턴 덮었고 원웨이가 쳐져 있는 상황이다 보니까 디플러스 기아도
Selig still got a relay bolt in fast lane though.
많이 부담스럽죠. 한 번 더 원에이가 설치가 됩니다.
자, 원웨이까지는 좋은데 쉐리파 지금 쉐르파가 스킬을 상당히 많이 썼거든요.
Surely they heard that.
다음에 밀고 나올 때에 릴레이 보트
They have their own drone.
들고 있고, 충분히
The fast lane.
그게 되게 강할 수 있거든요.
Hey, this is a big Hunter's Fury. He doesn't get anyone.
셀릭이 화나는데요?
Oh, and Selig basically corners them in. Goes for the wall bang.
자네를 먹을 때 스킬을 너무 많이
That's
썼기
good.
때문에
That's good.
원웨이가 풀리자마자 그냥 봉인해줘 돼버린
I like to see it.
셀릭 행복발로 중입니다.
네. 자, 이제는 숫자가 2배 차이 납니다.
계단 쪽
에이스인가?
가나요? 각인데요 이거.
Ace. Denied. He's laughing. I love the cam reaction. He's just like,
네, 냉정하게 헬메스한테 주는 게 맞죠, 이거는? 예.
yeah. I mean, there's a good chance Hermes can get his ult,
헤르메스.
but he's kind of just making sure he watches on tree.
웨이브가 아니라면 그냥 스파이크에 터져 죽는 게 제일 좋고요 지금은요. 궁극기 게이지를 주는 것보다는.
나머지 인원들도 총기가 안 나오는 라운드라서 다음 라운드가 셰르파는 또 짧게 가야 되거든요.
예.
근데 거기서 변수를 만들려면
Godspeed, you should save.
좋을 거라는
Except I don't know if you're gonna
생각이
get to.
디플러스기아는 돈 많으니까 일단 잡으러 가요.
잡으러.
No.
가스비가 잡힙니다. 디플러스기아 라운드 가져갑니다.
흐름이 많이 갔습니다. 이거는요.
8대2.
Man,
그래도
Sherpa is just
건강상위까지는
getting
될것 같네요, 가스비가.
told to
자체적으로
sit down.
900 크레드를 받는다면 다음 라운드까지도 바이는 가능해졌어요.
이 잔의 싸움이 상당히 치열했었었는데
네,
셀릭이
여기서 셀리까지 딱 잡아냈으면은 그래도 투자들이
Dude, Sully's like, dude, I'm so done with this jiggle peek, man. Just takes out his gun.
네. 셰르파 타임아웃 두 번 다 쓰는 건데요, 이러면?
네. 그러니까 이대로 전반
Okay, so Sherpa, if this is in fact a timeout, the second timeout, now it's the actual second timeout, then they're looking for a 4-8 score.
그러다 보니까 최대한 우리가 점수를 끌어올리자. 하다못해 8대 4라도 가자. 이런 생각인 것 같아요.
그러니까 남은 두 개.
Which 4-8 wouldn't be so bad.
두개 라운드에서 점수 획득을 하지 못하게 되면 진짜 걷잡을 수 없게 된다.
네. 못해도 3점이라도 먹기 위해서 뭐 11라운드도
If any Pacific or Chinese teams go through playoffs, you should stream from Madrid. I'd love to. Who wants to pay for my flight and my hotel and my streaming setup?
아, 스코어가 많이 벌어져 있습니다. 셰르파는
Maybe a second flight ticket while you're at it so my wife can go with me.
나머지는 전부 디플러스기아가 좀 압도하는 모습이 있어요.
Should that be our dono go? If we can get it going in the next 10 days before Masters kicks off.
아까 안 그래도 이제 그 박동진 해설이 초반에 얘기를 했잖아요.
That'd be hype though.
조합의 장점도 장점이지만 단점을 조금 더 디플러스기아가 잘 알 것이다.
I hope I get to cast
먼저 했던 조합이고 먼저 다
on site for English, or Korean, but for English for Masters Shanghai and or Champions Seoul.
온다면은 뭐
I do miss it casting from a live arena. Getting to do it for the semifinals last year of Pacific, that was exciting.
바로 뜁니다.
뛰어요.
네.
또 셰르파도 최대한 빠르게 오고 있거든요.
네.
You can sponsor the food? That's not a bad start.
먹을 수 있을지.
아 근데 여기까지 먹어버린 게 큰데요.
자, 상단부
What's the retake look like? Couldn't find him. Couldn't find him.
셀리 위치가 너무 예리했기 때문에
So was just waiting under the smoke.
설치 위치 때문에 좀 어려울 것 같습니다. 이거 계단을 먹어야 되는데
네, 이
계단을
계단을
못 먹으면 어려워요.
프링이 꽉 잡고 있어요.
Okay.
보험도 있어요.
Do you tap it? No?
도 보험으로 있기 때문에 부담이 많이 되죠.
One of you guys needs to pick out and get this 1v1.
그렇죠. 컨택으로 밀고 나가서 끊으면
No trade.
턴이 넘어갑니다.
가스비 체력도 얼마 없어서
Just think of it as a grand gift.
잠깐만요.
No time. Paper Rex!
시간 때문에 안 되겠네요.
Paper Rex's classic is nice. It's very bright.
결국 시간이 부족했습니다. 디플러스기아 9대2.
그래도 벤다라자로 남겼다.
It's not a great first half for Sherpa.
이번 턴에 또 지진 강타를 만들긴 할 거라서 헤르메스가 그러니까 결국에는 이번 라운드는 헤르메스의 지진 강타를 뭐 만들게 될 곳이
So you got Rolling Thunder most likely able to come online for Hermes. I mean, they haven't had much trouble getting that orb on A.
가장 구슬 먹기 용이한 곳은 사실 C이긴
So Sherpa's gonna come out from C because that's the one that if you don't fight for it, like you're just absolutely getting it for free on the attack. So they pressure it. Now you have the one way. I would love to see some rotates coming out here. That is good.
다시 한 번 더 진영을 회복을 하면서 상대가 아까 전에 C를 많이 전진하는 걸 스파이 캠으로 확인을 하면은 A.
But man, now you're just watching. They're starting to play scared, right? You're just watching from afar for the one way. And sure, while you have info on C Mound, you don't really know if they've prepped here for a strike onto C or anything. So this has to be on a timing. Sends it out a little earlier than the minute mark. The timing's okay.
근데 안 찍혀서 다시 가거든요. 안 찍혀서 C로 다시 가거든요.
Godspeed.
체크 타이밍 노려가지고 한번 노린 것도 있었지만 일단 피했고.
They hear him.
잡아 먹힐 수 있어요.
Oh, and the fault line. Dude, as soon as the audio gets heard, the setup.
때문에 지금 점프 체크하면서
이러면 셰르파는 C 쪽으로 빠졌던 인원이 다시 부르게 A 쪽으로
And they check the drop as well.
연결 라인에 있는 한이에요.
헤르메스가 설치하면서 지진 강타를
They have stairs control as well. They have they have rebel control with the Omen. The door comes out now. Han, I mean, he needs to friggin' battle through everybody.
2차 라인 때문에 사실 해븐 쪽이랑
Trying to get a reaction out, and DK is just calm and quiet. It's a two-man stack here. Ankon can't get both. Han can't get the kill from long range either.
쉽지 않아요.
네, 거기다가 변수인 한도 잡혔기 때문에 많이 어려워졌습니다.
아니 그 와중에 프링이 사이버 감옥을
Wavy.
피해망상 들어오면 바로 올릴 생각을 했어요.
Oh, he does anti that.
전반전 마무리 10대2 디플러스기야.
That's rough. D plus had some good reads.
무조건 피스톨 라운드 가져야 됩니다. 피스톨부터가 시작이에요, 사실. 피스톨 잡고 이제 두 번째 라운드 바이에서 굴린 다음에
I thought this was gonna be a bit of a tighter match.
네, 그런 방향성으로 가야 됩니다.
그러니까 전반전에 나온
I mean, Sherpa even brings out their interpretation of the comp here.
여유가 있는 상태다 보니까 뭘 해도 된다는 생각이 이미 들어 있을 거예요. 네, 뭐 잔해를 세게 먹고 아예 밀고 나가도 되고 그게 아니라면 뭐 B 쪽에 스택을 쌓으면서 나 옵션이 너무 많습니다. 디플러스기한 여유가 있으니까요. 확실히 센데요, 디플러스기아 로토스.
네, 거기다가 상대가 알아서 맞불 작전을 또 와줬기 때문에 굉장히 마음 편안하게
그러니까 일단 심리 싸움에서 디플러스기아가 좀 위에 있었어요. 네, 계속해서 돌리는 운영을 보여주다가 어느 순간부터는 그냥 과감하게 들어가주는 것들 그리고 프링의 일사 운영에서 프링이 스킬의 개수를 읽으면서 얘네들이 얼마나
Oh, don't spill your water, Selig.
본대
No more tech
쪽에서의
pauses.
일선을 만들어주는 역할들. 그러니까 초반에 그런 여러 가지 옵션들을 보여주다 보니까 셰르파 입장에서는 이거 이렇게 하는 거 아닌가? 아니면 저렇게 하는 거 아닌가? 여러 가지 생각이 들 수밖에 없잖아요. 네.
Did they pay for those tickets to look at the phone? I mean, it's halftime. I forgive him.
정보를 되게 부정확하게 얻고 난 다음에
Granted, that group of like 8 people, they said that they were from they were like streamers, and then I think one of them was
완전 시작입니다.
Sofem, who used to play League, from Vietnam. So they got seats through like the Department of Tourism or something. So they were kind of invited there to check out some esports while they're here in Korea. But all the other people, they paid. Yep, tickets are sold every Wednesday, in case you're wondering. All right, Sherpa, they're just waiting for a push out. They've given up so much space, though. They haven't checked for anything. It's not like they're waiting here for like a trap play. It's not like they're waiting here for a trap play. They have just given up all this space, and they have to fight back for it. They are really peak around the fault line. I don't mind it. Godsby's position is not bad. He'll hear any quick movement. Now Hermes is prepared for a potential C door to B movement here. Or potentially a B to C movement as well, depending on how many people. Checks for info, you see it get broken right away, so... XC, he's looking to hold close. A paranoia should buy enough time. He gets tagged, so they do know that there's one more in there. The spike is down. The slide in, that's the best shot they had, but XC drops the spike. He's staying alive for so long, and he jumps through. Oh my, I thought he was going to right click on. He actually goes for the left click, doesn't get the kill. Now you just spend enough time for Godsby. Oh, ace. What? Out of nowhere.
오히려 과감하게 안쪽에 스파이크가 떨어져 있으니까 뛰어 들어갔던 게 전화위복이 됐어요.
야, 급박한 상황이 있었습니다. 뭐 사실
Han freaking carrying them out of the depths of hell.
한이 마무리를 지었어요. 아, 여기서 엑시가 올라갔던 거 커버가 한이 이게 빨리
Any chance they'll play Chamber on Breeze next?
저거 아니었으면 그냥 피스톨라도 내주는 거예요.
Doubtful. Cypher's just so strong on Breeze right now. Let's see here.
깔끔한 정리가 됐고요.
팬텀의 중갑입니다.
And the Yoru as well. D plus plays Yoru.
이번 만큼 지금은 땡겨 쓰는 거죠.
Sherpa hasn't played it,
바이는 또 되다 보니까
so we'll see. But I don't think so.
디플러스기아 입장에서도 라운드에 여유가 있다 보니 무리해서 셰리프 바이를 하는 것보다는 그냥 클래식으로 이번 라운드는 좀 태워보자라는 생각이에요. 스택으로.
네. 뭐 변수를 만들 수 있으면 좋고.
Early drone checks under the one way as well, so it's pretty thorough. He gets tagged.
날리면서 일단 입구 쪽에 체크. 템까지 깨주는 한의 모습. 스프링은 아예 뒤쪽으로 쭉 빠집니다.
It would have been sick if they could have gotten that kill, but They don't.
디플러스키아 입장에서는
Good
그냥
smoke to
폭탄으로
really
뚫어야
threaten the
될것
choke
같아요.
point, right?
그냥 쉐르파도
Because if it comes out here, like you can still try to dash into it, but since it's here, you don't want to use your abilities from the smoke. Yeah, you kind of want to just clear before you walk in. This is a good adjustment from Sherpa. You just walk in.
가스비가 하나.
6-second shot from Godspeed. 3. What in the world?
고스트로야. 4명.
Go for the ace. Godspeed, let's go.
에이스?
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 각인데요.
근데 이거 봉쇄라서 의미 있어요. 에이스!
Back-to-back aces.
두 개의 라운드에 두 개의 에이스요. 아, 쉐르파.
아 이거 좀 묘해지는데요.
Oh my gosh.
일단 궁게이지가 많이 차는 게 커요. 에이스가 많이 뜨면 궁을 많이 땡기잖아요.
그쵸. 예. 그리고
That is
봉쇄라는
insane.
것도 의미가 커서.
그쵸?
내세. 에이스. 순식간에 봉쇄.
How does this happen?
그냥 허리를 반으로 쪼개버렸어.
4 away from lockdown, 2 away from overdrive.
어차피 6개의 라운드 차이가 나는데 저거에 휘둘리지 말자라는 생각을 할 거예요.
분기점을
Ares to try to fight back. So they have the tools they want to try to get through a site.
쉐르파도 반대로 다시 먹기 작전을 보여줄 것 같습니다. A잔에 다시 밀어내기.
네. 자, 일단
Selling, just buying time, almost gets tagged through. Gonna have to back out.
셀렉은 여기 이쪽으로 나왔습니다. A 쪽 서서히 진입을 하고 있는 쉐르파인데요.
아직은 불확실해서 조금 더
Keep an eye on Godspeed's timing and B.
활용화살도 아직은 없는 단계라.
Meanwhile, Smoke doesn't get it does not get a response. See a cam come out, you break that, you open the door again, see if there is a reaction.
이 싸움 중요하겠네요.
Trying to hold the angle around the rotating door. They don't find anyone just yet.
자연스럽게 엔젠도 긴장해라라는 콜이 나올 거라서 A는 약간 내어줬습니다. 우선은.
네. 천천히
자,
딱
그래서-
먹으면서 들어가요.
그래서 가스비를 한번 잡아먹을 생각하나요?
Godspeed
오히려
is already drawing a lot of. Oh, they're going for a B pinch.
연결해서 다 튀어나와서 디플러스가
But that aftershock, it's so big. Godspeed actually has to do something. He has to do something, and he can't because he's concerned about the door. And that is DK.
이게
Encircling that site.
벽에 붙어 있는 걸 밀어내고 들어가려고 했는데 그게 안 됐어요. 그러면서 오히려 빨려 들어간 골이 됐습니다.
라운드 디플러스키아 11대 4가 됐습니다. 이 점수 큰데요?
일단은 디플러스기아 입장에서는 매치와 가까워졌다는 것만으로도 큰 것 같고 그리고
Will Godspeed get to that lockdown before the map ends? That's the big question.
에 대한 안정감을 만들어 주다 보니까 하나만 하면 대가 되는 순간부터 디플러스기아는 부담감이 떨어질 거고요.
네.
헤르메스 여기 잘 질러줬네요.
그러니까 물론 가스비가 빈 A 쪽에서 교란은 잘 시키긴 했어요. 그래서 이제 연결부 쪽으로 확 들어오는 모습.
One for a setup for Sherpa.
기다리고 있었던 것 마냥.
Forward
마무리 잘
alarm bot again to see if there's a push up.
됐고.
On answers back with a good shot. Val's actually the one who takes a lot of the hits.
네.
그냥 아군 불러들여서 천천히 해야죠.
일단 사운드만 내고.
그래서 페이크.
네. 일단 사운드만 내고.
야 니네 불안하지 않아? 앞쪽에 있던 친구 하나 갔잖아. 우리 문도 돌렸다. 진입하는 액션 다 줬다. 와야겠지? 무게중심 와야겠지?
근데 타이밍상 상황이
Trying to draw out a response. Neon can always regroup pretty fast, so
비를 미는 거거든요.
자, 그래서 엔진이 지금
이거 상세 다 된. 예.
자, 헤르메스가 바로
자 그리고 C인 것도
I-
봤습니다.
eh,
지금 스파이크
I get it.
네.
I don't like it, but I get it. Okay, the relay bolt. That's a good relay bolt from Han. Make sure it goes deep.
그래서 스턴 뜨고 바로 잡았죠.
Stops waterfall.
타이밍에 가야 될 것 같아요.
2v3.
펀치 타이밍.
They fill the site. Free.
사이버가 보게.
They line up. It's a good choice from Wavy, though. I mean, you had nowhere to go. You had nowhere to go.
근데 디플러스기아도 찌르는 타이밍은 좋았거든요. 그러니까 설치하는 타이밍이면은 자연스럽게 한 명은 고립이다 보니까 2대2 싸움으로 가보자였는데 이게 또 긁는 에임에 가버렸습니다.
네. 야, A 쪽에서 사운드를 엄청 냈었어요, 쉐르파가.
Listen, there's actually a ray of hope now for Sherpa, right? They win this, they get locked down. You know, there is a Rolling Thunder for Hermes, but they have their own Rolling Thunder next round as well.
혹시 모르니까.
So they can start trading ult for ult, and if they win this one, it should be
야,
Every round is worth 2 now, so
빠르게 앞쪽에 함정이 있다면은 충격 화살로 지우는 액션까지도 나왔고 피해 명성도 빠졌어요.
연결부를 아예 묶어놓는 판단 너무 좋고요.
자 이거 깨면은 그냥 냅다 뛸 것 같은데요?
네.
they're setting up for it. Okay, see if there's a counter push out. Nothing. Drone, it baits out Han, and they're ready for it. They're ready for it, but they line up. Unfortunately, Overdrive does not have
너무 좋았네요.
any damage through another body.
엑시 혼자입니다. 결국 보우가 마무리. 이것도 심상치 않은데요?
네.
라운드 셰르파.
자, 그나마 D 플러스 기아 입장에서 다행인 점은 상대가 돈이 계속 그렇게 여유롭게 쌓이면서 올라가는 단계는 아니거든요. 그래서 한 번 끊게 되면은 괜찮아요.
So Operator plus retake ults from DK.
무결점이 한번 나온다거나.
So they're just gonna hold Mound. Looks like a one-way, then Mound, then Mangong, or not Mangong. XC should be able to rotate back to B, maybe even all the way to Baby Door. There are some ideas here. Are they gonna push forward with a Cypher?
여기서 틀어 막을 생각입니다, 이거.
셀릭의 오퍼레이터도 준비가 되어 있는데
오퍼로 시간
맞붙어요. 근데 회전문 돌리는 것만으로도 지금 디플러스기아는 물러나야 돼요.
네.
네.
자, 우퍼만 남겨놓고 나머지 백업 오는데.
Rolling Thunder to get into sight.
걸어버렸고요.
They still have lockdown. Now, counter ults are all available for DK.
일단 더 밀어야 돼. 상단부까지 올라왔어요. 지진 강타 때문에 더 밀 생각이거든요. 네.
Han's looking for a timing right as the ults come out, but the drone, no one's there to shoot it down for him. He gets spotted. Relay bolt just to buy time. Flash, he gets full flashed. Rolling Thunder, he can't figure out where he wants to exit from. Now?
이러면은 해볼 만한데요. 디플러스기아가
The angles are the Hunter's Fury comes out. But you can't peek this. Through the wall.
해체 올라갑니다. 해체 올라가요.
됐어요.
해체가 됩니다.
Map point.
해체가 됩니다. 이게 넘어갈 뻔했었던 분위기를 일단 다 잡는데 성공했고 중요한 게 그거였잖아요.
They had heaven control too. I'm not sure why they planted safe.
이게 되면은 디플러스기아는 자연스럽게 편해지는 거였거든요.
반대로 셰르파 입장에서 결국에 궁을 빼긴 했어야 됐어요. 상대의 궁 자원이 너무 많았기 때문에 변수가 너무 많았어서.
All right, here we go.
지금은 일단 그 스킬을 다 빼낸 걸로 만족을 해야 될 것 같습니다.
해체 성공이 되면서 결국 매치
Just a 5-man rush from Sherpa. They even recall the turret. Okay, so they just want to go, go, go. Gonna set things up to launch for the flank most likely in terms of Killjoy util. Vaseline forward, recon, open the door fast, and you just don't stop.
그러면 B 청소됐고 C 쪽에 스파이캠 심었는데 없다. 얘네 A야 확정하고 있습니다. 네.
반대로 셰르파는 아까와 마찬가지로
DK waiting.
빠르게 사이트
That trip. That's spike as well.
이게 근든 거예요 또.
자 그리고 정돈에 있습니다. 이러면 셰르파가
Oh, I don't know if you peek out here. Yeah, this time a little bit of a variation timing on the drone, but the relay boats are mega strong. And Han, you need to stay alive. The flash is too good.
잘 따라갔는데 쉽지 않을 것 같습니다.
꼼꼼합니다.
숫자 차이 3대2 경찰 화살. 네, 걸렸어요. 남은 쪽에서 마무리.
GG D plus.
이거는
D plus gives Lotus is okay. It's not bad.
진짜 많이 어려웠는데 셰르파 입장에서는 최선을 다해서 많이 따라왔고요.
네. 첫 번째 맵
I mean, good reads, decent set plays, good understanding of health advantages.
솔직히 얘기하면
Pretty good.
따라잡기 위한 후반전에서의 피스톨 라운드 이후에 작업들이 좋았지만 디플러스기아가 일단 한 번 당해봤잖아요. 1일차 때.
네.
다시 당하지는 않겠다. 성장해서 돌아왔습니다.
그 비방송 경기 때도 그 당할 뻔했었어요.
예.
그러니까 뒷심이
Sherpa, man, they were 5-0 before this with the Gecko.
이런 얘기가 있었었는데
But I don't know. The Korean caster was saying they felt the Gecko was kind of just not able to find its identity in that comp, but at the same time, they played as if they wished they had more info. Like, they were playing for a lot of flood retakes, but they weren't quite flooding at the right times. They didn't know if they should rotate earlier or later, so they always arrived slightly late. Sherpa actually got 10 first kills. That's rough.
공격 단계에서 이미 게임이 많이 터졌었는데
9 out of 9 post plants for DK. That's massive. Every time they planted, they won. That is crazy.
반대편의 정보를 다 얻고 우리가 질러야 될 때의 템포를 잡는 것들이 굉장히 좀 좋았기 때문에 확실히 디플러스 기아만의 전매 특허가 될 수 있는 요소 하나를 로터스에서 발견했다라는 느낌이었습니다.
일단 전반전에서 10대 2로 끝냈다는 것만으로도 확실한 노림수가 있었어요.
그쵸. 그러니까 1사 운영을 하는 입장에서 프링이 조율을 잘해줬었고 그리고 본대도 멈추지 않고 뛰어 들어갔었던 장면들이 있었다 보니까
Next is Breeze. I wonder what Sherpa's gonna bring out.
아예 주고 리테이크를 할
I
것인가.
wonder.
플레이킹을
Han's Jet is so good,
선택지들이 있었는데
but I wonder if they bring out another Neon.
환상적이었습니다. 그러니까 쫓기게
Part of me is thinking maybe they bring out another Neon.
이제 쫓기는 상황이 되다 보니까 이게 A로 가야 되는지 C로 가야 되는지 그 메꾸는 어떤 식으로 좀 메꿔야 되는 건지 약간 좀 우왕좌왕하는 모습이 있었거든요.
계속 흔들렸어요. 그리고 오히려 사이퍼 선택이 지금 같은 경우는
Wow, God's B actually rising to the top. 18-13.
스파이캠으로 상대편이 C에
Wavy 5-14. That's rough.
우리가 우위를 가져가는 부분이라던가 수비 때도 마찬가지였거든요.
I mean, I don't think it's an Asian thing. I don't think it's the gecko. I don't think it's a breach. I think need to figure out a little bit more.
연막으로 각을 지워주기는 했는데도 불구하고
The thing is like, I mean,
그러니까 결국에는 또 프링 선수가 공수를 막론하고 나서 본인의
I don't know. It seemed like some of their like fault line plus relay bolts, like it wasn't really all pre-planned on exactly which corners to clear, etc., etc. We'll see though.
많이 때려잡았는데요. 그 연결 라인에서의 멀티킬이 좀 컸어요.
맞습니다. 자, MVP 준비가 됐다고 하네요. MVP.
And the MVP is freeing. I give it to him. I give it to him.
전반전에 터트린 주범이지 않나?
Big lurks.
라는 생각이 듭니다.
4일 운영을 하면서 그 혼자.
All right.
특히나
Gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
정보들이 상당히 많았었거든요.
모든 걸 다 얻었어요.
Do you know who's gonna be? I don't know. I feel like maybe one of them might have said on their streams, but I don't know. Their match is tomorrow though, so we'll definitely check that out.
프링이 다 조절했다. 이렇게 보시면 될 것 같아요.
그러니까 본인이 킬을 만들어내는 장면들도 있었지만 결국에는 셰르파의 체중이 어디에 쏠려 있느냐 그 점을 바탕으로 디플러스 기아 본대의 움직임을 조율을 해줬다 보니까 그리고 여기서도
이게 컸어요.
진짜 컸죠.
그러니까 총기는 짧은 라운드였지만 어쨌든 두 명을 데려가게 되면서 본대가 또 탄력받아서 움직일 수 있게끔 만들어줬고
네. 그리고 A로 진입을 했을 때 계단을 꽉 잡고 틀어쥐고 놔주질 않았습니다.
야, 헤드샷 비율이 40%가 넘게 나왔네요.
AC에서 242. 그리고 이제 프링 선수가 확실히 본인의 그 사이퍼 역할 톡톡히 해줬어요.
죽지 않는 선에서 조율을 잘했다는 게 가장 큰 것 같습니다.
그렇습니다. 첫 번째 맵 로터스 디플러스 기아가 13대 6으로 승리를 거두게 되면서 1대 0으로 앞서 나갑니다. 저희는 잠시 후 돌아와서 두 번째 맵인 브리즈로 이어드립니다.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about IAM's 5th. I opened my window for a bit here. Get some fresh air. Let's actually see if we can find out. Nobody knows. Supposedly, IM said that they'll announce today, but ba-da-ba-da-bum. Everyone's just trying to guess. Okay, so there's a lot of people trying to guess slash hope that it might be God Dead. Some people hoping it's King. Bum 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 ba ba da bum. I don't know. I guess we'll find out today. Bada bum 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 bum. Yeah, King's another candidate. Bum 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 bum. But Zest wasn't a sentinel for them. King is well. I am King does go pretty hard actually. I am King is I am King is pretty good actually. Yeah, King and Athena on the same team wouldn't work. Goddead fits. Goddead fits. Play initiators. Granted, Goddead's not much of an info initiator. Dude, these breaks are mega long. Bum, 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 bum. How was the match? I mean, DK just straight up. I would almost go as far to say crushed Sherpa for map 1. I mean, DK was just miles ahead in terms of overall map usage and util usage. Sherpa hit some good shots, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I'm very curious what Sherpa's comp is going to be on Breeze. I mean, Yoru's like the go-to idea right now, but I don't know if they'll use it. Bum 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 bum. Kind of a crime that the word D+ is not even in Pacific? Why do you say that? I mean, are you basing it off of the like, well, they had a challengers team and like T1 and Genji didn't in Korea, that they were active in Americas? I think my case is cracked. I mean, if that's the case, like, I mean, I kind of understand, but
디플러스기아와 셰르파의 경기 계속해서 이어드리겠습니다. 첫 번째 맵이었던 로터스에서는
Okay.
디플러스기아가 13대 6으로 승리를 거뒀고요. 선취 득점에 성공을 했습니다.
네, 근데 이제
Let me
문제는
close my window.
플러스 기아의 발목을 매번 잡았었던 브리즈라는 전장으로 바뀐다는 점이고 셰르파는 그간의 브리즈를 공개한 적이 없거든요.
그게 재밌는 것 같아요.
네.
브리즈를
I don't know the exact details, but I would believe against the likes of T1 and Gen G, no, not really. They have a Kia sponsorship, but the org D plus is not
그러니까 서로한테 중요한
that
경기가
big.
되는 거죠. 쉐르파한테는 새로운 무기를 공개하는
Also not
좋은
as
타이밍이 되는 거고
네.
반대로
deep of a history either.
약간 컨셉이 되어가고 있는 것 같은데 과거의 너 자신을 이겨내라. 안 됐던 거 되게 해라. 이런 게 될 수 있는 거거든요.
해야죠. 역전 한 번.
Oh, they brought a new sign. They have like more than one sign.
펀치 라인이
센스가.
네.
역전 한번 모으.
Obviously,
원투 펀치가 이제
you know, D plus had a very successful year a couple years back in league, but
맞습니다.
셰르파가 사실 로터스에서 아쉬움이 많이 남을 것 같아요. 약간 심리적으로 좀 끌려다니는 부분이 분명히 있었거든요.
네, 전반전 때 좀 원사이드하게 끝났다 보니까 후반전에 아무리 뭐 희망의 불씨
I would argue that compared to the like OG esports orgs, D plus is not a big org.
방향으로 해왔을지도 궁금합니다.
네.
They do have the Kia sponsorship. They're not like an amateur team, but
로터스에서의 그런 조합 변경이 한번 있었기 때문에요.
특히나 그리고 이제 기존에 준비 안 되어
has Sherpa played Euro anywhere actually? No.
충분히 좋은 장면은 나올 거라는 생각이 들고 거기다가 아까
So
두 명이
they played Reina Chamber during the qualifiers on Bind. Har 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 har. And a raise as well. Literally just going through aim training.
브리즈 두번 플레이했는데 패배를 했었잖아요.
Hmm.
거기서의 요원
요르.
이런 것들도 어떤 식으로 생각을 할지.
저는 문득 생각이 든 게 그냥 요루 말고 제트를 하면서 셀릭을 좀 더 풀어주는
D plus also was single Yoru, but KO and Sova.
그 제트가 일단은 좀
No, I mean they give the illusion of it because they did have a very successful League of Legends team and they are part of the LCK, so they're not like a small, they're not like a, you know, small town team, but they aren't a, like they're not a mega org. They're not a mega org.
요루 자체가 약간 수비할 때 특히나 좀 애매해지는 포인트도 있기 때문에 여러모로 좀 고생하는 장면들도 많이 나오죠.
자, 그래서 두 번째 맵 브리즈가 이제 펼쳐지게 될 텐데 셰르파가 선택한
I
전장이 되겠습니다.
mean, obviously, you know, obviously we have like orgs in Japan and other regions where they also just kind of like messed up their application and it didn't, you know, didn't work out for them. So that could be part of it, but
양팀 다 하면 안 돼요.
맞아요. 어떤 팀이든
yeah, well, that's the other thing, right? LCK is all Korean orgs. So if that was the case, you know, Sandbox would probably have a team, and D Plus would probably have a team, and all that. But and Nongshim would probably be in, and things like that. But yeah, but that's the other thing is also you have to consider that again. I don't know the exact qualification, but you also have to consider that at the end of the day, Pacific is catering to a more international audience, right? Because it's the Pacific scene. And while, yeah, your team is, I mean, obviously they're all rooted in a certain sub-region. They all represent a certain sub-region, and that's like the main fandom that you are supposed to cater to. Again, it's not going to be as saturated. So, and then you think about like brand power of T1 in Korea. Massive. D plus was Dom 1 Kia.
그게 필요한 겁니다. 뭐라도 다 써야 돼요, 일단.
기세 싸움.
멘탈 깨는 거죠, 그것도.
Oh, GeForce Game Ready driver available. Why, thank you.
흐름 가져오려고 하는 거니까. 하고 나서 일어나야죠, 바로. 벌떡 일어나가지고 뭐 너.
Yeah, like Gen G was technically the old Samsung teams. DRX was technically the Longzhou teams.
오랜만이네요.
Sherpa is going to play Jet. Okay. Yeah, I figured. I mean, unless they played double duelist with Yoru, I can't imagine that Han would play Yoru over Jet. He's a great Jet player. He's a great opper. So it's still going to be Sova KO. And you still got the Cyphers on both sides. So this does make things a little bit more difficult. Wavy's KO is going to have to be much more impactful. or the Sova as well, right? In helping break the Cypher setup so that Jet can enter, especially because they're starting an attack. Meanwhile, I mean, D plus Kia,
제트가 갖는 메리트가 더 클 수 있거든요.
the Yoru plus the KO.
요루를 통해서 공격 단계에서 상대 뒤를 빠르게 파는 이런 것도 좀 중요해 보이고요.
그렇습니다. 두 번째 맵 브리즈 가보시죠. 자, 셰르파가 선공이고요. D 플러스 기아가 수비입니다.
From the challenger teams right now, and especially the players, which one would you think would get drafted to a Pacific team if possible?
네.
Like the players, like the skill level of the players in Korea?
공기 활용이 굉장히 셉니다, 셰르파.
I mean, off of just like pure experience and whatnot and what they've shown so far, probably DK, right? D plus, but like D plus, so D plus, Sherpa, and LFG Portal are they all have like a heavy presence of players who have been around Challengers Korea since before Pacific. So there's that. But I think if you're looking to like grow players, like I would keep my eyes on something like Nongshim, right? They have a good IGL, or an IGL who is gaining more and more experience in Yeoman, who's found some success, things like that. Dude, there's a double lurk coming as well in mid, and you still have metal door to worry about. DK, this retake is looking rough. They do get onto the site. This is not a good spot for... They spot mid doors though. Yeah, they can just stick it. Why?
이게 중문을 미는 타이밍이 조금 늦었어요. 더 빠르게 밀었어요.
Why?
시야가 가려져 있던 것도 크고, 그러니까 중문을 도는 인원들이 생각하기에는 사이트와 메인 쪽이 좀 빨리 밀린 그런 상황으로 보이고요.
이게 메인이 잡히지 않는 선에서 드리블을 해줘야지만 중문에 대한 가치가 올라가고 가스비도 올라가고.
I mean, I feel like, listen, the double lurk is fine, but I mean, it's a little greedy, but it's fine. But then, like, as soon as Pyramids dies, like, you have to just flood the site again. You still had metal door as well. Oh wow, I haven't actually seen the melee weapon for that like in a long time. That thing, why does it look so magnified? The pole looks so magnified. Can we talk about the fact that there's no outlaws being bought? That bothers me. Because we have players like Selig and On. We're very good with the scopes.
거기다가 뭐 정직하게 지금은 독성 장막까지 깔려 있기 때문에 들어오는 거 보고 콜해주고 장막 올리고
Someone's gonna way out as well.
그냥 교환만 내줘.
Oh, he just decides to stick it because they still haven't dashed in. It's a lot of damage. No, he still goes. And the flash. Man. Oh, that's a feel-good round for Selig.
2대 0입니다. 야, 이게 초반 기세 이렇게 디플러스 기아가 높이네요.
거기다 무결점으로 그냥
Man, Sherpa was supposed to have a good...
라운드를 주더라도
Oh, dude, that's a good tripwire for the Jets.
자, 이제 세 번째 라운드입니다. 지속적으로 셰르파가 A 쪽을 노려봤었던 모습이
Breaks the early cam. 0 point to see if there's anyone there who's already crept into main as well. Oh, that timing from Engen.
밀어낼 생각도 하는 것 같은데 셰르파도 반대로 얘네가 A 메인을 밀고 올 수 있다는 옵션을 전제하고 있어요. 함정의 위치만.
Sherpa's trying to get some mid control, but they don't actually quite have it just yet. Right? They're just waiting to see if DK is going to push out of anywhere to gain info. That gives the free orb on A. And DK, there's two options. Either they fill A main, but that's pretty telling because they already took the orb, or they can start to regain some control over mid and play a bit further out. They're both going to get tagged, so they can't gate crash out. You saw the Viper there as well. That's going to get Sherpa to shimmy on over. You've got the Yoru You had the 0 point earlier. You saw the Silva and Hall, so you're like, okay, B should be weaker. The only problem is
3점킬 조심해야 돼요.
네.
how do these trips work?
그 상승 기류까지 예상.
Oh, they break the far one.
사라슬이 찍혀가지고. 예.
가스비가 중앙 쪽에서 일단 한 명 바로 잘라.
But Gosby getting a lurk kill is huge because now they have to worry about that.
설치까지 편하게 갑니다.
말씀해.
아니 중앙화살 엔센
Dude,
고설이 이게
한 큐도 맞추더니 두 번째 큐도 이트
Alright.
맞췄어요.
uh-oh. This is already looking a little dicey because you're already just sitting on a Guardian for Han.
자 근데 망공. 이거
Mangong's stuck. So worst case, DK can just keep him trapped there and make him lose the weapon, which is not at all what Sherpa wants or needs. Needs to put up the screen. XC still goes for it. They're just keeping him trapped. It doesn't matter if the round is won or not. Okay.
벤달 김에 바로 과감하게 앞으로 좀 가봤었는데 정리가 잘 됐습니다.
라운드 셰르파 한 점 가져옵니다.
So there aren't real, no really strong rookies. Well, I'm not as privy to it either.
다시 한번 보시죠. 가스비가
Like out of the people who are entirely new
근데 이거는
this season or like only during, you know, like qualifiers and stuff,
점수를
I couldn't tell you.
했지만 좀 기분이 나쁜 쉐르파의 상황이고요.
But personally, I have my eyes on Nongshim.
네, 뭐 라운드 셰르파 가져오긴
I had my eyes on Maru, but they're off to a really rough start, so I'm gonna take that back.
바운드를 토대로 평범한 그런 설치 위치라면은 커트를 할 수.
I remember the from early league days, like Samsung White, Samsung Blue. Yeah, there's a lot of other stuff.
잘해주고 있어요. 그러면서 한의 길을 잘 열어주고 있다는 게 크고요. 똑같은 거 또 예.
Okay, wary of the arrows.
네, 이러면 백업도 지금은 시간이 좀 필요한 상황이고 그리고
You still have 4 flashes and 3 mollies for DK.
그리고 함정이 안
But they're not gonna have time to chain all these flashes to clear out the site one by one. You pressure that, but Val is... Dude, Sherpa loves these ring around the rosy lurks. Val knows that they've gone through. You're still watching elbow as well.
근데 문제는 안에서 견뎌줘야 돼요.
이제 백사이드 쪽에서 가스비.
I mean, if you just stay alive for just a bit longer. Because DK will have to go to an eco, so... Still looks good.
네, 뭐
살기는 힘들. 예.
거기다가 뭐 진작에 빠져 있는 망공이라서 뭐 정리됩니다 이거는.
네.
He's just gonna let him live. He's so scared.
안 싸우는 게 나을 것 같은데.
예.
Okay.
예, 마무리됐네요. 라운드 셰르파 2대2 동점.
자, 고비를 크게
The Samsung White era was elite. That's true. It's very true.
가져갔기 때문에 상대편이 지금은 자금이 좀
Okay, broken by here for DK. Selig, you're gonna go for a Vandal? Hero Vandal? But you have Dimensional Drift, so are you not gonna use it this round? I feel like he is gonna use it this round, given his position. Or he might just be looking out to just go mid, stack up against the pillar, and it's just a rush. This is smart. Good arrows as well. The only problem is they have no way to check their flank. They're just kind of trusting. I mean, this elbow push timing is insanely fast from DK. Can he get another? That's big. And then he's back on the wall. And Dimensional Drift. What is that second kill? Oh my gosh. Oh, but he can't do anything. Oh, that's a shame. The Dimensional Drift was a really good call from Selig. Oh, Godspeed even cut off some of the backup, but it's just like you had no answer to that Dimensional Drift giving all the info over.
게다가 궁극기도 일단 빼면서 이겨낸 라운드라서 그리고 자금적으로도 말린 상태였는데 다섯 번째 라운드.
Dude, the mirror match of the blind pick final game was always fun.
보는 타이밍이 되게 빨랐어요.
I miss that era.
A 쪽 가서 한한테 궁극기 게이지 하나 먹여주고 칼폭으로 풀겠다. 쪽이 좀 가닥이 보이죠.
딱 한 칸 남았거든요.
Okay, 1-1-3 from Sherpa.
0 포인트.
They go back to having an aggressive cam in elbow.
화살도 빠졌습니다. 공포 먹고 일단 칼폭 돌려요.
Selig's creeping up real far.
나왔던 셀릭을 미드 쪽에 심어둔 다음에 시간이 지나면 그냥 돌아가는 액션. 그러니까 초반에 있는 미드에 대한 정보를 읽어주겠다라는 판단으로 보이고요.
네.
Hasn't spotted anything just yet. Had an inkling of the rotate back to B, but he gate crashes back.
지금 셀릭의 순간이동 소리를 듣자마자 셰르파는
God's
알았을
B.
거예요. 아, 얘네
They should have heard that.
클리어했어.
The trip is too good.
터널 쪽에서 가스비가 그냥
Not broken just yet either.
결국엔 이게 진입이 될 만한 상황이라
예.
But the flood.
자, 다시 한번
It's a lot.
갑니다. 리테이크 각을 봐야 되는데.
Selly getting taken out kind of ruins a lot of it.
오, 잠깐만. 하나. 찍혔어요?
Yeah, they still get the plant, but it's evened up 3-3. This makes it tougher for Val to go for a lurk.
이어졌습니다.
자, 이러면 근데
He only has one
올라갑니다. 보호가
shock dart as well, so one shock dart, one snake bite,
둘이구나라는 거를
but they're already in sight. So Val's just gonna go for a fast lurk. That's so funny. Dude, Val just can't help it, man. And then he goes back to B main. At some point, DK's gonna have to figure this out. They always gotta be ready for Val lurking.
뭔가 하기에는 좀 많은 어려움이 있죠. 시간 태우기로 가겠죠? 네, 만공이 마무리. 라운드 셰르파.
그래서 쉐르파가 본인들이 턴이 있을 때는 확실하게 좀 밀어주는 모습들이 나옵니다. 그 준비된 것들이 딱 그건 것 같아요. 반대편으로 갔을 때
No, Selleck's very good. Selleck's very good.
봉쇄하는 그런 것들을 빠르게 좀 무력화시키자. 이런 것들이
He seems a bit freer on the Yoru here.
개인적으로 가스비가 있는 것 같아요. 지금 가스비가 되게 공격적으로 미드라인에 좀 써주면서 상대를 교란을 잘 해주고 있기 때문에 굴러가고 있습니다.
사냥꾼의 분노로 한 명을 잡아내주긴 했는데 사실 스파이크 설치가 들어간 상황이었었고요.
네. 초반 3개의 라운드는 복도를 팠다가 그 다음부터는 미드를 건드렸고 그 다음에 7번째 라운드부터 복도를 다시 건드리고 있습니다.
Sherpa's just picking up the speed. They're just saying just go, set play, set play, set play. We have ult rotations back to back to back to back. We just keep pushing, right? DK is playing defaults. They're playing for info. Just don't give it to them. Just rush. We will have the numbers advantage. Okay. Now they have to slow down just a bit, right? No ult's coming up right away. And finally the operator comes out for DK as well. So you can have op on A. Still have the trips in B. Freeing is here to anchor. Still playing Silva and Halls. So they're really, because it's a jet, I think they're just saying invest every trip onto the B site. Hermes does get out alive. It's kind of big. Wavy still has a 0 point though.
복도 한번 파보나요? 복도 진입.
Wavy's up there as the KO and the spike. You've still got Han as well. And then you have Val. So, oof. Yeah, checked for multiple in halls here. Dude, look at the map. DK has so much info. He barely heard the very end of it. Oh, barely misses Wavy. Sees the gun barrel though. Here's more movement. Oh, he could get a double here. Okay, I was just playing it safe. That's fine. You've got backup here. Simple. I like the op on Yoru. Bazi used to play that back in On Slayers. 2022, right? Because last year was 2023. Used to play it here, in fact, on Breeze. So Sherpa made good use of the couple rounds where they had ults and they had these set plays where they could just keep on going through the playbook and just rush, overpower. Once they have to slow it down, you see that DK just plays the map a bit smoother, similar to Lotus. Now it's an early pit. Han with the op. Dude, Han. It's so good to see Han playing Valorant again. Attacker's operator. So, while you have this trip, in the back of halls. The problem is with this pit here, mid doors is still an option to get into A site, and metal door is an option to get into A site. And then once they get into the site, you could still have someone coming in from A main as well. So the pit is not in a great spot. But DK is just going to, they're just going to leave Hermes to watch for mid double doors and just commit to the pit. This is a setup for Selig. Selig's just watching a small angle. The camera's watching the other side. Freeing catches a timing on the back end of it as well. Mid duels. Selig and the dimensional drift. He just never hesitates. It's so good to see. So you know that one's on site. He's just keeping him tied up. The decoy as well. Okay, yeah, nice try. I mean, your teammate was here anyway, so you're just looking for a chance to get that kill. Who is the IGL for DK? I don't know otherwise. I haven't heard otherwise, but I'm gonna imagine XC.
딱그 오더와 함께 움직여서 B를 가는 것까지는 좋았다는 생각인데 결국에는 오퍼레이터의 변수 그리고 들어가다가 난 사고들 이게 좀 뼈아프게 작용했습니다.
Let me see if I can find any confirmation.
셰르파 쪽에서 타임아웃 요청을 했습니다. 8라운드 9라운드 연속 디플러스 기아가 가져가는 모습이 있었는데 셰르파가 한번 타이밍을 끊어주는 모습이에요. 복도를 건들다가 기분 좋은 기억이 있었습니다만 어느 순간에부턴가 안 통하기 시작했고 디플러스 기아의 함정도 복도 쪽에 투자되기 시작했고 오히려 B 쪽으로 건드렸을 때 그냥 B 강공으로 때렸을 때가 기분이 좋은
Why is my internet broken?
이제 동선에서 신경 쓰이는 건 아무래도
Is that mandatory that IGL sit in the middle? I don't think so. I think there is a team that doesn't have their IGL in the middle. But you have to submit like how you're gonna sit, and that's the order you have to join for the observers as well, so that it all syncs up. I can't remember. I swear there was someone. In fact, I swear it was someone in VCT Pacific Kickoff where the IGL wasn't sitting in the middle. But usually they are. Let me see if I can find Okay.
비강공으로 가자. 충격 화살의 바운드를 통해서
Doesn't say.
무력화도 있으니까
세게 한번 때려보자. 네 명 찍혔어요.
Huge 0 point.
걸리지 않을 만큼 빠져 있어요.
And the traps are still aligned. It all gets broken.
함정킬도 나올 수 있는데
Engen's the one who actually gets the kills. Engen gets a triple. Dude, a good reflood from DK. Reads the null command as well. No, the diagonal trip is pretty nasty. It's good.
이게 긁어쓴 라운드란 말이죠. 세르파가.
그러니까요. 쇼티 프링의 마무리.
어차피 또 디플러스 기아 입장에선 자금의 여유가 있어가지고 마지막까지도 자금은 계속 나올 거고요.
자, 셰르파가 타임아웃을 걸었었는데 타임아웃 직후 라운드를 내줬습니다. 쉽게
Sherpa needs a bit more variety in their plays. If not that, they need to learn to play the map a bit wider as well, I think. I think that's what we're seeing. Like they've got some good shots here and there, but once you reach these teams that have reads, like LFG seem to have better reads than I thought, which that would explain why they were able to beat DK as well. Was Lakia sitting in the middle? Then that would be it. Munchkin, as far as I know, is the primary IGL. During the off-season, I think they were kind of testing different ideas, but Engen with the op holding holes. That allows Selig to be a bit more free with his movement.
얘네가 올 수 있는 공간은 중문 쪽에서부터 스타트를 할 수 있다 보니까 여차하면 헤르메스가 플래시 드라이브를 던지고 파편탄으로 던져지도 생각할
The timing on the gate crash out to B is also so good.
가스비의 포지션이 굉장히 깊은데다가 가스비를 중심으로
So mid's been given up entirely, but the cam should be watching it. Yep. Sees everyone. So he saw at least 2, I believe. He saw 1 cross the Jet and then the Viper. Selig. The crossfire is so strong. I mean, especially with sheriffs. That's rough.
이거는 엑시가 A 메인 쪽에서 잘라준 게 되게 컸어요. 그렇죠. 그러니까 보호가 들어오는
I believe device it's in the middle, but technically they register Forsaken as the IGL, but they don't have a dedicated IGL, so
셀릭과 그 사이트 누구예요? 프링 둘 다 포지션이 안정감 있게 바뀌는 거예요.
예, 포커싱도 굉장히 좋았고요.
맞아요. 시선 분산 될 수 있게 되게 잘 찢어져 있었죠. 그래서 셀릭이
Sherpa.
프링이 마무리시켜주는 모습이
Come on.
7대4.
They gotta stop scraping together so many rounds too. They really hurt themselves for these last couple. I mean, okay, you have blades, but
못하게 그냥 밀자라는 생각이거든요. 자, 빠르게 한번
okay, so they jump up top to gain. He's able to spot over the screen actually from that shot.
빠른데요, 빠른데요. 자, 이런 메인도 풀립니다. 메인
Sherpa just plays better with speed. Their timings are better tuned with each other. The tags from the Neuro Theft made it actually a little bit harder.
숫자는 줄여놨거든요, 프링이랑. 예. 문제는 구덩이가 유지되고 있다는 거예요.
거기에 칸이
So it seems like they do know that Han is still main.
아예가 일방적으로 긁을 수 있을 만한 상황이 아닙니다.
자, 그러면 근접하게 붙어.
Try to go for the pre-fire. Oh, this timing. Oh, it's so good.
필.
Mangong couldn't. You could tell that he couldn't figure out if he wanted to rotate backward. He couldn't tell which was safer, so he decides to just stick with the jump up to the pit.
아 마지막에 한 선수도 조금 급했던 것 같아요. 예, 좀 천천히 같이 했으면 괜찮을 만한 각이었거든요.
How long until we see more coaches orgs approach the Challengers League? Do you think larger demand will mean a separate main league is set up or an expansion of Pacific if there's enough interest? I don't think we'll ever see like an expansion of Pacific. Well, I mean they are going to expand slots of Pacific, right, for all the VCT leagues, but one extra one per year and then it rotates at 14 max or something, right? But aside from that, how long? We'll see. The thing is like even at the VCT level, I would say there's not a lot of in Pacific, like a lot of notable coaches like from the Pacific region, right? They are quote unquote import coaches, but
우리가 변수만 안 당하면은 걸어 잠글 수 있다. 이런 마인드도 보이고요.
왜냐면 이제 개맵줄 때는 말리는 장면들도 분명히 있었거든요, 디플러스 기아가. 그러니까 저희가 디플러스 기아와 LFG전 때 제일 많이 했던 게
yeah, I mean Sherpa, I think again it just seems like they're quite one-dimensional, which is not surprising because given that while a lot of them have had experience in Challengers Korea, you know, they're not a structured team with an org, with coaches, etc. It's much more like, hey, like we have all. It's very much a very talented solo queue team with some experiences on trading and covering for each other. Not trying to undermine it. That's just the structure that they have right now, right? That's the infrastructure that they're working with. So. Whereas D plus, I mean, this is where you see the coaching difference, regardless of whether they are successful outside of the domestic scene or not.
자, 공격도 일단 봐야 될 것 같습니다. 비슷한 패턴으로 가스비를 괴롭힐 거예요.
요루 국룰 패턴이죠.
Right. Meanwhile, like D plus, their movement is always very. There's always rhyme and reason. Oh, they're not watching. Oh, Han.
이게 무슨 일입니까? 흔들려요. 조짐이 아까 그 전 라운드에서부터 이어지는 거예요, 사실. 급해질 수밖에 없는 상황이지 않습니까?
미드에서 이게 큰 그림에서는 셰르파가 너무 좋았었는데
거의 그냥 싸먹는 구조였어요.
Oh, that's rough. The thing is oh man, I feel for Han because like
너무 아쉬울 것 같아요.
he didn't used to miss shots like that.
분들은 아시겠지만 등 돌리고 있는 적 그리고 스킬 쓰고 있는 적 잡기가 제일 힘들긴 해요.
맞아요. 오히려 멈춰 있는 적 맞추기가 더 힘들어요.
I feel like he isn't quite back to his old confident level, which would make sense. He took a break for a year. That is rough. I mean, it's not over, but it's looking over.
붙인 다음에 이제 그 다음 라운드 16라운드 쪽은 그냥 천천히 가자라는 마인드로 갈 것 같아요.
Now, the attack for them was going to be rougher because they had to get all the util correctly to break the Cypher util.
근데 셀렉이 드리블을 너무 잘하는데요?
예상을 했어요. 니네 할수 있는
Right, the bait in from the Yoru.
자, 그러면 프리가 팔아. 프리가 팔아 이거야.
아, 근데 오늘 디플러스 기아가
B site already taken over. Now, they haven't cleared everything, though, so Godspeed checks him.
하긴 했지만 어쨌든 프링이 먹어놓은
But he's outside of the site. He doesn't want to challenge 1v1. He's only got a classic.
이미 가스비가 빠졌기 때문에 B 사이트는 밟을
Freeing only had a ghost as well, so there was a chance he could have taken that fight, but
이러면서 안전하게 엔진까지 심어놨기 때문에 이거는 진짜 그냥
Engine looking for lineups from all the way back.
쓸어버리는데요.
그리고 앞선 상황에서 프링이 계속 그 연결부 쪽에 위협 사격을 계속 해주다 보니까 접근 자체도 쉽지가 않아요.
Checking for any
공간이 안
lurks.
됩니다. 이거 셰르파가 셰르프
Looking
바이든
into mid as
했지만
well.
냉정하게 그냥 폭사하는 게 나을 것 같거든요. 이거 괜히 셀릭이나 헤르메스한테 궁포 줬다가 더 크게
Are they going to try this? Two sheriffs? Ah, it's always a little iffy with the two sheriffs. The pop flashes come out. Selig is farming ult orbs. No. No. Oh my gosh.
에이스는 안 되네요. 에이스는 안 돼요. 진짜 셀릭한테 계속 에이스 얘기하는데.
저희 사실 소리 지를 준비하고 있었는데
기회 두 번이었는데.
저도 이제 서사를 까는 거잖아요. 에이스! 이러면서.
Dimensional drift.
황급한데 어쨌든 셀릭이 멀티킬들을 올리면서 차원표를 만든 건 큽니다. 이 점을
I mean, that's a big bonus round ultimate, especially against the Cypher.
라운드지만 화력이 되고 궁으로 찍어줄 수 있다는 거.
차원표류가 지금 있으니까 셀리.
진짜 페이크도 돼요. B 쪽에다가 차원표를 찍어주고 난
So you can play 1-4 so comfortably now with the dimensional drift.
그렇죠. 뭐 AB 반대도 가능하고요.
자, 그래서 습득하는 정보가 중요합니다.
0 point. Trying to. Okay, well that you know what? That's the Han I know. That's
일단 벤달 업그레이드 되는 셀릭이고 이러면 그렇죠.
that's the Han I know. The true definition of overheating. The thing is sometimes it makes for the craziest moments. Sometimes it makes for the craziest moments, but that would be him. The thing is just your util sent out. You saw that it gave you an opportunity, so you're really just trying to greed as much of an advantage as you can. Again, obviously, it's very risky and it doesn't work out, but. I mean, they can't even check for Godsby. Yeah. Okay. Eventually, finally, they respond, but. You believe? You think Sherpa's going to bring it to a map 3? You think we're going to Ascent? I would love to watch Ascent between these two teams, actually. No joke. No cap. But I don't think it's happening. If Han gets his op, that would be one thing. But it's not. That's not coming up for a couple rounds.
그래서 이전 라운드 때 쓰지 못했던 차원표를 이번 라운드에 한번 녹이자.
Half armor, but phantom. If you're gonna dimensional drift, yeah, the half armor could work, but
아마 사주 경기하고 이번에는 뛸 거예요. 그리고 이번에 막히더라도 그 다음에는 무력화 명령이 있습니다.
they remember the 0 point. Good memory. Deep recon in mid, and they just say, okay, they're fishing for information. Let's go in. Worst case, you can always TP back out. You know that one's in the cyber. Okay. He exits the cyber cage. This is some good movement from Godspeed, just trying to stay away from the Euro ultimate. That allows him to get another kill. This is such a good hold from Godspeed. Oh, man. Oh, this is huge. Godspeed. It's not over yet. It's not over yet.
근데 이제 스킬이 없어요.
그리고 스파이크 드랍이라서 일단은 웨이비의 발밑에 스파이크가 있다 보니까 어려운 건 맞는데 자, 이러면 메인도 의식이라 그러면 제로 포인트를 역이용해서 프링이 한
But you have enough time. You can wait to make them think that you wrapped all the way around.
이거 안 싸워주죠. 만공이 안 싸워주죠.
No reason.
에임 흔들고 있어요.
Sherpa, can he jump over that?
기억자 왔다 갔다 해주고 있는데
웨이비 위치는 확정이 졌고 만공의 위치도 알고 있다면 웨이비 먼저
I think they heard it though, right? Oh, because the trip's not online.
웨이비가
마무리 짓습니다. 야, 위치는 알고 있었거든요.
I'm clearly tired.
발소리를 이제 들었다 보니까
맞아요.
잠깐 웨이비의 발소리가 샜어요.
Because that's his, yeah, because that's his trip. You should set up channel points for predictions. I should.
선택지도 있습니다.
I'm getting so tired.
사이퍼를 무력화하면서 들어갈 수도 있는 거고요.
You kill everyone on site insanely, for some reason your whole team is dead. No, that was such a good round from Godsby, though. The dancing back and forth between his own cyber cage, that was so good. That allows you to anchor down. What do you think will be developed as the anti-strat to the Euro, or is it just a case of knowing the main TP points and pop flash? I think the TP points a lot of teams are fairly aware of at this point.
기억자까지 전부 확인됐습니다.
I think pop flashes are one thing. Dude, here we go. Han just dashing out again. They're pretty committed to this though. They already checked elbow. They already checked mid.
일단 자리 잡고 있고요.
네, 그냥 강설.
Drone didn't check for him.
보겠다는 것 같은데요, 이거.
Good flash. Good gate crash out.
막힌 드리블이었는데?
That gives a chance for Han to get in though. He holds close.
프링이 가스비를 끊으면 사고를 낼 수 있긴 한데.
네. 근데 이거
Oh, the battle in mid.
중요합니다, 이거.
프링 밀어야 돼요.
그리고 해체.
Oh, Godspeed just does not suspect it. Han goes down as well.
시간 저지하고 있으면 이제부터
They already got the half though. Yeah. And that plant spot, the safe plant spot, you have to really watch out because just a bit too deep and you can't shoot through the pyramid.
이번 라운드도 가져옵니다.
이미 포지션상 아마 계획대로 됐으면
So-
프링이 저 미드를 지켜준 순간에 설치된 스파이크 위에다가 뱀리파 여러 번 날리면서 각동 날리면서 막으려고 했던 것 같아요.
I think pop flashes, right, getting used to that. But here's the thing, if the Euro's really good, those flashes are going to feel like Phoenix flashes, right? Where you just can't dodge it. You just can't dodge it. Also because there's multiple ways that it could come out. So that's not so much a reliable way.
그거는 좀
I like that trip as well because that you almost just can't break unless you walk into it.
이기고 있는 상황이고요.
But one of the other options would actually be
깨고자 하는 의지가 있었던 것 같아요.
it would actually be
정도 깨려는 생각이 있었는데
KO,
건재합니다.
right?
프링이 복도 쪽. 자, 프링이 복도를 팔 거라면 함정을 본 순간 그냥 깨버려야 돼요. 깨면은 수비 인원들이 흔들릴 수밖에 없고 그 점을 토대로 B를 때리는 거는 어느 정도 방법이 될 수 있거든요.
예.
어느 정도는
Man, it was flash for 20 seconds.
엑시의 포지션도 충분히 중문
Han does have his op, that is true. Han's very good with the op, or used to be at least.
약간 페이크를 줬어요. 우리 중문 쪽 인원이다.
And because of the op, all they're doing is watching metal door, mid door.
그래서
Wavy's just watching for that.
네.
현재까지는
And they're already backing out as well. Sherpa sees nothing on A, and they're gonna bank on the fact that this has to be a B hit.
이게 그러면은 프링이
Right? This way they can rotate a bit faster. The deep 0 point on main still doesn't find anyone. Now Freeing should have heard this.
시키는 거 보세요.
Oh, Wavy's aware of this as well. Wavy
자, 독사
is aware of that chance. Now the trip is gone because of the no command. They didn't account for that. Freeing gets a free kill.
허리를 끊어서
네.
그러니까 무력화를 키면서 어쨌든 가스비의 함정이 무력화가 된다면은 프링도 투자 가치가 높아지는 위치니까 활용처가 좋았네요.
야, 이거는 진짜 합범처럼 움직였다고 해도 과언이 아닌 게 동시에 움직였거든요. 프링도 같이.
네, 아이고 웨이비
That's rough.
써야 될 텐데요.
이거
Oh, Sherpa getting a little whiffy. Sherpa getting a little whiffy.
결점인데 쉐르파가 이제는 그 연승이 끊기고 첫 패배를 기록했기 때문에 자금이 좀 애매해질 수 있거든요.
그쵸.
11대 7이에요.
1900 크레딧을 받으면서 돈이 없습니다.
그리고 셀릭의 차원 표류가 준비됐습니다.
아, 2번 라운드 그러니까 이제 18라운드를 가지고
Yeah, which is-
입장에서 거의 7분으로 넘었다고
I mean,
합니다.
자, 지금
It's things like that, right? Where you have to keep in mind that the no command is online, or where the 0 point lineups could come from, and where you want to hide, etc. The thing is I think Sherpa was banking on the fact that they were stacked. So even with the no command, that they could overwhelm them, but
프링이 의심할 수 있나요?
did not happen. Dude, Freeing.
하는 먹고 싶어요.
네.
네, 벤다리.
일단 먹긴 먹을 것 같은데
네.
그러고 나서 더 팔 수 있는
I mean, I think he's right up there as the candidate for MVP again for this map.
위기의 순간에는
His timings, his position, his shots. As I say that, he gets caster cursed, and Han wins that fight. But
잘라냈습니다.
근데 이렇게 된 이상 B를 무조건 빨리 가야죠. 예, 드론 넣으면서 이건 바로 B
okay, no early trips.
쪽 하나를 잘랐고
Check the back.
드론이 무게 중심이 여기서 빠져 있을 걸 알아서 바로 들어갈 겁니다.
자, 사이트 인. 셰르파도 연결부 쪽을 통해서 접근합니다.
아 근데 이게 셰르파 입장에서 총기 구성이 완벽하지
One
않아서
Vandal.
한 개만 벤달이 있어가지고 쉽지 않은 라운드가 될 것 같고요. 이게
Double snake bite still available. 3 members in the site. I mean, this is. But you have to try. Well, but you have to try it, right? Because otherwise it's match point.
안 되는데요.
Shooting someone from behind is a lot more difficult. That much is true.
헤르메스가 계속 어그로 끌면서
I had some nasty shots from in front, like in their face.
쉽지 않습니다.
But I miss a lot of shots from behind.
엔진이 하늘 잡아내면서 매치 포인트 디플러스 기아.
자, 이제 한 번의 기회를 쭉 살려가야 되는 셰리파가 됐습니다.
20, 10, and 3 as Cypher.
아, 디플러스 기아가 진짜 준비를 많이 해왔네요.
20, 12, and 8 as well. D plus, okay, D plus is starting to look a bit more promising than I was concerned about. At least they're understanding them keeping tabs on their enemies and their patterns, their setups, their comp, their ults. Again, it all sounds like very basic things, but it's small fundamental things like that that'll make or break a challenger's team.
이번 라운드 정말 중요합니다. 셰르파 입장에서.
Yeah, just use the dimensional drift, okay.
네.
근데 일단 제로 포인트에 많이 걸렸긴 해가지고 B에 있던 인원들은 당기긴 했는데 셀릭이 어디까지 가요? 잠깐만. 여기까지 가요?
볼 거 다 보나요?
다 봤어요.
Okay, just CP's out. The main force can't be going down like that though.
이러면 좀 해볼 만한데요, 셰르파가.
Because you have a free lurk available with the gate crash. You can always come back to A main as well. I don't know if there was really a need to try to fill the entire site, especially on A site. That's so hard to hold.
자, 일단
Okay.
천천히 들어오곤 있습니다. 셰르파. 근데 문제도 엑시가 또 복도 쪽을 파고 있어요.
Whoa, hold on. Okay, Selig's just looking to gate crash back.
자, 이러면은 반대를 치고 나갈 겁니다.
프리! 잠깐만.
Freeing.
반해체는 돼가지고 보긴 봐야 돼요.
예.
해체. 해체. 끝나나요 이렇게? 오펀데요.
Oh my gosh.
디플러스 기아.
Wow.
브리즈까지 잡아냅니다. 13대 채.
That was uneventful.
크게 나무랄 데가 없었어요. 본인들이 필요한 타이밍에 승리를 가져가고 준비되어 온 것들 완벽하게 소화하고 굉장히
Yeah, the molly bounced off.
나왔었던 하루였습니다.
But earlier too, it didn't land right in the corner.
1일차 때 나왔었던 뭔가 소통의 오류 같은 부분들이 보완이 많이 되어서 왔다는 점. 그러다 보니 브리즈라는
That's rough for Sherpa.
있었지만 오늘의 경기에선 브리즈를
GG. I mean, I think credit to D plus though. They look a lot more cohesive, and they don't look as slow as I was concerned about. To me, the D plus Kia team last year was very slow. No interest in making explosive plays. No interest in throwing curveballs. Just they basically used to play like the old new turn, which, other than at its peak when they went to Reykjavik, was basically a slower DRX back in the day. And that was not fun, nor was it a good way to continue with the meta. And it seems like at the very least the style of that is not going to be the case. The problem is if they are able to beat well, I guess they lost to LFG Porto, so they do get challenged a little bit. Well, I'll have to go back and watch that game. But the current setup of like, if you're able to win, because it's not like their plays were very deep. They were just able to showcase some basic understandings of using the map. If it's all kind of simple wins like this, then even if they do go to Ascension, I'd be a little concerned. But we'll have to see. LFG again, Damwon Kia did lose their opening series against LFG Portal, so it is a statement series. And I think it's DK just basically letting people know, like, at a certain point, even in Ascension, even in Challengers, unless you have coaching staff, unless you've got structure and infrastructure, you're not going to cut it. GG's, DK. I think Selig's a good pickup, though. I think Selig's a good pickup. And freeing as well. These two guys, across both maps. Freeing very good 2 maps today. Hermes, I'm still a little... Like, I was really hyped for Hermes when we first saw him debut in Challengers Korea 3 years ago, and then didn't quite reach the peak that I was hoping he could.
MVP 준비가 됐다고
So that's a
하네요.
shame.
MVP 확인해보죠.
We'll wait until the interview. I'll translate it for you guys.
브리지의
And then I'll be hopping off. No ranked. Very tired. I didn't get much sleep last night. But we will be back tomorrow. We'll be back for tomorrow's matches, which will include Team I Am. We'll see who they're playing with.
필요한 타이밍에 계속 세팅도 바꿔주고 그러니까 팀한테 제공한 정보의 양이 정말 많았거든요.
그러니까 결국에는 본인이 만들어냈었던 라운드들이 많았어요. 그러니까 1사 운영을 하는 과정에서 계속해서 프링이 뭔가를 해준다는 거, 그리고 수비 단계 때도 A의 액션이 강하다면은 B 쪽에서 나와서 그거에 대한 청소를 해주다 보니 좀 더 심플해지는 거. 이 장면도 마찬가지였고.
I think if D plus can get even crispier aim, they could be a lot stronger. Maybe a lot stronger.
이런 것들이 굉장히 좀 중요한데, 그러니까 기본을 제대로 하면서 많은 것들을 팀한테 제공을 해준 거죠.
네, 진짜 장면들을 보고 있는데 그냥 감시자의 표본인 것 같아요. 네, 위치 선정이나 아니면은
294 ACS.
그 킬의 위치 자체를 보면은 그냥
Across two maps, pretty good. Pretty good.
ACS가 높게 나오기가 되게 어렵잖아요.
네.
그럼에도 불구하고 ACS가 높게 나왔다라는 거는 본인이 전진한 이후에 상대편을 많이 잡아먹다거나 혹은 전투에서
They're buying time for the interview to get ready.
좋은 지표가 나온 것 같습니다.
See who we get to speak with.
이렇게 활약하게 주기 위해서는 나머지 본대들에서 시간을 많이 벌어주고 버텨줬다는 거.
네.
그 점들도 되게 크게 기여를 했었던 것
613, 713.
예상 외의 경기 결과입니다.
Yeah, honestly, I was hoping this could go to a map 3. But a good showing from DK. I'll have to go back. I mean, maybe that game against LFG Portal was kind of a blip. They had to kind of whip themselves into shape after a loss, maybe. We'll be VOD reviewing after, not today. We started the stream a bit earlier today to watch a little bit of the Send Loud finals and do our tier list for Masters Madrid. So we'll be ending the stream here after the interview. Well, let's see what they have to say.
오늘 경기 승리를 차지한 D+ 기아의 프링 선수 만나서 이야기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations, Ring.
승리 소감 좀 부탁드릴게요.
So how does it feel?
개막전 때 좀 많이 아쉬운
During our opening match last week, I feel like it was a disappointing result. Again, that's a loss against LFG Portal. But we're now trying to move forward and show you guys games without mistakes and victories. Yeah, as you mentioned, it was a little rough. What did you guys talk about afterwards?
처참했던 것 같고요. 사실
I think it was brutal. I think our loss was brutal. But I do think it helped us grow a lot more. So you allowed a kind of comeback win last week, but surely there was probably a lot of feedback and some stuff that you could work on for today's match. You guys looked very different today. Is there anything you can pinpoint that was really the crux of the matter? Obviously, I can't share all the details, but for instance, on Breeze, we really worked on our attacking side. We focused a lot on the attacking side. Actually, the same on Lotus as well. You know, we were focusing a lot on the attacker side and how to play a bit more aggressively as well. So, you know, on Lotus, as you mentioned, you had some really great lurks on the C side. Yeah, so for me, if I'm the lurker, right? If I'm on my own, then my goal is to simply not ever die. Right, so the goal is to just check, do they ever push out forward, especially if they are on weaker weapons. And if they do come out, then I just get the kills. Yeah, but how are you able to kind of juggle more than one person coming out? So Lotus has 3 sites. So our philosophy is all about taking more territory. So the goal is to always just take control of both Rubble and Seamound. And at that point, we can always kind of control the aggro across the entire map. Very, very, very foundational philosophy of Lotus. So that's good. Was there a moment that you knew that it was just going to be a 2-0 today? Actually, when we were on the attacking side on Lotus, when we got the 10-2 half, I think that's when I started thinking, I think today's going to be a sweep.
오늘 2대 0으로 그냥 무조건 마무리가 된다. 사실 셰르파가 2승 0패로 좀 시작을 하는 팀이었기 때문에.
So Sherpa actually had a 2-0 record so far in last week's opening week, so I feel like there might have been some pressure. No, we didn't feel too much pressure. We just focused on playing like we do in scrims, and we just said if we do lose, then that stinks, but we just gather feedback and then we move forward. What about for the next matches? So obviously, of course, we did win 2-0 today, but I think there's still a lot to work on, a lot to improve. So we'll be working on making sure that we gather that feedback, and we'll make sure that our wins in the future are even more confident and more one-sided. And to the fans, first of all, thank you so much to our fans that are cheering for us, and I do apologize for the rough loss in our opening match, but we will always be trying our best moving forward. That was freeing from D+ Kia. And that's going to be it for today's stream. Wow. Pretty simple games. This one had that overtime on split, but overall, basically what we saw was more experienced players having better reads, not only against their opponents, but on the maps themselves. D+ Kia today looked pretty solid. I'm liking what I saw from D+ today. I would like to see them actually get pressed a bit further and challenged to see how much they can grow. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that. That's going to be it for today's stream, though. We will be back tomorrow with more Challengers Korea co-streams. And that will kick off at 5 p.m. KST. So 19 hours from now. And tomorrow should be Team IAM's game. Let's see. Who are they playing tomorrow? Nongshim? No, they're playing against Maru, and Nongshim's playing Onslayers. Okay, I think there's a lot of players to watch out for in those. Yeah, I think that should be fun. So we'll be watching that tomorrow for Challengers Korea. So as we saw, LFG Portal actually surprisingly leading the forces. Nongshim has a chance to do the same tomorrow. Nongshim should win against OnFlayers. IAM and Maru, especially without Zest now, I think this is a good chance for Maru to try to gain some confidence and bounce back. But Maru looked real rough in their matchup against Nongshim in the opening day. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that. SLT Songnam versus Onslayers, whenever that comes through. I don't know, we'll see how Onslayers looks tomorrow, because SLT, the things they prepared to look okay, they just didn't have enough of it, so yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah, I'm curious what this roster looks like tomorrow without Zest. I mean, do we though? Do we know where Zest is going? Cool. All right. This should be exciting. So tomorrow, more Challengers Korea. We'll co-stream that. I don't think I'll turn the stream on early tomorrow for any VOD review. I think I'll just kind of make sure I'm taking care of errands and things like that at home. Tomorrow we'll do that. And then just as a heads up, so again, there is no real good way for me to co-stream the matches that aren't broadcasted on Fridays. So unfortunately, what we are going to do is... What was I saying? Where was I? I'm tired. Oh, so on Friday, we'll probably maybe do some VOD review, maybe some ranked, things like that, and just chit chat about things coming up. Maybe we'll take a look at some of the other region challengers games as well. So that's a bit of a free day. So that's something else to look forward to. All right, that's it. Thanks so much for dropping by. Again, thanks to all the new followers and subscribers on YouTube. Also, thanks to the new subscribers on Twitch as well. Really appreciate it. Again, if you did enjoy the stream or if you're enjoying some of the content I'm putting out on YouTube, please make sure you follow and turn on the notifications. And I will see you all tomorrow for more Challengers Korea.
이적을 하게 됐어요.